The Second Coming of the Unmatched Sorcerer in a World of Fading Magic. Volume 1, by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The celebration for the successful subjugation of the Demon King was a grand one. There were all kinds of luxurious cuisines and alcohol from all over the world, and various furnishings that gleamingly adorn the place. The people who attended the celebration are all important figures from various countries as well. And as I was born as the 8th son of a poor noble, this is the type of place that brings shivers down my spine. Well then, the 4 great heroes who assisted the hero, and brilliantly defeated the Demon King. The people next to me, who were also kneeling and bowing before His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, are my good comrades and rivals. They are also known as the 3 great sages. To the respective sages of fire, earth, water, and wind, to be worthy of being the strongest mage, I hereby grant the title of the 4 emperors on you. The 3 sages of fire, earth, and water are crowned by His Majesty, the Emperor. It's a title that can only be granted to those of noble blood. However, the 4 of us are only allowed to rightfully call ourselves the Emperor within the Magic Society and other occasions that involve magic. Such is the etiquette upon receiving a medal of honor or title. Sage Ethel. Yes. I straightened myself and then bowed again. His Majesty then placed the crown on my head and smiled. From now on, you may call yourself the Emperor of the Thunder God. If it's a place of magic, you would be allowed to claim the title of Emperor as well. Upon hearing that, my vision was suddenly filled with tears. For the 40-odd years of living in magic, my entire life has finally come to be recognized in the best possible way. And so the 4 of us received the thundering applause from those who attended the ceremony. 15 years later, I, who had retired from active duty due to illness, spent the rest of my life in seclusion with a few of my disciples in a mansion deep in the mountains. On my daily walk, I was looking at the blossoming courtyard. And then, with a cough, I heard the death god's call coming from my lungs. I already knew I was in the initial stage of an incurable disease. I'm prepared for it as well, but I can't deny the fact that I get depressed every time I cough. Ethel-sama. Merlin, my apprentice, called out to me. As usual, I responded with a smile. What is it, Merlin? You are over 50 years old now and have received the title Emperor of the Thunder God. No, what I mean is, you are sick, yet you still continue to train your magic. Why is that? She is an orphan, well, not exactly. She was born due to the union of the Demon King that we subjugated and a vampire. During the triumphant return from the Demon King's castle, there was a crying baby. Even if she is a demon, I couldn't just ignore her. Also, her mother, who was on the verge of death, begged me to save her baby. Well, aside from that, this girl has good talents. I suppose she is 15 years old now. Truly, she has got a bright future ahead of her. If I had to face this girl when I was her age, I would probably be no match for her. I'm really looking forward to her future. Moreover, this girl has a long lifespan due to her mixed blood of a vampire and a demon. If that's the case, I wonder how far will this girl's magic advances. Well, it's unfortunate that I won't be able to witness it with my own eyes. Ethel-sama. As I was in deep thought, Merlin curiously tilted her head and called on me. Ah, why do I keep training? I was aiming to be the strongest in the world. The strongest in the world. Be it magic or martial arts, anybody who aspires to be the strongest will also aim for the summit, and so do I. Besides, there's another reason why I did it. What do you mean by that? It's about nurturing the next generation. I was wondering what you guys would think of me when looking at my back. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever reach the summit of magic. What are you saying? Ethel-sama is already plenty strong, right? I'm just strong among the weak. However, among the truly powerful, there's no place for the likes of me. More powerful than Ethel-sama. Compared to the other 3 emperors, even my magic is nothing special. Then Merlin kept silent. This girl is also well aware of the fact. To begin with, I'm by far the oldest among the people who had subjugated the Demon King. That's why I didn't have any growth potential left. Now that the gap between me and them has widened, rumor has it that I'm not even a match for their apprentices. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, but that's probably true as well. And at that moment, a disciple of mine whom I have not seen in a long time alarmingly came running towards me. Ethel-sama. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be a visiting professor, at the imperial capital's University of Magic. There's shocking news in the Magic Society. The fact that he is currently out of breath suggests that he has been running in quite a hurry. This is unusual, so I frowned suspiciously. What do you mean by that? The theory on magic aptitude, which has long been a mystery, is finally announced, or rather, established. Oh, the one that the Emperor of the Fire God was researching on. That's right. My disciple then handed over a parchment, recorded with a copy of the research thesis, from his pocket. For a moment I looked down at the letters and groaned, as expected of the Emperor of the Fire God. Apart from practice, I took pride in being the best of all in terms of magic theory, but this is quite a feat, isn't it? So this is the method to determine one's magic aptitude. The method is simple. By soaking the hair, which is a part of the body that is imbued with a special kind of magic power, in the magical water corresponding to the aptitudes of fire, earth, water, wind, the magical water will then be dyed in red, brown, blue, green, and the rank from E to S is known by the intensity of the color. I see, this is certainly a breakthrough. In the foundation course of the Magic Academy, students are taught with all kinds of magic, and after a certain number of years, a final determination of their aptitude will be made. For example, in my case, I have the aptitude for the attributes of fire and wind, but I've chosen to specialize in wind. There's nothing wrong with learning all the attributes, but there are also those who hope to be able to use certain magic attributes right away. For those people, a few years of education combined with an aptitude test are no more than a hindrance. Well then, shall we test it out at once? I knew you'd say that. After saying that, my disciple took out test tubes from his pocket. Then I pulled out 4 hairs and put them in each of the test tubes. However, even after a while, the color of the magical water inside the test tubes shows no sign of changing. How long does it take for a change to happen? In my case, it was instantly dyed in red and brown. The puzzled me called out to Merlin. As if sensing my intentions, my disciple took out another set of test tubes from his pocket. Merlin, 4 strands of hair, please. Yes. Merlin then pulled out 4 strands of her hair and put one into each of the test tubes. As soon as she did that, the magical water reacted, and they were instantly dyed in blue and green, corresponding to water and wind, and even emitting an intense, dazzling light. The test tubes corresponding to fire and earth also changed accordingly and are dyed in red and brown, respectively. Seeing that, my disciple nodded. It matches Merlin's aptitude. Both water and wind are S rank. My guess is the fire is a C rank and the earth is a B rank. It's true that I'm not very good at fire and earth magic. I'd say my earth magic is better than my fire magic if I had to say so. Then I asked my disciple again. So, how long does it take for the color to change? As you can see, it should change in an instant. Haha, I laughed. According to the thesis, colorless and transparent means that one is unable to have the spirit's divine protection. If that's the case, then it means I lack aptitude for magic in the first place. I immediately felt cold sweat dripping down my back, and again, I put my hair into the same test tubes. It still looks colorless and transparent to me. Just wanted to make sure, but what color does it look like to you guys? I turned to Merlin. It's colorless and transparent. Next, I turned to my disciple, who handed over the thesis to me. What color is it? I find this hard to believe, but it's colorless and transparent. According to the thesis, colorless and transparent is. Say no more, I saw the facts with my own eyes just now. Still, I can't accept the facts. Then I turned to my disciple. As if he had guessed my intentions, he immediately pulled out 4 strands of hair and presented them to me. The magical water was dyed with color as soon as the hair was put into the test tubes. Both my disciples' fire and earth are S rank, there's no doubt about it. It matches his aptitude. There's absolutely no doubt about it, if that's the case. Why? But come to think of it, I was always slower to learn magic than most people. It was only by continuing to work dozens of times harder than the others that I was able to rise above them. Even during the aptitude test, I had to retake the test multiple times. I remember each time the instructor of the Magic Academy would rack his brains and say, "Even though you're exceptional, and yet what has gone wrong?" Now I understood it all. Why couldn't I compete with the other 3 emperors? Why is the gap between me and them only widening? It was because I did not have the aptitude for magic. The shock was so great that I fainted on the spot. Section. After that, I began to shut myself in my room. When the mind grows weak, so will the body. My illness was progressing at an accelerated rate, and the doctor told me tonight might be my last night. More than anything, I knew that my body won't even hold out for a few more hours. I know that my life is about to end. I forbid all my disciples to enter my room, and while I was in a daze in the dimly lit room, I could only resent myself. I worked dozens or even hundreds of times harder than the others. The other 3 emperors probably worked hard as well, but still, I am certain that I had worked several times harder than them. But in the end, I couldn't overcome the barrier called talent. On the contrary, they are heading for the summit of magic that I was aiming for, and are even far above me. Tears started to fill up in my eyes and flowed down my cheeks. Miserable, truly miserable. I didn't have the talent. I haven't walked down a path so half-heartedly that I would just give up like that. Was my life nothing but a joke? There's probably no other person who has ever been so oppressed by God as well. My heart is overflowing with negative emotions, or rather, it has exploded. Vexing, 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 so vexing, 50-odd years of devoting myself to magic, and this is what I get. While in resentment against everything in this world, and above all else against myself. Amidst the wailing and voiceless cries of my soul, the Grim Reaper came to reap my soul as my consciousness fades. Section. I see, so this is how it was. It has been over 50 years, so even I had forgotten that I was given such a skill in the first place. The next thing I knew, I was standing in a mysterious white space. In front of me stood a blonde-haired goddess. Her figure is exactly the same as it was back then. That's right, this is the place where I first met her, when my life, not in that world but in Japan, met its end. Skill. Reincarnation. A special skill that allows one to reincarnate again. I was given this skill by the goddess when I reincarnated, or rather, it is the skill I chose. It seems that you've been through a lot. The goddess was all smiles. Yes, I've really been through a lot. I thought this place was nothing but a dream, but I guess it wasn't a dream after all. And it's probably because of the skill, fortitude that I was able to devote myself to extraordinary efforts, never yielding to an end and striving to the fullest. Come to think of it, that's the kind of skill I chose in the first place. Well then, just like the first time, can you choose the 2 initial bonus skills for reincarnation? I don't need those. None at all. The skills that double the growth rate and all that. Too much is as bad as too little. Relying on the power of the skills you've been given and become conceited will only cause you to give up trying. Upon hearing that, the goddess giggled. As expected. What do you mean by that? You have risen to the point of being called the 4 emperors despite having no talent. I believe that's not only the power of your skills, but also the power of your will. Well, I wonder about that. But are you sure you don't need the skills? I nodded my head as I smiled. I'm the emperor of the thunder god, remember. The knowledge of magic is in my head. It would be too much of a cheat to give me anything more than this. Hearing that, the goddess smiled sweetly and nodded. Well then, have a good journey. You will be reincarnated in the world 400 years from now. The goddess continued to smile. All right, I'm all ready for it. I nodded and then clenched my fists. My dream is where I'm headed. The pursuit of the most powerful magic in the world. That's right, I was given the privilege to try and reach for the summit of magic again. Thus, I was to live my life for the 3rd time. Section. And so I was reincarnated as a baby. By the way, the funny thing is that I was apparently born into one of my descendants' family. It seems that my father is a duke, and the leader of Azure Kingdom's mage division, and I am his youngest child. But as a part of the duke family, the residence was quite simple, and there's not even one servant as well, so I was kind of puzzled. That aside, when I reached the age of discretion, 4 years old, my consciousness took over this body. So the first thing I did was to check my magic aptitude. From here on, even if I have to train magic from scratch, I'll need to confirm my aptitude first before I can make any plans for training. Since it is easy to make the magical water, I had no trouble confirming my aptitude at the age of 4. Now, there are 4 cups lined up in the courtyard of my house. There weren't any test tubes in the house, so I substituted it with the cups. But as I put my hair in the magical water, ready, just like in my previous life, all 4 of them were colorless and transparent. What's going on? How can this be? Impossible. No, this isn't a good thing to happen. If it's like this, why did I reincarnate again? Feeling dejected, I left the courtyard and collapsed to the ground. In this case, no matter how hard I try, won't I still end up being the same as I was? At the lowest of the four emperors, I feel like I'm losing all my strength. It's like my soul has been drained and I'm looking down on myself in an astral projection. It's like I'm not myself, and somehow, I feel sick. This body's brain hasn't been implanted with magic formulas, nor has it been optimized for magic. So the current me probably won't even be able to handle a level 1 magic. As a matter of course, it is also obvious that it would take several decades of time, just like in my previous life, to master the level 10 original ultimate magic, Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel, that I had acquired in my previous life. Haha, I'll have to start over from learning level 1 magic, huh? Well, I have the knowledge of magic this time, so it's probably somewhat better than my previous life. But no matter how hard I try, there's a limit to growth as well. And I'll probably reach that limit around the time I learn level 10 magic. In the end, it'll still be the same as in my previous life. But the goddess of fate really does prepare one unlaughable ordeal after another for me, doesn't she? So I lay on my back and thrust my right palm up to the sky. Level 10. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. I try to activate a magic formula that is not supposed to activate. My own original magic that I created, which is synonymous with Ethel, but my words only came across vainly. And just when I thought the magic will never be activated, power began to overflow from the depths of my body, and then, Gorgorzyugashayansu, a thunderous roar that seemed to split both the heavens and earth rang out at an altitude of a kilometer. And the heat emanating from the lightning that had once roasted a Kaiser dragon with a single blow reached my cheeks. Then, in the midst of the electrified air that filled my surroundings, I could only mutter to myself in a stupefied manner. The next day, investigators from the royal capital visited the vicinity of the residence with the intention of investigating the traces of the mysterious extreme magic. Naturally, there's no way they would think that it was casted by the 4-year-old me. So it was handed to the Holy Church thinking that it could be some sort of miracle from God. Well, that's the usual practice when one doesn't understand natural science. The Holy Church knew that as well, so they don't even bother to investigate deeper into the matter. And aside from that, in other words, it seems that I have been reincarnated in this world with the power of magic from my previous life intact. Section. One day, when I turned 7 years old. Thank you as always. In the parlor, my mother is bowing over and over again. By the way, my mother is 23 years old, blonde hair and very beautiful. And the person she is bowing to is a woman about the same age as my mother. She has long silver hair that reaches down to her waist and is an astonishing beauty as well. The uniform of the White Rose Chivalric Order, which is also the royal guard of the inner palace, where she is part of, as always looks dignified. You don't have to worry about your brother. Saying that, Cecilia Nisan winked at me. This is my sister and the eldest daughter of the Duke. She visits us every so often and keeps me company. Though the main reason she comes here is to provide us with a living allowance. What about father? When I asked her that, Cecilia Nisan grimaced. Father is very busy, he doesn't have a lot of time to spare. Cecilia Nisan is a kind person. She doesn't want to speak ill of our father, so my mother and I are very well aware of the fact that she's talking like that. My mother was my father's mistress. Moreover, because she was so beautiful, she was ostracized and disgraced by the first wife. She was driven out of the mansion and given a small house in the countryside, and that brings us to our situation now. And I've never met my father for as long as I can remember. Well, that just shows how mother and I are being treated. Rumor has it that my child support is on the verge of being terminated halfway through, and that Cecilia Nisan, who is the legitimate child, is personally making a lot of fuss in the main house because of it. But as you grow older, Ethel becomes more and more beautiful, don't you? I sighed wearily at those words. Here it goes again. Mother nodded greatly at Cecilia Nisan's words. After all, he's my Ethel. Ever since he was a baby, people would often ask me whether Ethel is a girl. Saying that, my mother with heart-shaped eyes stood beside me and wrapped her arms around me as if to embrace me. Haha, there's no doubt about it. I also thought I had a sister when I first saw him. Nissan, who has heart-shaped eyes as well, hugged my left arm as if to entangle me. A sandwich. Mother on the right and Nissan on the left, I'm now sandwiched between them. Despite being my son, I really think Ethel has a beautiful face, Cecilia-sama. Yeah, indeed. Despite being my little brother, I also think that Ethel has a beautiful face. If he wasn't my son, I'd definitely be asking him to marry me in 10 years' time. Yeah, truth be told, I've never been attracted to the opposite sex before either. I honestly think that my little brother is the only one who looks so adorable. And that's when Cecilia Nissan asked me, with a radiant smile, "Do you know, Ethel, this is what's known on the streets as a lover's embrace." Well, that's because she's wrapping me in her arms as if her hands are entwined with mine. One would only do that with their lover. That's right, Ethel. This is what's known as lover's embrace. Mother followed with a smile. I mean, I wonder what do these people want from me by telling me that? Even so, said Mother, glaring at Cecilia Nissan. Ethel is basically a mommy lover, so I don't think he's interested in any other women. Haha, Ethel is basically a big sister lover, you know. Even I could see the sparks between them. In an angry tone, Mother pouted her lips. No, Ethel is a pathological mommy lover. No, Ethel is an extreme big sister lover. No, Ethel's ideal type should be someone like his mother. Oh no, it's been decided that Ethel's ideal type is someone like his Oni-chan, right? Then, shall we settle this? Yes, let's do that. And then, they pulled away from me. As they continued, they grasped my right hand and left hand with their respective palms in a vice-like grip. Did you know, Cecilia-sama, there is a legend that a long time ago, there was a boy and two women who claimed to be his real mother. Yes, I know. The boy was an orphan who was picked up by an eccentric grandfather who lived deep in the mountains and lived with him. And when the grandfather died, there was an uproar when people found out that he was actually a man of great wealth, right? That's right. One was indeed the boy's mother, who had found her son during the uproar. And the other woman who lied was only after the fortune. Both of them grasped my hands and put their strength into it. Then, the boy went to court to find out which one of them is his real mother. And the judge asked both of them to pull the boy's arm from each side together, right? And that whoever showed strong feelings for the boy as a mother will be recognized as his real mother. Oh, I know this story too. It's a popular story in Japan, and it's about a judicious decision by a magistrate sama, a kind of judge in the Edo period. As I recall, after this, they tried to pull the boy's arms together towards themselves, but the real mother couldn't bear to see her child in pain and decided to let go of his arm. Then, when the fake mother is happy to pull the boy to her, the magistrate sama said a few words to her. I said I would see the love of a mother. You have no love for your children. I believe it was something like that. That was really a right judicious decision. The first time I saw it, I was like, yeah, this is how it should be. Then they started to pull my hands. Cecilia-sama, Richard, a judge, once said, yes, I know, power is justice. Whoever has the power wins. I'll restore your torn arm with an elixir later. Now, as two women, let's fight with all our might. What a strong magistrate style. As expected of an isekai, I didn't think this would happen. Or rather, no, you can't. Feeling that I was in danger, I frantically shook their hands off. Cecilia-sama, Ethel seems to dislike it. Well, in that case, it can't be helped. So, how do we settle this? How about we ask him directly? That's a good idea. And immediately, both of them were lined up in front of me. Who will you marry, Ethel? They asked me in earnest. This question also implies that it has already been confirmed that I would marry one of them. With a deep sigh, now I think I am in trouble. That's right. It goes without saying that Mother and Nissan are obsessively in love with me. So I let out the biggest sigh of the day and, neither, I said frankly. Well, they're my family, so that would be impossible. And as for the two who received my answer, they have frozen in place. After a while, the two of them who had melted from the shock opened and closed their mouths repeatedly, and their faces turned pale. Cecilia-sama, Ethel just, I'm losing my mind. No, you can't. This must be the Demon King's deadly confusion magic. I must go to the nearby mountain to pick up some medicinal herbs that can break this curse. No, my honest opinion is being treated as a curse. And so the two of them joined hands and seriously went to the nearby mountain to pick up some medicinal herbs. For some reason, They get along so well and are in perfect sync with each other, don't they? Then I saw them off with a disgusted smile. And that day, Cecilia Nissan stayed at my house for the night. Section. The next day, we had a serious talk after lunch, and it was about, so what has Ethel planned for the future? Nissan, I'm from a lineage of the legendary Great Sage. I was even named after our founder, Ethel. So naturally, I would attend the Imperial Capital's Magic Academy when I turned 15 years old. And that's where my mother hurriedly covered my mouth. He will be learning swordsmanship at the military academy, or if that's not possible, then maybe at the Knight Academy. Because this child doesn't have magic aptitude. When I turned 6, my magic aptitude was officially tested. The result was the same as I had done before. The test tubes showed no changes and remained colorless and transparent. Still, I can use magic at the level of the 4 emperors. However, it is impossible to maintain the same level of power as in my previous life. Right now, I'm in the process of having my body and brain to get used to the knowledge of magic and its power that's engraved in my soul. This process alone will probably take me a few years' time, till I'm 12 to 13 years old. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have any complaints at all, since I can acquire the power I had spent a lifetime gaining in my previous life during the childhood of this life. I mean, come to think of it, this is the first time we've talked about career paths. Up until now, I've been educated by private tutors on only general studies and things like military science for some reason. But since it is a field of study that I'm experiencing for the first time, I was taking the lectures without any complaints. Of course, I did train my magic in secret though. The military academy? That sounds good. Though I may look like this, I did graduate from the military academy at the top of my class. Hearing that, Mother giggled. It's a famous story, isn't it? People couldn't believe that a descendant from a family lineage of the great sage would defy their father and join the military academy. Haha, I guess I was in a rebellious age. Even so, I think it was a good decision in the end. After all, magic swordsmen are rare, so they're appreciated in the military. But didn't you and your brother graduate from the military academy at the top of the class, against your parents' wishes? How is Fraser-sama? Well, as the second son and eldest daughter, we are allowed to do what we want. As for father, he's probably fine with that as the eldest son is attached to him. Also, Fraser Nixon has been so busy that he's been blabbering on about not being able to come here lately. After all, he cares a lot about Ethel too. Isn't Fraser-sama the Knight Commander of the Royal Guard? He must be busy with his duties. It's mostly seating arrangements in the ceremony though. The Kamaza and Shimoza, it's just a matter of getting the nobles to work together. Well, Nixon smiles wryly that it's the only time his title as a duke comes in handy. Note: Kamaza means top seat or the person with the highest rank or most important. Shimoza means bottom seat or anybody with a lower rank than the highest rank. Isn't it the same with Cecilia-sama? I'm a member of the all-female White Rose Chivalric Order, which are the inner palace's guards, you see. Although I'm the leader of the order, it's not that heavy of a responsibility when compared with the Royal Guard as a whole, and it's easygoing. Then Cecilia Nissan said, well, let's leave the chit-chat at that, and prompted me to stand up. Now, shall we take a little look at Ethel's talent in swordsmanship? Because swords have their own aptitudes as well. After seeing your capabilities, perhaps I can introduce you to a sword instructor. And then, we set out for the courtyard of the house while carrying our wooden swords. I want to go to the Magic Academy, though. To be frank, the lack of aptitude for magic hasn't changed, so the fundamental problem has not been solved. The Magic Society should be more advanced than it was back then, too, so it's also possible that a method to break through the limits of aptitude for magic has been established. Or even if such a method or theory has not yet been established, as long as there is a basis for it, I can continue to develop it. Or rather, all I can do is bet on it. And of course, as a 7-year-old child, I'm looking into it as much as possible. However, I couldn't find the exact method. As I thought, I have no choice but to go through the theses and so on, which are only available to those who have been given permission to read them in the Magic Academy's library. That is the current conclusion. And that aside, listen, Ethel, there are things that people are good at and are bad at. Cecilia Nissan showed a gentle expression on her face and stroked my head. As it is, she turns her palm at a tree in the courtyard. "O spirit of the wind, Sylphie, bless me level 2, wind blade, wind edge." And as the magic activated, the tree was cut down. Now that's the high-ranking magic, wind blade. As you can see, it's a feat that could only be described as a miracle, and it takes a lot of training to handle this level of magic. And you should know by now that the aptitude is A. I didn't quite catch what she was saying because of the wind. Then, a wind blade was released from my palm without any chanting. The tree next to Cecilia Nisan's tree was also cut down. I've been studying magic, so I can do it as well, you know. It seems my parents don't plan to send me to the Magic Academy. Despite having no aptitude for it, I could still use magic. It's already to the point that I can use it to handle a lot of things through sheer brute force. That's why I demonstrated an elementary wind magic that even a child who has studied a lot could handle. Still, one could be treated as a monster if one were to cast a level 3 or higher magic at the age of 7. If thou, JJ just now, you're A. Bewildered with astonishment, Cecilia Nisan began to look at me and the tree that I had just cut down many times over and over again. Cecilia Nisan, why do you look so pale? And then, as it is, Nisan slumped down on the spot, as if she just suddenly lost all her strengths in her legs. Section. I have concluded that in the past 400 years, the magic civilization in the world has significantly declined. I mean, just what on earth happened? Anyway, since it has turned into this, so it can't be helped. Here's a summary on the magic levels. Current, Level 1 Magic. Level 2 to 3 High-ranking Magic. Level 4 to 5 Super High-ranking Magic. Level 6 to 8 Ritual Class Magic. Level 9 to 10 Lost Arts. In the past, Level 1 Daily Life Magic. Level 2 to 3 Elementary Magic. Level 4 to 5 Magic. Level 6 to 7 High-ranking Magic. Level 8 to 9 Super High-ranking Magic. Level 10 Ritual Class Magic. Extra level, the 4 Emperors Ritual Magic. By the way, we subjugated the Demon King a long time ago by using extra level magic. It's a magic that combines the power of all the 4 great spirits. In extreme situations, in the midst of such life-threatening situations, everyone has sharpened their minds to their limits and succeeded in an ultimate magic combination of our powers. Well, even us 4 emperors were only able to do that once, and never after that. I got off topic. Let's get back to Cecilia Nisan. Anyhow, it is said to be unusual for a child at the age of 7 to handle a level 2 magic. Moreover, it's chantless magic. Because of that, I lied to Nisan, who was in a panic. Maybe Nisan's magic was the one that cut down those 2 trees? That didn't sound very convincing, but she seems to have believed me. Well, guess I have to believe that a child casting level 2 magic without chanting is not the norm in this era. And from that moment on, I decided to train my magic in secret. Why? That's because if they found out that I could handle level 10 magic normally, it's going to be a real pain to deal with, no matter how I think about it. Right now, my body is still not able to handle the magic that I used to handle. It's appropriate to call this a period of adjustment. That's why I put the matter of going to the Magic Academy on hold. It was odd that magic civilization is in decline in the first place. Now, I'm planning to avoid all things troublesome, if at all possible, and focus on quickly bringing my powers back to my glory days. So, I spent my days taking lessons in swordsmanship, physical strength training, and the lectures on military science, ostensibly with the aim of attending the military academy. I don't really want to attend the military academy. However, while my goal is still to explore the depths of magic, I want to be proficient in martial arts as well. It wasn't a bad idea to obediently listen to them and train in swordsmanship for the time being. Then one day, after a few years of learning swordsmanship, that day, as I was swinging my sword in the courtyard just like the usual days, Cecilia Nisan suddenly called out to me. "I brought a special guest for you, Ethel. You will be learning swordsmanship from this person starting today." Incidentally, Nisan also teaches me swordsmanship 3 times a week. Apparently, I have good talents, and I have nothing left to learn from the private swordsmanship tutor who came all the way out here to tutor me. Well, I also did all sorts of stuff just to get stronger in my previous life. For example, when the monsters closed in on me, I would then use my swordsmanship as a means to gain distance again. Special guest. He is the former knight commander of the Azure Kingdom, Moriat-sama. Cecilia Nissan was accompanied by a muscular, white-haired man in his late 50s. Hey, Cecilia, is this the boy you were talking about? Yes, that's right. Then Moriat-san threw a wooden practice sword at me. Get ready, we're going to have a workout. And there, with confidence, Cecilia Nissan said, Fufu, you'll be very surprised by how good he is. I've already met with a lot of talented people. There's not much that can surprise me anymore. Fufu, so you're saying that he isn't a big deal. Both you and your elder brother Fraser are experts too. I've been watching you guys since you were children, and I wasn't surprised at that time either. I could tell right away that you guys were talented. Cecilia Nissan smiles boldly at Moriat-san. So, like I said, I'm asking you not to judge my Ethel-chan by normal standards. Ethel-chan, while I was still taken aback, Moriat-san just shrugged his shoulders in disgust. I know you like your little brother, but it's almost sickening at this point. Yes, Moriat-san. I agree with you too. Anyway, get ready, little Ethel. I hold the wooden sword as I am told, but Moriat-san didn't hold one. Well, I guess that means he's not worried about me. But that confidence is understandable too. This man is strong. I can feel the intimidation just by facing him. It's probably largely due to my current low fighting strength, but still, this is rather unusual. Bring it on, boy. Before Moriat-san could finish talking, I kicked the ground and leaped. Although it's somewhat of a surprise attack, it can't be helped since the difference in our strengths is undeniable. As it is, I swung down my wooden sword. Without even touching his sword, Moriat-san dodged my attack with minimal movement. You're too slow. Is that all you got? The moment Moriat-san sneered. Physical ability strengthening. I sped up at once and did an upward slash attack with my wooden sword. Seeing that, Moriat-san dodged again to avoid it, and with a click of his tongue, he swung his sword to intercept mine before performing a backstep to maintain distance from me. Haha, are you telling me you've mastered physical ability manipulation at your age? Certainly, that's some balls he got there, Cecilia. Nissan nodded proudly at those words. That child's manipulation of physical ability is monstrous. In particular, the manipulation of his inner magic power is so smooth, even a professional mage would be amazed by it too. Well, of course it is. I mean, I'm a professional mage, or rather, I'm a professional sage after all. If not for the magic retardation, you might have been a genius in magic as well. Magic retardation? Ah, he must be talking about the lack of magic aptitude. However, said Moriat-san while glaring at me. This time, Moriat-san jumped on me and made a downward overhead slash. Fast, I barely just received his attack. And it's heavy. The overwhelming pressure made my hands tremble. You lack skill, no more than anything. You lack the height and the physical strength. Well, that's because I'm just 10 years old. While somehow managing to avoid his furious assault, I tried looking for an opening, but there's none at all. Then came Cecilia Nissan's shrieking. What's going on here? Aren't you being too serious against a child as your opponent? Shut up, Cecilia, because you're the one who brought me to this monster. If I go easy on him, I'll be the one who is going to be done in. That's really childish of you, you know. Didn't you promise me that you absolutely won't hurt him at all? If that's what you're going to do, then I'm going to back up Ethel too. I gripped my sword tightly and shouted angrily at Cecilia Nissan. Just be quiet, Nissan. Eh? Upon hearing my words, Nissan said, Rebellion. Ethel is rebelling against me? It can't be, that just can't be true, while she's on her knees, holding her head down towards the ground and muttering something. Finally, no more distractions, Moriat-san and I held our swords up again at each other. It's just as strong as I first felt, or rather, incredibly strong. He's truly impressive. I could do something about it if I use magic, but there's no point in doing that here. Now then, what should I do? You're still 3 years too early to take on me, boy. Then Moriat-san goes into a sword stance. I can avoid this attack, but I can't counterattack when I avoid it. At this rate, I'll be at a disadvantage here. As soon as I avoided the double slash attack, I threw away my sword. Wah! For a moment, it's really only for a moment, but Moriat-san was shaken up by my action. And that one moment is enough. I grabbed Moriat-san by his collar and sleeve then. Sioi-nage. Note, a move in judo. It's an over-the-shoulder throw. When I was still alive in Japan, I did practice judo. Though, if you're an amateur with second-rate skills, You could find yourself flying through the air the moment you were grabbed. So, in this world, kumite fighting is disregarded, and it is assumed that you will definitely be done in once there's an opening. Note, kumite fighting is one of the 3 main sections of karate training where you learn how to block and counter your opponent. Let alone being disregarded, I doubt the concept of judo's pinning and locking techniques even exists here. In fact, I've managed to get out of a predicament many times in my previous life with this method, so its effectiveness is guaranteed. I slammed down Moriatsan to the ground with me on his back doing an arm lock. It's an impeccable, clean Ippon victory. Note, Ippon is the highest score a fighter can achieve in Japanese martial arts. With his right hand perfectly locked, I could even break it whenever I want to. Then Moriatsan merrily laughed. Phew haha, this guy is truly a monster. Just the level of his swordsmanship alone is already unbelievable for someone his age, yet he can even do this type of monstrous close-quarter hand-to-hand combat. I've heard that the art of kumite fighting has advanced in the East, but I never expected this much. Shall we call it a day, or do you still want to continue? With the other arm, Moriatsan tapped my hand gently. I lost. It's my loss, get off me. After undoing the joint locking technique, Moriatsan stood up and grinned. I may have lost the fight, but in terms of swordsmanship, I won, so it's a draw today. He's a competitive guy, huh? Well, he seems like a nice person and I don't dislike him. Then Nissan came over running to me. As it is, she aggressively dived into my chest and hugged me. As expected of Ethel. Although it was a surprise attack, I can't believe you won against the school headmaster. So, what will you do, Headmaster Moriat? Do you even need to ask, Cecilia? Headmaster, what does she mean? Then Nissan caressed my head gently. You really never cease to amaze me. I thought that the special enrollment swordsmanship tuition waiver was a sure thing, but I didn't expect you to win against the headmaster as well. So you mean this former knight commander, Moriat-san is? Yup, nodded Nissan with a big smile. He is the headmaster of the prestigious Azure Kingdom's military academy. And what does that have to do with me? Moriat smiled smugly and said, your swordsmanship is unusual, and I've heard that you did great in your classroom lectures too. With your ability, you can even aim to break the records of your Fraser Nichan and Cecilia Nichan, who had graduated from the military academy at the top of the class. You know. Ethel, I've also spoken to your mother about it. She was very concerned about today's exam. With this, your mother will be really happy when she gets to know the exam's outcome. I see, but I want to go to the Magic Academy. I don't particularly dislike swordsmanship, and I don't dislike military science either. But then again, am I not a sage? I mean, seriously, why did it turn out like this? Section, 4 years have passed since then. Apparently, me going to the military academy has become the default route. In this world, children are treated as an adult at the age of 15, and the sons of a noble are thrown out of the house at once. Normally, it's either the military academy or the magic academy, but that means I'll get probation for a year as well. All in all, I can train magic on my own too, and finally I can use up to level 8 magic with no issue, just like in my previous life. I can use level 9 and 10 magic as well, but there is still some time lag in terms of reaction speed and activation speed. It's on the level of several tenths of a second or so, but in the middle of a battle, that could be the difference between life and death. So, besides regaining my former power, it is necessary to eliminate the fact that I have no magic aptitude in the search for more powerful magic. That's why I have to go to the Magic Academy to gain access to all sorts of documents and theses. Running away from home is an option too, but in doing so when I'm already enrolled in the military academy will cause trouble for my mother. According to Cecilia Nissan, father seems to be in a good mood, saying, "You're also quite good at raising a child who has magic retardation. So if I run away from home, mother's position will definitely be even worse." And what I'm doing right now is meeting father in the parlor of my house, which is a rather heavy situation. Nice to meet you, father. Father is a man in his late 50s with a beard. The cold look in his eyes was impressive, and father glanced at what I said, thinking about something for a while in silence and then sighed. Call me your excellency, Duke Alcott. You are not officially my child. Moreover, you are a disgrace to our family. Your Excellency, Duke Alcott. That will do. However, I'm sure the founder of our family, the Emperor of the Thunder God, is crying as well. To think that someone with no aptitude for magic is born into our family. Yup, I really feel like crying. I wonder why this kind of person was born as my descendant. I've disciplined my children strictly, but I guess this is inevitable after 400 years. By the way, as for Mother, she's not even allowed to be present here. Seriously, how should I put it? This is just absurd. So, you're going to enroll in the military academy with a special recommendation for swordsmanship, right? Yes, that seems to be the case. It has turned into this, well, I'm in a real bind. Then, for the first time, this person smiled gleefully. I was relieved to see that expression on his face. He seems honestly happy to know that his son's future is secure. He may seem like an unreasonable good-for-nothing, but I guess he's still a parent after all. With this, I will no longer need to provide you your child's support. All the basic necessities are free if you have the scholarship. From the 3rd year on, you'll be put under the custody of the military and even get paid. Well, at least, try not to soil the family name. I take back my words, he's a real jerk. So, what else I can do for you? Father got up and called out to a man in his 20s who was standing by the door. Hey, Joachim. What is it, Father? This person is our eldest brother, the older brother of Fraser Nakesan and Cecilia Nisan. He seems quite muscular and said to be an expert in swordsmanship. And as the Duke's bodyguard and successor, he's always following our father around. Joachim, even though that child was born from a mistress, he's still a member of this family. Let's see whether he's really good enough to not embarrass us at the military academy. Then, with a grin, Joachim Nixan laughed. Do you mean disciplining a dog? Yes, that's fine with me. He seems to have some skills, but show him the difference in power so that he won't grow impudent in the future. Then I was led into the courtyard and given a wooden sword. It may be a wooden sword used for training, but it's not one that's usually used. It's made of sturdy oak wood and has no shock-absorbing materials whatsoever too. If I use it to hit someone with all my strength, it will naturally break their bones, and if it's on the head, the skull will cave in. Then, holding his wooden sword at the ready, Nixan said, I got excellent grades in the magic department at the Magic Academy. Especially in sword skills, it was quicker to count from the top. Conversely, it was quicker to count from the bottom for the other subjects. So, why are we having a mock battle? Father is concerned about your mother. What do you mean by that? Father has more than 10 mistresses. He's already had several children with the legal wife as well, and when you were born, Father ordered your mother to abort you. After all, you were purely a nuisance. This is the first time I've heard of such a terrible story. At that time, I heard that the mistress protested to Father in tears as if she were his legal wife. Since Father is a human as well, she was treated generously. And because of that, Father still gets nagged about you from the legal wife, who is also my mother, you know. It's just for future reference. The idea is to make sure that you don't speak out against Father the way that woman did, and to understand the difference in position. My foolish younger brother Fraser and my foolish younger sister Cecilia have also grown up impudent since they went to the academy. And now they are openly expressing their opinions to Father, didn't they? Even the legitimate bloodline is troublesome, and we can't afford to have you grow impudent like them too. I was too dumbfounded to say anything. Someone like this is my descendant. Even if it is said that you have some skills, you're still just a kid after all, aren't you? Joachim readied his sword. All right, I'll give you a handicap. You take the first swing. Well then, be my guest. Wah! I didn't even use physical ability strengthening, but it seems he's barely able to react in time. All this talk of being an expert in swordsmanship to show off, and it was all just a lie. This person's sword skills can't even be compared to that of Cecilia Nisan's. However, it is also true that he was able to receive an overhead sword slash. And while we were warding off each other's sword, I activated my technique. Physical ability strengthening. As it is, with our swords pressing against each other, I press my sword against his with all my strength. With the sudden force, an unpleasant sound can be heard as Joachim's nasal bone was crushed. Wah wah! Joachim collapsed on the spot and then stared in disbelief as his nose bleed uncontrollably. I will not repeat myself. Would you not insult my mother any more than you already have? I then proceeded to walk back into the house. Oh, oi, after what you did to me, eek. Then I turned around and said with murderous intent filling up the air, if you say another word, I will kill you. Eek. Then Father and Joachim Nisan saw me off, dumbfounded at what had happened. At that time, I had no idea that I would really end up killing both of them after this. Well, even if I didn't, the me might have predicted it. Section. About 2 weeks passed since then. They were basically a bunch of idiots, and I was expecting that they might have planned for revenge. Well, I suppose that was actually the plan, but they were busy with some sort of matter or work, so they are actually just postponing it. And that's because Cecilia Nisan. At dusk, both Cecilia Nisan and Moriat-san came to my house with blood on their armor. And Cecilia Nisan was carrying a 1 or 2-year-old baby on her back. I tried to invite them into the house, but they wouldn't step through the door. While I was doing that, Mother came over, but she, who had a laid-back expression on her face, and Cecilia Nisan, who had an unusually tense expression on her face, faced each other. When practicing swordsmanship, Nisan sometimes shows an expression similar to this one, but today's expression is clearly different. First, there's definitely something going on related to the Royal Guard's work. And it must be something that's extraordinarily unpleasant too. Then, Cecilia Nisan looks at my mother, who had the laid-back expression on her face. From here on out, I'll leave it up to you to decide if you want to listen to what I'm about to say. If you don't wish to listen, we will be out of here soon enough. What do you mean by leaving it up to us to decide whether to listen or not? It means there is a possibility that you and Ethel will be in danger. If anything happens later, please say that you have turned us away. Seeing Nisan's serious expression, Mother gave a small nod. It must be about the country's situation, right? Yes. And you guys are seeking some sort of help from us, right? That's right. We don't know how things will turn out from now on. Depending on the situation, this house will be in a worse position than it is now. Mother then smiled gently and placed her hands on Cecilia Nisan's shoulders. This is not only my house, but Ethel's house as well. A descendant of the Emperor of the Thunder God, who, in the past, made a great contribution to this country by subjugating the Demon King. Mother just hugs me tightly. As the mother of Ethel, I can't just send you guys away without even knowing anything about the situation now, can I? In the first place, I am concerned about my country as well. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much, just because it's dangerous? Cecilia Nisan smiled wryly at my mother's words. No, that's not my intention. It's just that there's also a possibility you might overreact because of the part of putting Ethel in danger. Overreact? As you know, technically, I'm still a soldier, and I can at least distinguish between public and personal life. Both you and Ethel are my top priority, but if it's a battlefield, then as a soldier, I will have to deal with it in a logical way. That's what I've been trained for. So to say, you, who are such a doting parent, might overreact because of that. Doting parent? Then, the three of us remained silent for a while. As if to break the silence, my mother tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean by a doting parent?" Cecilia Nisan and I looked at each other with an astonished look on our faces. We smiled wryly. She really doesn't have any self-awareness, huh? After that, Cecilia Nisan cleared her throat and said, "Anyway, this is not a usual silly visit over Ethel, because this is not such a light-hearted visit." Before I knew it, the usual laid-back expression disappeared from Mother's face. Mother listened to Nisan and gave a small nod. We don't even know who's friend or foe. After they disarmed themselves and took a bath in hot water, they said that to my mother while sipping their tea in the parlor. According to them, it seems that our country, which is currently at war with the neighboring country, recently dispatched 60% of its military strength to the battlefield for a decisive battle to determine the outcome of the war. This in itself is not a problem, but the trouble is that this country's political situation has also become unstable. Because the second son of the late king has become the current king. It seems like the reason the late king has disregarded the eldest son was because the second son is much more capable than the eldest son. With the eldest brother also being the cabinet minister, it's a complicated situation that is inevitably muddy. Nevertheless, it is true that the past few decades have been rather peaceful, albeit for some reason a bit unstable too. Because the current king was blessed with only daughters. It ended up that the throne is to be handed over to the eldest brother's heir in the future, so it was a delicate balance that was just being kept in check. However, the current king just recently had a son. With that, the royal court was thrown into chaos. The eldest brother's faction suddenly burst with murderous intent, and rumors of an assassination attempt on the king's heir began to spread. And the head of the eldest brother's faction is our father, Duke Alcott. Incidentally, as for Fraser Nakesan and Cecilia Nisan, they have distanced themselves from their parents' house ever since they attended the military academy and are now complete loyal members of the military. Both of them are registered in the Royal Guard and are highly regarded by the current Majesty the King and are said to be promising young individuals of the current regime. And the one we're currently protecting is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Moriatsan nodded at Nisan's words. I've received information that the cabinet minister's faction is going to use this great expedition as an opportunity to make a move. Older brother, Fraser Nakesan, Knight Commander of the Royal Guard, rounded up the top brass and called in veterans for an emergency summons. Yeah, that's Fraser for you. He even made an emergency summons to an old person like me and increased the security around the royal court. Well, in this political situation, it's only the natural course of action for the Knight Commander of the Royal Guard. Yeah, that's right. After all, the country is completely defenseless. Everything was fine until the rookies from the military academy were brought in to guard the royal court. But yes, they were supposed to guard the royal court from assassins and not let a single rat pass. But I didn't think they would sell out the royal capital. It's a different story when it comes to strategic defense, not security detail. According to the story, in the middle of the Great Expedition, the armies of a different ethnic group from the south attacked the royal capital. Naturally, before the expedition, talks were made with neighboring countries, including the cause and effect of their interests, and the expedition was made with foresight. But something that was not supposed to happen has happened. And there's also evidence that someone had led the people of the south to the royal capital. Perhaps its father. He's the head of the cabinet minister's faction and the only person with the greatest authority left in the country. There were all these shadowy rumors to begin with, so, oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said that here. No, it's fine. None of us here are fond of that man. Then there was laughter to be heard about, but the situation seemed to be bad. The people of the south dropped by the royal capital. Well, they understand that they will be immediately annihilated if the main forces return, so they will probably leave after they're done pillaging. And just before they took over the palace, we attempted to escape with His Highness the Crown Prince, along with the elites of the Royal Guard and Headmaster Moriat. But everyone else except us three were wiped out. What's more, the people who attacked us were skilled assassins. Then Mother asked with a pale and fearful expression, as if she were afraid. So, what about Fraser-sama? Both of them looked gloomy at the question. When escaping from the royal court, Nick-san took the brunt of the fire and opened a path for us. He took care of the stalling and bought us some time. Even though Fraser is a master swordsman too, that probably won't help him in that kind of situation. Rather, I'm amazed that we could even escape from there. That's right now. We must somehow get His Highness to safety so as not to ruin my brother's last wish. That's Fraser Nisan is dead. Just like Cecilia Nisan, that kind brother of mine, who had always helped me when I was all alone in the Duke family. Then Mother asked them again with tears running down her cheeks. So what are you guys going to do now? The safest choice now would be to cross the border. We will deliver His Highness to the main forces of our country. The expedition will probably be called off, and they will likely return to settle this mess. But until then, it won't be easy. I think they also know what we're up to. The routes to the border are limited, and they'll probably have their blockades set up. Then Cecilia Nisan bowed to my mother. The royal court is a nest of snakes. This is the only place we can trust. Would you be willing to give us a night's lodging and possibly some rations along the way? Naturally, Mother and I nodded and offered to help them as much as we could. The next day, as Cecilia Nisan and Headmaster Moriat were about to leave the gate of the house, I, equipped with light armor and a silvery white sword, chased after them. This is the country of the royal family that has existed since the time I was alive. I remember that His Majesty the King at that time treated me well. So naturally, I have a duty to protect my country, to the extent that's worthy enough of a cause for me to use my magic in its full power. Section. In the forest nearing the border. We managed to fend off attacks twice, and at last, the neighboring country is just a stone's throw away, but still, it's a blessing that Ethel joined us. Yes, compared to me and Headmaster Moriat, his sword skills are already in no way inferior with mine. And above all, he is a force to be reckoned with. He is certainly the best reinforcements we have, but Cecilia Nisan seems to have noticed something feeling out of place as well. In the two engagements, the attackers retreated before they even got injured, even though it's supposed to be their main priority to kill His Highness the Crown Prince right then and there, with any means necessary. Nisan, as expected, this forest is all ready. And at that moment, the sound of explosions began to ring throughout the forest. We could hear the faint crackling sounds of thunder floating through the atmosphere. At any rate, let's make haste. It's not wise to stay here any longer. The magic that is being deployed feels rather familiar. Just as I was wondering about that, our field of vision suddenly opened up as we exited the forest. We've finally made it through the forest, and we're really close to the border, which should be just around the corner. But the Morales Plains, our last hurdle, was spread out in front of us. It's a plain with a clear view. I thought for sure they've set up their nets here, but the situation unfolded in front of us is kind of unexpected. Hey, isn't that the mage division belonging to the Duke household? About 200 mages can be seen on the plain. They are in a ritual formation, and it's obvious that they are poised to dish out a barrage of ritual magic. As I feared, the assassins from earlier were just scouts. All they have to do is to confirm that we are in this forest and report it to the mage division. Then Headmaster Moriat gasped, "Ah. Are they planning to scorch the entire forest with an area of effect attack?" "Yes," said Cecilia Nisan, nodding. "That ritual formation is the strongest treasure that our Duke household can handle, level 6. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel." The sound of the explosions that have been reverberating in the forest since a while ago must have been the grand magic named after the legendary 4 emperors. Then Moriat-san started sniffling. "Smoke. The forest has been ignited by the lightning." That may be it, but regardless of that, they must have set fire at the other entrance of the forest as well, to make sure we can't escape. Well, we're screwed. Is there at least a way to save His Highness the Crown Prince? Be it a way of trading lives, I'd be willing to take chances too. Our retreat is cut off. Moreover, we're being kept at a distance on a plain with a clear view against 200 mages that have finished forming a ritual formation. Even if the 3 of us were to cut our way into the formation, we'd be under heavy fire before we could even get to them, and we'd be helpless as well. We're stuck in a dead-end situation, huh? But my belief is to not give up until the very end. Most things in this world can be done through sheer will. I don't dislike Moriat-sama's unyielding spirit, but it's not realistic. When Nisan shook her head as though she had given up, I, who had been frozen there for a long time, came back to my senses. That magic is named after Ethel. Since when has the original magic of me been reduced to something as low as level 6? These heretical descendants of mine, who dealt with degraded techniques, they really are the ones who will mock me to the bitter end. Haha, this is unforgivable. Ethel. Then I raised my palm above my head. Level 7, Absolute Freeze Cossidus. With me as the starting point, the whole place was immediately covered with snow and dyed in pure white. In other words, the whole forest, about a kilometer in distance, was enveloped by ice. Naturally, all the fire surrounding the forest disappeared as well. What? After seeing that, both of them simultaneously, with their mouths wide open, gasping like a fish out of water. Well, in this world, they probably haven't even heard of this level of magic being handled alone. Hence, their reactions are not that surprising. Well then, I'll be right back. And so I began to walk calmly towards the mage division. What in the world is this ice? The use of magic on such a large scale? No, more importantly, are you planning to charge in alone, Ethel? I nodded. I thought I'd show them a pleasant memory to take to the afterlife. The real level 10, Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. Then without turning around I raised my right hand and said to Cecilia Nisan, "They're going to feel the wrath of the Emperor of the Thunder God." Side, Duke Alcott. The Mage Division consists of over 200 men. They are the treasures of our Alcott household. 400 years have passed since our founder, the Emperor of the Thunder God. We, the Alcott family, have been the magic advisors of the Azure Kingdom. This military power is also the last bastion left to defend the country during this expedition. But Your Grace, while bowing his head, Sage Richard, Vice Commander of the Mage Division, inquired, "What's the matter, XO Richard? Is it really all right to kill the Crown Prince?" I burst out laughing right then and there, and my son, Joachim, answered Richard for me. "Don't worry about it, XO Richard. A considerable amount of groundwork has been laid out for the cabinet minister's faction, as well as His Majesty the King's faction. If it's an unfortunate incident in which the Crown Prince was killed by a different ethnic group, they won't be able to do anything about it. Yes, I know, but are we really doing this? To kill His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Originally, it was said that the crown would be handed over to the son of the king's elder brother. At least that was how it should have been until the Crown Prince who was born, and it was a bombshell of a news to the country. Hearing that, Joachim nodded. This is also out of concern for the country. If the Crown Prince is to be left alive, the country will inevitably be divided. Then someone will have to do the dirty work. So, XO Richard, you're a patriot who cares for your country as well, aren't you? That's well. I pat Richard on the shoulder. It has been unofficially decided that if the cabinet minister's son becomes the king, I will be promoted to Archduke. If that happens, I will not be a magic advisor, but a minister of state affairs as well. I'm already holding several titles too, and that means I'll be too busy to be the leader of this mage division at the same time. Now Richard, commander of the mage division. Again, I ask of you, you're a patriot who cares for your country as well, aren't you? From the beginning, I had simply wanted to promise Richard, you will be the next commander of the mage division. He is a man of ability and yet profit-driven. If there are no benefits in it, even I would easily discard it. Conversely, that's why I can trust him. So Richard nodded his head. Yes, I too am a man of concern for my country. If someone has to get dirty, I'll offer this body for the sake of the country. Grand Duke Alcott, His Excellency. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Richard, commander of the mage division. After grinning, I glanced toward the forest where the target is. The second son, Fraser, is already dead, and the eldest daughter, Cecilia, is also a target for extermination in this bombardment, and that's inevitable too. Or rather, it's convenient. In the first place, they are incompetent children who oppose everything I do. The fact that they are becoming more prominent within the military, as if to challenge me, is also detestable. Then I noticed something strange. A small boy came out of the forest. With a sword in hand, he leisurely and slowly walked forward. Who is that boy? Then, on the Morales Plains, the Emperor of the Thunder God makes his debut. Sighed. Ethel, the bombardment is getting more and more intense. At first, it started with level 2, magic arrows, then level 3 and level 4, single-shot magic, and finally level 5, magical explosive arrows. Well, all of them have exploded before they can even reach me by the passive defensive magic circle that I had set up. But why can't these guys handle a level 5 magic by themselves? It seems that while I was in my thoughts, they also realized that none of their attacks have worked on me. Not a moment later, hundreds of magic arrows came flying in. As I said, that level of magic won't reach me. Just by raising my right hand, all of the arrows exploded in the air. And at that moment, there was a clear sense of agitation and fear in their magic power flowing through the ritual magic circle. Hey, how can anybody show their mental state through the flow of magic power on the battlefield? I'm almost in tears at how unskilled they are. I was sure I've taught my children how to use magic and fight properly though. 400 years sure is a terrible amount of time, and as I was grieving, well, this is bound to happen. After all, they have no other option left. And so they began to prepare for their treasure, level 6. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. It looks like they're calling it Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel, but to use my name on such a thing as it is a disgrace to me. Also, that's basically magic meant for total annihilation. It's not suited to attack a single person, but since they have no other option, so this has become inevitable. And then, just before the lightning strikes me, I snap my fingers. Level 7, 4 Spirits Extreme Defense Formation, Extra Magic Guard. A hemisphere of rainbow-colored magic circle is formed in a radius of about 10 meters around me. With just the passive defensive magic circle, there's still a chance that I'll get a grazing wound or so if I receive a direct hit. So just to be on the safe side, let's completely seal off this area with this level 7 magic. Then, as the lightning reaches the magic circle, it turns into steam and vanishes. Haha, they're really pitiful. Judging from the magic power flowing through the ritual magic circle, all of them seem to be totally freaked out by this level 7 magic. Right now, I'm just 50 meters away from them. People like them don't require magic to be dealt with, so I drew my sword. It just so happens that I'd like to test out my swordsmanship in a real battle. Physical ability strengthening. The mage division is nothing but a bunch of amateurs in close-quarter combat. The very thought made me chuckle. I have to kill not 100 people, but 200 people. Well, that'll be fun as well. Fire, fire, fire. At this rate, he is going to cut into the forefront of the ritual formation. Even if you say so, against a monster that even nullified the Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel magic. Wah. Yes, one down. At the forefront of the formation, a mage's skull was cracked open. Jaya, Jaya. Galag. Whenever I swung my sword, people screamed and heads came flying off. I see. I suppose a sword isn't so bad either. Perhaps I should practice imbuing magic on my sword as well. And behind me, I heard the voice of a fool chanting magic arrow even though it's futile. You should just keep your mouth shut. I improvised and swung my sword with a level 2 explosive magic on it. Jaya. The fool collapsed on the spot, scattering pieces of flesh and bone from his shattered lower jaw. However, it's not surprising that the fool's magic conductivity is poor when compared to Cecilia's, who is a professional magic swordsman. Maybe I should ask her to teach me the basics next time. After cutting into the formation, I've further cut my way through about 10 meters forward. I accelerated and cut down the 6 people who were standing around me in the blink of an eye. From there, the attitudes of those around me clearly changed, and their expressions were completely filled with fear and despair. They must have changed their perception from that of a mysterious mage who had nullified magic to that of a grim reaper who came to reap their souls. Eek, eek. Move, I must get away. DD don't touch him. He's not human. In the blink of an eye, the formation collapses, and the people around me try to flee for their lives, and seeing that sight made me cackled. I'm afraid we're in a congestion. In addition to the disastrous close-knit formation, the people at the back didn't realize that their comrades are being brutally slaughtered without being able to do anything about it. They would have to push their way through the crowd to flee, but I raise my sword with a grin. Didn't your mother teach you that you shouldn't show your back in battle? As I swing my sword, bodies start to hit the ground. I just cut down the backs of those who run about trying to escape. This is what it means to kill indiscriminately, isn't it? Well, they are the traitors who would sell out their country to a different ethnic group and use despicable methods to kill His Highness the Crown Prince. So I have no intention of holding back from the beginning either. But it's not even much of a sword practice if all I have to do is cut down fleeing people from behind. This is like rabbit hunting. It can't be helped. Then I raise my palm over my head. I'll show it to you as a pleasant memory to take to the afterlife. Magic power was released from my palm into the sky, and in the twinkling of an eye, an enormous cumulonimbus cloud is formed. The man who was dismayed at my magic power said in a hoarse voice, "Clouds, the weather manipulation, level 9, lost arts and act of God." I shook my head. You're right about the weather, but it isn't clouds. What I'm controlling is lightning. I'm not some pathetic piece of shit who fucks with static electricity like you guys. I'm talking about real lightning. I then turned my raised palm to my front. Level 10. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. With an insanely loud, thunderous roar, an oversized lightning bolt was dropped in the center of the formation. Zudadadadadansu. Shiden purple lightning circulated on the surface of the earth, and the lightning bolt roasted all the traitors. Without even giving them the time to scream, the lightning, which is akin to the god of death wielding its scythe with fierce vigor and reaps their souls. And within a few seconds, A total of 200 burnt corpses can be seen lying on the ground. I walked leisurely through the charred corpses, heading towards the epicenter where the lightning had struck. However, I've remotely placed a resist magic on that spot beforehand, and the might of the lightning has been pinpointed and suppressed through magic power manipulation. Well, there's another reason why I put a resist magic. Stay away from me, you monster. It is my father who is weeping and drooling with great fear. He's so distraught that he doesn't seem to realize that I'm his son. Ethel. How did my little brother? Oni-sama is so frightened that he wet his pants. Then I sighed from the bottom of my heart. My descendants are really pathetic. Anyway, both of them seem to have understood that the assailant was me. What is the meaning of this? Why you? Do you seriously think that you can defy a Duke's Mage Division and get away without any consequences? Consequences or not, all the trash has been wiped out. Yet they think something like that could be a threat? They're a bunch of fools to the very end. In any case, this is treason against the military. That's right, you can't get away with this. I swung my fist and drove it into my wicked eldest brother's nose. Jaya. My fist shattered his nasal bone, and my eldest brother was knocked back for about 5 meters before landing on the ground. He continued to roll around for a few more meters before lying still and fainted. This is an attempted assassination on His Highness, the Crown Prince. It wouldn't be good to just end this with the complete annihilation of the group, including the ringleader, right? For all the things that you have done, you need to be the one to take full responsibility for it, don't you agree? After all, you're the one in charge of this place, aren't you? Hathy. Oh, one more thing. I heard that Fraser Neek-san, who took good care of me, is dead. Looking at my father's face, who is currently on his knees, as if he's a soccer ball, I swung my leg as hard as I could to volley a kick at him. A fiend like you, who would even kill his own son, deserves no mercy. You bastards are going to be hanged. And so, with a shriek, he fell to the ground and a few of his teeth flew in the air. And so our father was to be hanged. Since he planned to assassinate His Highness the Crown Prince, it is just a natural retribution. And as for our Duke family, naturally, our position became very suspicious, and there were talks of demolishing the household as well. However, the fact that Cecilia Nisan risked her life to protect His Highness the Crown Prince was enough to let it be overlooked. Well, just barely out of it. Though there were various penalties, but that was far better than the severing of the household. And since the head of the family died, so the next heir succeeded the Duke. Mother was also given a room in the Duke's mansion. In a certain mountain, me, Cecilia Nisan, and Headmaster Moriat met again after a long time. Level 7. Demon King's Scorching Inferno, Evil Flare. Under my magic, everything within a radius of 200 meters is carbonizing. The soil is also heated so fiercely that some of it has been vitrified. By the way, Cecilia Nisan and Headmaster Moriat are safe in the defense barrier I set up. Level 7. Supreme Wind God's Blade, Chaos Wind. This time, the trees in a radius of about 200 meters were instantly cut down. And the reason why I'm doing this is because these two have witnessed my true power in the last incident. That's right. It's already too late to make excuses after having displayed my absurd power. If that's the case, it will probably be difficult to just dismiss it without telling the truth. This is, good lord. Is this a level 7 bargain sale? When they saw my magic, they just repeatedly opened and closed their mouths as if they were looking at something unbelievable. Hey, Cecilia, does your Duke household know about this? If they knew about it, the whole world would be in chaos right now, Moriat-sama. Or rather, with father's character, the Duke family alone can make a coup through sheer power with Ethel as the decisive weapon. Then Cecilia Nisan stroked gently my head with her usual soft smile and a mix of astonishment. I see, so this is the real Ethel. I'm sorry for hiding it from you, Nisan. Ethel, how did you obtain such power? Then Nisan nodded and patted me on the shoulders. If you don't want to tell us, you don't have to. Yeah. Then Headmaster Moriat nodded in agreement. This is a secret between the three of us. You don't have a problem with that, right? Yes. I have no objection to it, Headmaster Moriat. By the way, what is Ethel planning to do from here on out? My goal is to pursue magic. From here onwards, I'm going to enroll in a magic academy and further hone my magic in a well-equipped place. Hearing that, they made a startled face. Ethel, are you going to attend a magic academy, after all? That is what I intend to do, though. I don't think there's anything for me to learn at the magic academy. But still, I need to get my hands on the documents on magic aptitude. But are you for reals? I don't understand why they are surprised by my decision, but I have to go anyway. If I train for a year from now, I'll probably be able to fully regain the power of my previous life as well, and I'll also have a newfound power in swordsmanship. Even if I stay here any longer, there's also not much I can do by myself. Since then, I spent a year in the Duke household. Cecilia Nisan and Headmaster Moriat would occasionally give me sword practice, but the two of them say they have nothing more to teach me. And I was glad to be able to practice my magic in the courtyard now that I don't need to hide it as much as I used to. Well, I was basically practicing the ways of the magic sword after having Cecilia Nisan to teach me the basics of it. In my previous life, I was a complete amateur in it. My entrance exam for the Magic Academy has been decided as well, and finally it was the time to say goodbye. Ethel, don't overdo it, okay? In the Duke's office, Cecilia Nisan said that to me with a chuckle. I wonder what does she mean by, don't overdo it. Yes, I'm sure Nisan is going through a lot as well, but as a matter of fact, she has been very busy as the temporary head of the dukedom. That's why she is officially saying goodbye at this very moment, even though the real departure is supposed to be tomorrow. That said, her job is not just the duties as a duke. Although the former duke was hanged, that doesn't end our responsibilities as a duke household. She still goes around apologizing to people. Truly, our father did a lot of terrible things. Nisan, I can stay back and help Cecilia Nisan. As soon as I said those words, Nisan shook her head. You will have your own life, Ethel. For a long time, you have been oppressed by the Duke household. So I can't cause you any more trouble than what father had done to you. But it's fine, Ethel. Why don't you let me play the role of an older sister every once in a while? Seeing Nisan smiling like that, and thinking that this moment is our farewell to each other, I burst into tears. Didn't Nisan always act like a sister to me? A man shouldn't cry in the presence of other people. That's true, I thought. What am I supposed to do to be chided by my descendants? Of all my descendants, they had grown up to be decent people. In addition to that, as Ethel, Cecilia Nisan's younger brother, I can't help but cry from the honest feeling of adoring this person. Haha, really, I don't know if you're strong or just a helpless child. So, you can come back whenever you want. I'll always be the one to stand by you, no matter what. Yes. After saying that, Nisan hugged me until I stopped crying. Before heading for the Magic Academy's entrance exam, I, in my traveling clothes, stopped by my birthplace. Maybe it's because I'm used to the main residence of the Duke household, but it looks awfully shabby. As I thought, we were treated like crap. With that in mind, I enter the now empty house. It's locked, but it's the house I've lived in since I was a child. I know one or two secret entrances. It's been a year since we moved out, huh? I began to walk slowly through the room, which was slightly dusty. There's the height markings. My growth record was engraved on a pillar. I remember Mother was always very excited to record my height. 15 years after I was reincarnated, with the memories of my previous life intact. I was raised here with love and care. Not only as the Emperor of the Thunder God, but also as Mother's son and Cecilia Nisan's younger brother, which have now been properly nurtured in my heart as well. I walked through the house one step at a time, all the while biting down the overwhelming emotions in my chest. And as I came out of the house, Mother, how did you know I'm here? Fufu, you're my child, remember. Is there a mother who doesn't understand what her son is thinking? So, Mother has always had an unusually sharp intuition. Well, I guess that's what mothers are for. What kind of idiot would leave without saying goodbye to their mother? That's just, embarrassing. But truthfully, that wasn't it. I thought I'd definitely cry when I saw my mother. That's why I didn't stop by her room after saying goodbye to Cecilia Nisan. Didn't Cecilia-sama tell you? A man shouldn't cry in the presence of other people. Really, I've been crying a lot since yesterday. I mean, even in my previous life, I was always quite easily moved to tears as well. Mother. What is it, Ethel? I'll definitely return once I achieve my goal. Even if you don't achieve your goal, come back home whenever you want. Because this is where your family lives. Then mother took a parcel out of her pocket. "These are your favorite pancakes. Have some on the way." "Yes." At that moment, me and mother spotted a familiar face. "I heard from Cecilia that you bid her farewell. Haha, would you stop excluding me from the group?" Fraser Nixon, a good-looking blonde-haired man with a cane, Fraser Nixon, was brushing gently my head. No, didn't I send a letter to Nixon? After all, the hot spring treatment is far away from here. I came back as soon as I got the letter. If I don't return to the mansion every once in a while, as the head of the household, everyone might just forget about me when I'm fully recovered. Nixon said that jokingly, but after he smiled for a short while, he stiffened his expression. "Cecilia, my representative is unexpectedly excellent, and the new maid seemed to think so as well." After the coup, Fraser Nixon was found critically injured and was on the verge of death. At first, they were unsure of whether he was alive or dead, and the doctors gave up as well. But in the end, he made a miraculous comeback. Fortunately, he only had to have his right leg amputated, and now he is in the middle of a hot spring treatment due to the cuts all over his body and stays at an inn in the volcanic region of Yakutia. But one could also say that the wounds he received from protecting His Highness, the Crown Prince, were not only to protect the Crown Prince, but also the good of the Alcott family name. In addition to that, it is also said that the military was particularly sympathetic to both Fraser Nixon and Cecilia Nixon, and that they protected them in every way possible. Then go ahead, Ethel. We will always treasure you and love you as our own flesh and blood little brother. If anything happens, I promise to help you with the prestige of the Duke Alcott household. Yes, thank you. Nixon. Besides, Cecilia will kill me if I don't help you. After all, that person is a pathological little brother lover. Haha, that habit of hers is the only thing that will never change. If it weren't for that habit of hers, I honestly think that she would be a good woman. Fufu Nixon thinks so too. Then me and Fraser Nixon burst into laughter, but when I saw mother also laughing alongside us and said, "Really, Cecilia-sama hasn't changed, has she?" This is troubling. I quickly returned to a straight face, and that's because, didn't you still come to my room every night with a pillow in your hand as well and say, "Let's sleep together"? To be precise, she even asks for a good morning kiss. Though I'm not subject to comply with it. That aside, after bidding them farewell, I started walking slowly with my mother and Nixon gazing at my back, all the while waving to me. I walked for a while and then turned around when the house and the two of them are now looking smaller in sight. Then I bowed deeply. "Thank you for everything," and continued in the direction I'm heading for. I won't look back anymore. I'm going to keep on pushing forward from here onwards. This is where my quest for magic begins. I'm heading to the summit of it. This time, I'm going to overcome the barrier called talent. I never want to feel like that ever again. That's why I'll keep walking onwards, straight to the summit of magic. And so I took that first big step. Chapter 1, Magic Academy Entrance Examination. On my way to the city, where the Magic Academy is located, I was thinking about what to do from here onwards in a tea house on the side of the road. Well, for now, let's not stand out too much. As long as I could use the facilities of the Magic Academy, that's all that matters to me. I don't know why, but for some reason, the level of the current magic civilization seems to be absurdly low, and my power seems to be abnormally strong by today's standards. Nissan and Headmaster Moriat skillfully covered up the incident in which I single-handedly destroyed the mage division. It was rather shocking, after all. I'm not interested in being a hero or anything like that. I just want to aim for the summit of all arts like an ordinary person. Anyway, there are 4 other guests in the tea house besides me. The people at the table next to me are particularly very loud. Oh my, I am extremely grateful to the renowned mage, Wildfire, Edward Sama, for coming all the way here to such a rural town. By all means, please give a lecture on true magic to the children in my magic class. As I am just a C rank in the Adventurers Guild, there are limits to my abilities, said the old man, who looks like a mage in his shabby robe. The person being spoken to is a young man with long silver hair who looks like a mage as well, dressed in an expensive-looking robe. Edward Sama. So the silver-haired man, who had been looking down at his grimoire, sighed in disgust. Could you not speak to me without my permission? Can't you see I'm reading here? I'd like you to understand the difference between the value of each second of my life and yours. You must first understand exactly what it means to waste my time. Isn't he awfully full of himself? Come to think of it, I remember that I used to teach my apprentice, Merlin, not to be conceited. It's directly linked to death on the battlefield, and there are only demerits in terms of self-improvements. That aside, from what I've heard, the silver-haired man is probably a better mage than the old man. Still, it's not the kind of words you would say to older people who are as old as your grandparents, right? I'm terribly sorry, Edward Sama. Very well. In consideration of that apology, I'll allow you to speak. Oh, it goes without saying, but I am considered an A rank in the Adventurers Guild at only 20 years old. Therefore, you, who retired as a C rank at the age of 50, and hold magic classes for children in the countryside after retirement is the utmost. Trash. So I really wish you can realize that. Seriously, what's wrong with this guy? I mean, this is just awful. Yes, I understand. By the way, about today's welcoming banquet. A banquet? What nonsense are you talking about? Today is a very special day for me and this girl, you know. The girl sitting next to the silver-haired man trembled. She's probably about the same age as me, with a beautiful silky pink blonde, a slender body, and a cute face. The girl seems to be a mage as well, wearing a fine silk robe, but there's a collar around her neck. Oh, I catch your drift. Was she bought as a slave a week ago? Yes, I've gone a high-class demon. The time period for the slave crest to completely get accustomed to her body will be over today. If I implant my seed into her during that period, the incantation for the crest will be disrupted. If that's the case, I'll have the banquet cancelled immediately. The girl's shoulders kept trembling throughout the conversation. As if terrified, she looked down at the ground the entire time. So basically, the period for abstinence with the purchased slave has passed. To be honest, it's nauseatingly disgusting. My beloved apprentice in my previous life, Merlin, is also a demon. If I hadn't picked her up during the capture of the Demon King's castle, she might have ended up the same as this girl. Anastasia. I'm not going to put you together with the trashy children in a magic class. If I do that, it will have an adverse effect on your education. Therefore, a slave like you will be educated in my own way. For you are my shield in battle and my partner in bed. So naturally, you'll ought to have a higher standard than that. The girl began to tremble again at those words. I don't want to breathe the same air as this silver-haired man for even a second more. At that moment, a traveler came running from across the road. The Orc King has appeared. With those words, the inside of the tea house suddenly went into a tizzy. Not an orc, but an Orc King, you say? There must be a mistake, right? Somebody call the chivalric order. It would be impossible with the guild. There isn't a single adventurer in this countryside who can deal with an Orc King. How can we get away from the Orc King before that? Everyone ran out of the tea house at once, so I followed after them. As the outside view came into sight, one could indeed see a huge orc ahead of the road. The Orc King is about 4 meters tall, and probably due to hunger, it is drooling all over. Silence, the silver-haired man exclaimed as he stood in front of the panicking masses. Lucky for all of you, here I am, an A-rank adventurer. Be thankful for your own good fortune. Right there, the old mage nodded. Everyone, please do not worry. The Orc King has a subjugation difficulty level of B rank, and above, there's nothing to worry about if the A-rank adventurer, Edward Sama, is with us. Oh, so there's an A-rank adventurer here. I really thought we were screwed. The expression of trepidation disappears from everyone's face. It seems that even in the world 400 years later, being an A-rank adventurer is amazing. In the meantime, the Orc King was running towards us while making all those rumbling sounds. It had closed in on us and is just a stone's throw away now. Well then, I'll show all of you true magic. You don't see it very often in a countryside like this, do you? The silver-haired man closed his eyelids. O spirits who dwell in the atmosphere, respond to the call of my magic. By the oath that was made, manifest your supreme explosive flame. The man then opened his eyes and pointed his silver wand at the Orc King. Level 4, high-ranking fire magic, Holy Flare. A fireball is heading straight for the Orc King, and an explosion with a radius of about a meter can be seen near its head. The silver-haired man smiled and spoke to everyone. A direct hit from the super high-ranking magic handled by an A-rank adventurer. The highest-ranking magic I can handle, the supreme level 4 magic. It isn't the kind of magic that one would normally see for free, you know. Even if it's an orc king, there's no way it would have survived it. The silver-haired man was at a loss for words as his face grew pale. Ridiculous, it's unscathed. The orc king's head was charred, but it was mostly unharmed, as the silver-haired man said. It seems that his offensive magic had only agitated the orc king. The orc king let loose a loud roar that seemed to have resonated from the bottom of its lungs as it charged towards us at a tremendous speed. Whoa! I knew it was hopeless. Run, run, it's going to kill us all. Everyone ran as fast as they could in the opposite direction of the road where the orc king came. But considering their speed, the orc king would eventually catch up and wipe them out. Then, as if having realized something, the silver-haired man gasped in surprise. That is not an orc king. Right, that's the highest rank of the orc breed, the orc berserker. Then, I don't see how I can win against this. As he said this, the silver-haired man immediately readied his wand. It wasn't pointed at the orc berserker, but at everyone who was running away. O spirits who dwell in the atmosphere, respond to the call of my magic. By the oath that was made, manifest a sturdy barrier. Level 3. Holy Barrier Protection. A wall of faint shining light covered a radius of about 7 meters around us. This is a protective barrier. Could he be trying to protect everyone in this desperate situation? If that's the case, he might have been a better person than I thought. However, I immediately took back my words. A faintly shining, translucent wall, is this a barrier? Hey, we can't escape from the barrier. Seeing that, the silver-haired man showed a repulsive smile. Orc berserkers have a habit of attacking and devouring the weaker individuals in a pack. What's the meaning of this? I'm not going to let you escape, you know. After all, I'm trying to ensure that I can safely escape while you people get devoured. Phew-ha-ha-ha. Seriously, what on earth is wrong with this guy? There should be a limit to how much of a scum one can be as well. This is really awful. I'm so disgusted to the point that I'm at a loss for words. Please have mercy. Help. In the meantime, the orc berserker had closed the distance to about 10 meters. Geez, I said as I shrugged my shoulders at the annoyance of the situation. Still, it would leave a bad taste in my mouth to just sit back and silently watch everyone get devoured. Guess I have no choice but to pitch in and help them out. I took a few steps towards the orc berserker and held my palm over the barrier which stretched before me. Level 6. Seraph's Gospel, Seraph Dispel. With a cracking sound, the barrier scattered and disappeared. Paralyzed by the sight, the silver-haired man slumped down on the spot. Dispel, my level 3 magic without even chanting. What's more level 6 magic, without chanting? That's just ridiculous, right? Then I turned towards the orc berserker. It seems to be a little conspicuous, huh? That did happen rather abruptly, after all. Even though I had just decided to keep a low profile earlier. Well, this time it's an act of God, so it can't be helped, can it? Yuboa. The orc berserker charged towards me with a roar. Eek. I can hear everyone screaming from behind. Judging from everyone's reaction, this monster seems to be quite a powerful monster. But how could an orc berserker be a powerful monster? Leaving that aside, I can easily subjugate it, but that's where a big problem appears. No matter how I look at it, to defeat such a vicious monster in one blow with magic would be too conspicuous, wouldn't it? Now, what should I do? Okay, I've got the perfect plan in mind. First of all, I'm going to use a low-level magic of about level 3 to release a fireball at the orc berserker's head. Next, as soon as the fireball hits, I will cast a level 9 magic, Dimension Edge, inside the orc berserker's body. Then the orc berserker's internal organs will be ripped apart by the magic sword attack and die. And as soon as it dies, I will announce, because of the A-rank adventurer Edward Sama's magic was very effective in the beginning, I was able to deliver the finishing blow when it was already weak. How lucky I am. In an exaggerated and overjoyed manner. By doing so, I won't stick out too much. Foo-foo, it's a perfect plan, I must say. Also, the fact that I dispelled the barrier with a level 6 magic, well, let's just make it up as I go along. Based on the common sense of this world, it seems that level 6 magic is not something that can be handled alone. If that's the case, I should be able to somehow manage that part by talking my way out of it. While I was thinking about that, the orc berserker charged towards me with its mouth wide open. It's a sudden close-quarters hand-to-hand combat, but I can handle it calmly for I've been training in swordsmanship with Cecilia Nisan. If we're talking about just close-quarters hand-to-hand combat alone, excluding magic, I'm definitely better than I was in my previous life now. Okay, this is it. I jumped up and... Level 3. Fire shot, fire attack. A fireball flew from my palm and hit the orc berserker's head. This is the orc berserker that was unfazed by level 4 offensive magic, so this level of magic probably wouldn't phase it as well. As I was preparing for the level 9 magic, Dimensional Slash, Dimension Edge. Hi. What the hell is going on here? For some reason, the orc berserker's head is burning so badly. Yuboa. Alia. With a death throes, the orc berserker falls to the ground. Seriously, what's going on here? Seeing that, the old man who had talked with the silver-haired man earlier was taken aback and said, "Such a large quantity and good quality magic power. A level 3 magic with the power of a level 5 magic. Just how much training and refining has that boy done? This is bad." So to say, the silver-haired man didn't do his magic training and refining properly. That would mean that even if he used a level 4 magic, it would still be 2 ranks lower in power. Oh shit. Training and refining magic is considered very basic, so I never give any thought to it. In this case, wouldn't a level 1 magic have been enough? I'm definitely screwed, right? When I nervously turned around, they all stood there with their mouths gulping like fishes washed up on the beach. Yeah, I'm screwed. I'm definitely screwed. For the time being, I decided not to go by my name here, but just a mysterious boy as I try to walk away from the scene. Hey, you over there. Yes, WW, what is it? Your name is Edwardson, right? Why, yes. You should show proper respect to your elders, don't you think? Alternatingly looking at the old man and me repeatedly, the silver-haired man then nodded his head over and over again. Also, the mage over there. When I spoke to the old man, he trembled as he turned his gaze towards me. They must have thought of me as a monster, huh? WW, what is it? It's about Edward's holy barrier, protection, preventing everyone from escaping just now. Just for confirmation, but that just now would be considered as an indirect murder, right? To put it bluntly, it's a felony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Even if it were just for self-defense, there's a limit to what one can do. I then turned to the silver-haired man. Well, if they think I'm a monster, let's take advantage of that here. And since that's the case, please turn yourself in. If I see or hear about you somewhere and it turns out that you didn't do so, well, you should understand what I'm trying to get at here, right? I showed a bottomless deep smile. With an eek, the silver-haired man then collapsed on the spot. Section, now things are getting very complicated. I left the place hastily after that, but... Please become my master. Anyway, the silver-haired man has decided to turn himself in, but the problem is the slave girl he had with him. For some reason, the slave girl got attached to me. Well, I understand that she wouldn't have a place to stay if she stayed in a place like that. And so, she is now on her knees begging me, with her beautiful silky pink blonde hair just barely touching the ground. No, even if you call me master. Ew. I mean, this girl looks unsure of herself. Her eyes are always looking down, and her bangs make it difficult to grasp her expression. She also constantly has a nervous and timid look to her. Well, she did spend time as a slave, so I guess it's inevitable to some extent. As Ashai. Ashai. The girl's face flushed a bright red, and immediately averted her eyes from my gaze. She bit her tongue, huh? As I was trying to say, slaves without owners don't have human rights. If I continue to go to a place where people are present, I will be captured as a fugitive slave and be taken to a slave trader after they do terrible things to me. As this child said, slaves and their masters have their souls linked by a magic incantation called the slave crest. It's a simple as best type of system where if you disobey the master, there would be a penalty activated, with the worst penalty being death, so slaves can never oppose their master. And if the master dies or becomes a criminal, the engraved black slave crest on the slave becomes gray. When a person becomes a criminal and is imprisoned, they will have every possible magic formula on their body erased. Well, that's part of it. Therefore, it will be odd if a criminal can own slaves. Typically, when the master dies, their family members would reapply the incantation of the slave crest as their inheritance. But if there are circumstances where that is not possible, the slave would look for a new master on their own accord. Those who are cast into slavery will never crawl back up again unless they go through all the necessary formalities in this world. That's why, in a sense, being engraved with a slave crest is considered a heavier punishment than the death penalty in this world. In other words, in her current state, if she doesn't choose someone from the human race, or even the demi-humans, as her new master, terrible things could happen to her. You look kind, rather, at least 1,000,000 times better than that silver-haired man, that's for sure. So please be my master. Well, let's put that aside for now. How did you end up as a slave? I'm a descendant of demon royalty. We lost in a war against a human country a long time ago. I've heard that a lot. At any rate, that silver-haired man seems to have made a lot of money. A slave of such a rare bloodline would be traded at a horrifying price. I may look like this, but I'm a distant relative of Merlin Sama, the headmaster of the Altina Magic Academy, a prestigious magic academy for demons. Although I am of such noble blood, I'm now in this shameful state. Hearing that, I froze. What's the matter? Were you surprised that I'm of noble blood? No, that's not the case, not at all. Then what's wrong? When you say Merlin, you mean Merlin, the mage of the demon race, right? Long ago, she studied magic with one of the 4 emperors, Ethel. Yes, nodded Anastasia. That's right. She was raised by the legendary sage, Ethel Sama of the 4 emperors, and is now a top-class mage who is considered to be the best even among the demon race. So that's the case. Merlin had achieved greatness as a mage and became the headmaster of a prestigious school. That child has always been a hard worker and is talented as well. Even after all these years, I am surprised at the long lifespan of a demon, or rather, a half-demon and half-vampire. No, but if I think about it logically, then surely she would still be alive if it is just about 400 years. I let out one small sigh of relief. As expected, I can't just leave Merlin's relatives here now, could I? I guess it can't be helped. Does that mean you will be my master? Ostensibly, we'll stick with that for the time being. We'll figure out what we'll end up doing in the future, but for now, I can't just leave you alone. Thank you very much. And so we began to head for the Magic Academy, though it is a different academy than the one where Merlin is the headmaster. Now we've finally reached the city. At long last, tomorrow is the long-awaited Magic Academy entrance exam. It's something to get excited about, isn't it? After checking in at the inn, we left our baggage in our rooms and headed out to the main street of the city. The place we're heading to is a restaurant famous for their meat dishes that the employee at the inn had told us about. I've always been a big fan of steak since my past life. Whenever I'm in an exciting mood like today, I definitely eat a lot of meat. Master. What is it, Anastasia? Isn't this an expensive restaurant? I don't have any money. I smiled at the anxious Anastasia. Don't worry about it. Cecilia Nissan has given me a lot of money for my trip. I've exchanged it for jewels to make it easier to carry around and sewed some onto my clothes as well. I guess I don't have to worry about money, at least for the time being. Welcome. I was greeted as soon as I entered the restaurant. The waiter led us to our table and I sat down as prompted. What's the matter, Anastasia? I asked with my head tilted slightly as she knelt down beside me. Is there something wrong? Why aren't you sitting down? But I am sitting down. Both of us started to tilt our heads in confusion. No, Anastasia's seat is over there, okay. Hearing that, Anastasia gasped and responded with, Oh, by any chance, you mean it's okay for me to sit at the table too? What are you talking about? Of course you can. But master, it is common knowledge that slaves should kneel down beside their masters and be ready to move immediately when there's a need. I sighed deeply. In that case, you don't need that kind of knowledge. No, but, I'm afraid that's too much to ask for. With another deep sigh, I snapped. Look, as your master, I hereby command you, sit at the table. She probably wouldn't be sitting at the table if I didn't command her to do so. I don't really want to bark out orders, but it can't be helped in this case. Anastasia finally took a seat at the table, so I browsed through the menu. With a snap of my finger, I called the waiter over and pointed to the most expensive items on the menu. I'll have 2 of these courses, please. Seeing that, Anastasia blinked in surprise. I'm going to eat the same menu as my master. And such an expensive menu too. I can't accept that. I just can't. She is such a troublesome child, I shrugged. It's fine. But, if I say that it's fine, then it's fine. With those words, Anastasia reluctantly closed her mouth. Then the waiter asked me quizzically, "Excuse me, sir. What is it?" This is a high-class restaurant for the upper echelons of society. By the looks of it, you're just a student from the countryside who came to take the academy entrance exam. With all due respect, I'd like to ask for the fee to be paid in advance. Even though in a way, I'm still a young master of a duke's family. Well, I'll admit that I'm a bit underdressed for this establishment. With a bitter smile, I took out the drawstring pouch that I use as my wallet, but thereafter I gasped. "Ah, what's the matter, master?" The contents of my wallet are a bit disappointing. I was rich in my previous life, so I now realize that I had forgotten the fact that traveling alone requires one to carry a large amount of money. Oh dear, it looks like I'll have to exchange the jewels for money. At this rate, I can only order 1 course. I checked the location of the jewelry shop in the city before checking into an inn, but I'm pretty sure the place is far away from here. Now, just as I was thinking about what to do, Anastasia walked next to me and knelt down. "Then, I'll sit here after all." Why? Well, I mean, we can only afford to order 1 course, right? Yeah, that's right. Just go back to your seat for now. Again, Anastasia reluctantly returned to her seat. "I'll have the 2 cheapest courses. That should be enough, right?" I said to the waiter. The price is around half of what the most expensive course cost, almost the same amount as what is in my wallet right now, too. When Anastasia heard those words, Mass. What's the matter? Is master a god? You're so willing to go for a cheaper course, just so you can afford me a full course meal." From the expression on her face, it seems that she is being serious here. Well, I was originally living in Japan, so I have my own thoughts on slavery. And that's when the waiter grinned at me. "Excuse me, sir." "Yes, what is it?" "As I've said before, this is a high-class restaurant. If you're taking a slave with you, you'll have to follow the proper etiquette." "What do you mean?" "To have slaves sit at the table means that they are treated as customers, which means, in short, our restaurant would equate slaves with those of the upper echelons of society." "Yeah. So your point being, if you are going to have your slave be seated at the table, you will have to leave." Well, that does make sense. Normally, I would leave the restaurant following this reasoning too, however. Then what is that? I pointed to a group of nouveau rich millionaires who had a harem of slave concubines sitting at a table, and were having a debaucherous feast of food and alcohol. With their revealing clothes, the slave crests also became visible. The waiter wouldn't be able to refute as well if that is being pointed out. We're receiving a large amount of money as compensation from that side. I sighed deeply as I heard that. So, I only have to pay for it then. My words caused a vein to pop out from the waiter's temples. Sensing the impending rage, I stood up. "Didn't you just say you only had that much money? It's already annoying to see you filthy little bastards around. You better behave modestly and not push your luck. Enough of this, you little brat. Just having a slave entering this restaurant is enough to irritate me." Suddenly, with one arm, the waiter grabbed me by the collar. "Ma's master, I'm good. Let's return to the inn." I smiled at Anastasia. "I'll be all right, so be at ease." The waiter started to raise up his other arm while he had me by the collar. Hey, are you going to hit a customer in this restaurant? Guess it can't be helped, huh?" With both of my hands, I grabbed the waiter's hand, which he used to grab me by the collar. And immediately, I put my weight into it and twisted it up, thus completing the standing joint lock. The waiter had no idea what it meant to grab a judo practitioner by their collar. No, well, even Headmaster Moriat was surprised by it, so it would be frightening if a mere waiter understood it. Ouch. Ouch. I twisted the arm of the teary-eyed screaming man further, then gave him a kick in the butt before finally releasing him. After that, I rummaged through my clothes and tore off one of the jewels that I had sewn on my clothes. "If I pay for it, you won't have any complaints, right? I don't need any change, so I would like you to bring me a lavishly thick cut of the finest meat that the restaurant can provide. Oh, needless to say, make it a serving for 2, please." With that said, I smiled at Anastasia. After Anastasia responded with a smile of her own, I snapped at the waiter who was on the verge of tears holding his wrist. Also, I don't think it's a good idea to be violent with your customers. Section. A few minutes later, the steaks arrived on cast iron plates with wooden bases, along with the savory smell of garlic. A sizzling and appetizing sound could be heard, and the overflowing juices seemed to dance on the still hot cast iron plates. The meat seems to be more than 5 centimeters thick as well. Good, this is it. This is just what I wanted. I'd like to eat it wholeheartedly, like gobbling up big chunks of meat. Then, as I start to stab the meat with my fork, Anastasia let out a silly voice. Is it really okay for me to eat such expensive-looking meat? I nodded at Anastasia's words. Can I really? Anastasia's face tensed up as she thinks about the thick-looking steak. That's when Anastasia grabs hold of the knife and fork in both hands, but inexplicably her hands are shaking. Why are you shaking? It has been so long since I've had such a sumptuous and luxurious meal, so I'm nervous. We're going to be together for a while, you know. Well, just think of it as a celebration, so don't hold back and eat it. I'm looking forward to getting to know you, Anastasia. Hearing my words, Anastasia. I will be in your kaya. She bit her tongue. Immediately, Anastasia's face flushed a bright red. For biting my tongue, I'm sorry. She bit her tongue yet again. Anastasia became teary-eyed and began to quiver. She bit her tongue twice in a row, didn't she? She must be really nervous, I guess. Well, anyway, again, I'm looking forward to getting to know you. Yes. I will be in your kark. That's when I couldn't help but burst out laughing. There she goes, biting her tongue again, so I smiled gently at Anastasia. Don't be too nervous. Hearing those words, Anastasia relaxed her stiff expression a little and smiled. But then she bit her tongue again. Yes, I'm sorry. Haha, it's fine. Anastasia laughed shyly and stuck out her tongue with a tee-hee in response. By the way, Anastasia. Yes, what is it? Oh, don't worry, you can eat while you're answering me. So, it sounds like you've been through many terrible experiences as a slave. Yes, that's right. There must have been some absurd treatment. I can't say that I won't ever accidentally treat you that way. So if that ever happens, and I am being unreasonable, then it's okay for you to get angry at me. Get angry at you. Yes, it's okay for you to get angry at me. It's also okay for you to say no to things you don't like. This is going nowhere. She's been oppressed for so long that she doesn't even seem to know the word rebellion. Yeah, you seem like you don't even know how to get angry. Oh, that's right. Now is a perfect time, let's practice on that. Practice? Yeah, try getting angry at me. But to do that to master. It's fine. Just try it. Anastasia remained silent, deep in thought. After a short while, taking a big, deep breath, she responded with pun. Note, SFX in Romaji form for when girls are pissed off. Then Anastasia remained silent again before taking another big, deep breath for pun. What is that supposed to be? Anastasia and I look at each other. Anastasia then said, as if she had made up her mind. Hey. And after a few dozen seconds of mutual silence, the silence was finally broken by Anastasia. I'm sorry. Damn. It was really unintentional that I thought of Anastasia being kind of cute after the past series of interactions we had. Section, on the next day. And so we came to take the entrance examination for the Magic Academy. The exam is a battle royale. After completing the initial examination procedures, we were ushered into the examination venue. The venue itself looks like a coliseum. On the battle stage, there stands majestically a short-haired man in his 40s in a tank top. So, the entrance examination for the Magic Academy is known for its low acceptance rates. That's because generally, there are about 3 paths a graduate of the Magic Academy can take. The first path is being an elite in court services headed by royal court mages. The second is work as a researcher or an alchemist at a university of magic. And the third is to register with the Adventurers Guild to become an adventurer. The Adventurers Guild is always fraught with danger, but magic professions are so scarce that the rewards are often great and always in great demand. The elites in the court services are rich. A researcher and an alchemist are often associated with high-skill jobs as well. That's why, basically, graduating from the Magic Academy will secure one's future financial security to some extent. And that's also why the acceptance rates for the Magic Academy entrance examination are terrifyingly low. Well, even though the acceptance rates are terrifyingly low, there's no way I'm going to lose against the examinees who might as well are fledgling mages. Anyway, according to the explanation given, the first stage of the exam is a battle royale with a total of 30 people. A mock sword would be provided, and we have to defeat the people around us with magic or a sword or anything else that you can think of to place in the top 5. Incidentally, there are a total of 600 examinees taking the exam this time, and that 600 is divided into 20 different groups with 30 people in each one. It's a battle royale style? That's too unfair. What if there are 5 examinees who are at the level of passing in this group? With that, the proctor laughed at Anastasia's legitimate concern. Those who can do that come to the Magic Academy with a letter of recommendation, and they're exempted from the first stage of the exam. My job is to look for diamonds in the rough, like cleaning out mud from a ditch or drain. It won't take much effort to do that at the beginning of the exam either. Well, I see what you're saying there, but... By the way, as for Anastasia, excluding me, she only has herself to rely on, so we decided to take the examination together to help her get a job in the future. I mean, this girl does come from demon royalty. Even though she's only self-proclaimed, it seems that she has a rather unusual magic background, too. Don't worry, you damn kids, I may look like this, but I'm still a B-rank veteran adventurer sent by the Adventurers Guild. In the unlikely event that this group is the only one with an unusually high level of bad luck, I'll make an exception and let you pass the first stage of the exam. So don't worry. I have a good eye for that sort of thing. And so the 30 of us dispersed as we were prompted to get up to the battle stage. Master, actually, I can't do any close-quarter combat at all. Well, I thought so. She looks rather delicate with her slim figure after all. All right, just stay close to me then. In that case, I will be at the rear preparing for my ultimate magic. Ultimate magic, I wonder what it is. For the time being, I have no intention of using magic in the first stage of the exam. If I did use magic, I might stand out too much. Though, swordsmanship is something that I learned purely as the me in this life. As for my swordsmanship, even if I were to use them seriously, well, it probably won't matter much. Now then, let the exam begin. Everyone on the battle stage started off by looking at me and Anastasia. Anastasia, why is everyone looking at us? Master looks feeble and I look delicate. In other words, we look weak, don't we? Section side, Proctor. Now then, I wonder what this year's rookies have in store. I sat down on a seat provided at the side of the battle stage. I mean, this is really an appealing job. It's like getting rewarded for defeating a few monsters without risking your life. And this proctor job is highly contested among the high-ranking adventurers every year. And the reason I was able to win this impartial lottery must be due to my good conduct. Moreover, I've observed over 200 damn kids in my career, and I've never seen a single diamond in the rough. It's really just a cushy job of watching the kids play. Good, it looks like the battle royale has begun as I instructed. I couldn't help but reflexively clasps both of my hands together in prayer. For a wimpy guy and a slender girl are being surrounded by the other examinees. Well, it's a battle royale after all, so it's standard practice to defeat the weakest bunch first. With this, 2 people are eliminated now, It looks like this is going to be a smackdown for those 2. Perhaps they'll surrender or get knocked off the battle stage and lose by ring out. Right then and there, one of the examinees started to make a move on the black-haired boy, and the attacker danced. No, that person was flying through the air. Every time the boy swings his sword, people would fly, and when he kicks, people would still fly. The boy seems to be protecting the girl behind him and didn't move from his spot. Without moving a step, is that how overwhelming the difference in ability is? This time, several examinees tried to jump the boy, but, as a result, they could only be seen flying through the air. What have I just witnessed? That boy, isn't his swordsmanship and physical ability strengthening techniques even more terrifying than mine? Such monstrous strength is something that even an A-rank adventurer probably couldn't compare. Is she going to activate a level 3 magic behind the boy? The girl finished chanting the magic and a level 3. Wind Blast, Sylphie's Kiss, was activated. A fierce gust of wind raged on the battle stage, and the 10 or so people who had surrounded them were blown right off the stage. Hey, what the hell is going on here? This isn't the magic of a mere examinee, now is it? That girl, why is she here to take the Magic Academy entrance exam? Anastasia, you can use level 3 magic. Yes, I'm good at magic. I don't think it's as simple as being good at it or anything like that. It's a level 3 magic after all, you know. I see, but what's the point of chanting? The girl was surprised as I was too. The boy, however, wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, it's like casting magic without chanting is the norm for him. What is it with these people? Look, this is what I mean. Level 4, Violent Gale Blast, Sylphie's Lover's Kiss. Roughly half of the remaining examinees were also blown away. Amazing, chantless magic. The girl sighs in admiration, but I more or less sigh in disbelief. Is this some kind of a sick joke, to cast a level 4 magic right before enrolling? Now then, shall we clean up the rest as well? Parallel activation. Once more, level 4, Violent Gale Blast, Sylphie's Lover's Kiss. Just as the boy said, the rest of the examinees were blown away. With that, I ended up with snot starting to drip down my nose. Oi. Wait a minute here. Parallel activation with a level 4 magic. Where is this famous University of Magic that has announced its findings? How is that even possible? Parallel activation is something that the elites of Ethel School has just started making progress on, you know. Well, I'll teach you some magic next time. Ah yes, Master used a level 6 magic back then, right? It was amazing. I heard something strange just now, but I must have misheard it, right? Level 6 magic, she says. No, let's just say that I misheard her. I'm rather susceptible to the smell of danger due to my previous line of work. Don't get involved with them. No matter what happens, let's just turn a blind eye to it and fade into the distance. My sixth sense, as a veteran adventurer, is sounding alarms in my head. So, the boy and the girl who had sent all the other examinees flying around them waved at me. We're done over here, so what's your verdict? Trying not to provoke them, I nodded and said with my best smile, Examinee number 447, examinee number 448, passed the first stage of the exam. Sighed Ethel. Well, I finally got the chance to take a proper exam. But the second stage of the entrance exam, or rather, the final stage of the exam is a lecture-based exam. The venue for the first stage of the exam is part of the sports grounds facilities. In fact, the examinees aren't even allowed to enter the main school building during the first stage of the exam. Right now, I'm in a lecture hall, but as this is a prestigious school where the children of nobles attend as well, so it's a magnificent school building. The lecture hall is brimming with examinees, and the atmosphere is akin to a bustling festival. As someone who grew up in the countryside, it's a bit of a culture shock for me. No, I've experienced crowds in my past lives as well, but this and that are different. Incidentally, this is a totally different topic, but in my previous life I was relentless in my pursuit of knowledge, so much so that I was given the nickname Scholar Emperor. Or rather, it's because I didn't have any talent, so I had no choice but to develop a lot of innovative magic theories to catch up with the other 3 emperors even for just a little bit. But the new theories that I had discovered would later become obsolete in a few years, too, so in the end, talented people had all the advantages after all. I sighed, this is not good. The flashback of these unpleasant memories from my previous life is making me feel dizzy. Right, I yelled as I slapped my cheeks with both hands. What's my past stays in the past, and what's now is now. The academic entrance examination will now begin. And so the 4-hour-long exam began. 4 hours later. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The exam ends with the sound of a bell. I noticed something quite peculiar as I was taking the exam. There were an awful lot of questions. But as Scholar Emperor, those questions were nothing but mere child's play to me. Inevitably, I was able to solve them with ease. But it took me until just before the 4-hour time limit was up to finish all of the questions. Nearing the end, I was in a hurry, so I skimmed through reading the questions and abbreviated my answers. Nevertheless, I used to be a scholar. Well, Even when I take into account any careless mistakes and the hastily written and abbreviated answers, in the end, I guess I got about 95 points. Section. How was the academic entrance exam, Master? The exam has already ended, but Anastasia still asked me that in the cafeteria. I mean, her gaze is always looking towards the ground. Because of that, her bangs will constantly hide her face. She's a beautiful girl, but all that beauty is really wasted since it is hidden. Well, I guess it was fine. What about Anastasia? Ah, yes. I had received a proper education before, so I was able to do it. Maybe I can score about 270 points. 270 points. What do you mean? Is the exam not based on a 100-point scale grading system? There were 200 questions in total, weren't there? Yeah, that was a lot of questions. There were 150 questions for Western magic and 50 questions for Eastern magic. It was then further divided into different categories: offensive magic, recovery magic, support magic, and even alchemy for enthusiasts. Overall, there were around 20 genres with 10 questions each. Yeah, there were so many different genres, from all eras, countries, and cultures. I was in a hurry towards the end because I didn't have enough time. The questions were so easy that it would be my loss if I didn't answer all of them, so I did my best to solve them with great haste. Hearing that, Anastasia's expression turned pale. You answered all the questions. Yeah, pretty much all of them. Though there will probably be a lot of careless mistakes made due to the lack of time. You know. Yeah. This exam uses a selective system, you know. And if you can even answer around 30% of the questions, then I think that would be more than enough to pass. Come again, selective system. The objective for this exam is to solve questions which involve your field of expertise in magic, and then answer them. There are examinees who have only been brought up in Eastern magic-oriented families. There are also some where they were raised solely in using Western magic, so basically, mages who don't know any other magic theories outside of their own field of expertise. They could only answer the questions that they know and are good at. That will help them reach a passing grade. In other words, to answer all of the questions is not even within the expectations of the exam setter. The highest possible mark you can get is 1,000 points. But if I can score 270 points out of 1,000 points, I would think that I'm already far better than the usual standard. After that little clarification, I started to think about my predicament here. I didn't intend to stand out unnecessarily. For the time being, I just want to become a student at the Magic Academy. Even if the goal is just to gain access to the Academy's facilities, I don't want it to become difficult. I could discreetly sneak out of class or use the facilities like the library after school to research on the magic aptitude and make breakthroughs on it. That would be my ideal life at the Magic Academy. Of course, it can't be helped if I stand out, but I don't think you can stand out too much by performing well in the entrance exam. However, if scoring 270 points is considered above standards, and I got about 950 points, wow, I thought to myself, I just did something absurd, didn't I? In response to my inquiry, while still looking down, Anastasia said this with her bangs still obscuring most of her face. Yes, probably, I think. Section. Inside the headmaster's office of the Magic Academy, each of the academic staff was holding a report in their hands and was stunned by its content. Examinee 448, Anastasia, 282 points. This is unprecedented. The headmaster nodded with satisfaction at those words. Even the other brilliantly known examinees only scored about 150 points. She seems to be a genius. Yes, I'm a little concerned about her demon lineage, but it appears that she had received an elite education. Speaking of the demons, they are just like the elves, but with slightly longer ears. Other than that, they are physically not that different from us humans. Basically, demons are way better at using magic than the rest of us, and we should be thankful that she came to us instead of going to the Demon Academy, even though Anastasia is outstanding. There's one person who is the exception. What do you mean? Puzzled, the academic staff turned over to the next page of the report. Examinee 447, Ethel. We've got ourselves such an absurd student. Ethel, to have the same name as the Emperor of the Thunder God. His parents are rather bold. For those of us who aspire to be mages, this is exceedingly blasphemous. Yes, I agree. However, this examinee might really be the second coming of the Emperor of the Thunder God. The second coming of one of the legendary four emperors. Haha, don't be ridiculous. Don't be surprised when you hear this, headmaster. This child scored 958 points on the academic entrance exam. It's the highest score achieved since the implementation of the entrance examinations. 958 points, you say. He answered all 200 questions and got over 95% of them correct. Of those correct ones, about 40% of them have the academic staff trying to comprehend the solutions. It's just that the only thing they do know is that the answers are correct. What did you just say? He gets more than 95% correct. No, that's not the problem here, but to have answered all the questions, how is that even possible? Yes, I couldn't believe what I saw either. The handwriting was messy, and the answers were almost illegible at the end, so I guess he was pressed for time. Maybe if he had more time, he probably would get them all correct. The headmaster's eyes widened in disbelief. And as for the first stage of the exam, out of 100 points, how many points did he get? It's unmeasurable. Unmeasurable? What do you mean by that? Looks like he handled a level 4 magic alone. That's already at the level of what the University of Magic teaches, isn't it? Furthermore, it was a parallel activation magic. It seems like he used 2 level 4 magic at the same time. You've got to be kidding me, right? If we believe what's written in the report is the absolute truth, then there's no mistaking it. No, 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 no. Parallel activation of level 4 magic, you say? Even if I were to search for all the academic staff here, I doubt I will even find someone who can do that. In any case, I've been informed that his movement was not of any ordinary person during the exam. Well, the examinee 448. Anastasia can be said to be amazing as well. Yes, normally the entire academic staff would be overjoyed for the admission of a talented child such as her. But that child called Ethel is giving off some bad vibes. I can't be excited about it at all. After a moment's thought, the headmaster started speaking. But isn't that strange? There's nothing for us to teach this child, Ethel, is there? I feel the same way. And so they all sighed deeply. Everyone feels the same way on the matter. Wondering, why did such a troublesome person come to take the exam? Section, the next day. The announcement of the entrance examination's results is to be displayed on the main notice board of the Magic Academy. I was on my way to the notice board with a slight feeling of uneasiness, or rather, I was really anxious. No matter how I look at it, I definitely overdid things. At any rate, I seem to have gotten an absurd score in the academic entrance exam. There's nothing good about sticking out like a sore thumb. I just wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible. Well, what's done is done, right? Master is truly amazing, said Anastasia bashfully, with her head still lowered, and her bangs hiding her face. No, it was a mistake. I've overdone it. Well, let's leave that aside and just check our exam results first. We arrived in front of the main notice board. Let's see, number 447, number 447. That's weird. I'm pretty sure I did well in all of the exams. Even if I made some mistakes in the academic entrance exam, that shouldn't result in me failing. I take a deep breath and try to look for the number 447 again. This is really weird. I can't find it at all. Suddenly, Anastasia spoke up. There it is. I've been accepted as an honor student. Well, it seems like she did well in the academic entrance exam, so that's to be expected. And as for me, master, my number is not on the notice board. Ah, yeah, that's it. Looks like I got rejected. Despite being one of the 4 emperors, it appears that I have failed. Is it because I overdid it in the battle exam? Or did I forget to write down my name during the academic entrance exam? Protest. Let's protest it. This doesn't quite add up. No, let's not do that because it's rather disgraceful to do that. Well, maybe I forgot to write my name down or something like that. If that's the case, then that's just the way it is. Anyway, for the time being, I'll have to register with an adventurer's guild or something to earn a living. While having such thoughts, I could hear Anastasia gasped. What's the matter? Master, what's your full name? It's Ethel Alcott. Why? Then, with a trembling finger, Anastasia pointed to the far end of the notice board, not the part where the examinee's number is shown, but the part where various details regarding the examination's results Under that section, a note has been placed. It should be noted that Ethel Alcott, who came first overall in the entrance examination, will pass and due to special circumstances, will become the main representative for honor students. I couldn't help but make that sound. Oh, this is bad. This will definitely make me stand out. Unexpectedly, I was mentioned by name that I passed the entrance examination. Section. As expected of master, but I didn't expect them to mention you by name that you pass. That's really amazing. For some reason, Anastasia said it proudly. With her modest chest held high, she nods repeatedly to her satisfaction. As for me, I can't help but get a headache thinking of the many difficulties that lie ahead. With that said, right now, I'm heading to the office which handles the registration for honor students in the academy. Master. It looks like the office for honor students is this way. The direction Anastasia is pointing to does indeed have a sign that says Honor Students Affairs Office. Master. What's the matter? The main representative of honor students sounds like it's a big deal. Please take a look at this. I took a look at the admissions handbook that Anastasia gave me. I see. This is fantastic. It seems that there are several benefits: free tuition fees, free dormitory fees, free meals, payment of wages, and special allowance. In any case, it seems that the main representative of honor students is treated as academic staff. Apparently, the representative acts as the face of the academy and is compelled to attend other academies' entrance ceremonies, meet and greet political figures, and other public events. While they are students, they are also required to perform various other official duties for the academy, and that's why they get paid. Incidentally, according to the admissions handbook, there seems to be no way to decline this position. No, I should be grateful for this. I'm truly grateful. But this is far from my original goal. Especially when it comes to being forced to do official duties that just sounds like it would make me very busy. Oh, and it seems that all honor students share the same benefits as well, except that they don't get paid. But I no longer have to worry about Anastasia's living expenses for now. And so, when I was about to walk up to the reception desk for the Honor Students Affairs Office, "Master, I think you should head over there." I wonder what she means by that. While thinking so, I looked towards the direction Anastasia was pointing at, and Ethel Alcott Reception, a special corner was set up. What? Ethel Alcott Reception. Furthermore, the counter for the Ethel Alcott Reception is strangely the only luxurious one. To add to that, a small banner can be seen hanging down from the counter with "Welcome to the Magic Academy" on it. Yeah, my reception desk is clearly the only one out of place. It's attracting a lot of attention in who's Ethel kind of way. This is already. Feeling dejected, I dropped my shoulders. I'm completely screwed. Well, guess it can't be helped, so I headed straight for the Ethel Alcott reception desk. On the way there, I casually glanced into the office and saw a certain face, and that made me speechless. I stopped right then and there. After thinking for a while, I stared at Anastasia. Anastasia. Yes. What is it? You're Merlin's. No, I mean Merlin Sama's. I guess it's strange to attach Sama to my apprentice's name. What should I call her? Anyway, you're Headmaster Merlin's relative, aren't you? As one of the best mages among the demon race right now, I heard that she is the headmaster of a prestigious magic academy for demons. So this would probably be the best way to put it. In a manner of speaking, yes, I am. There's a lot of relatives, but how far back does yours go? Mice 10 generations ago, the head of the family was the former demon king Sama. And since Merlin Sama is the daughter of the demon king, so we're related in a way. Whoa, that's so far back. Rather, it's so distant that you two are practically strangers, isn't it? Then I turned my gaze to the office again and smiled wryly. If you're that far away, then you don't really resemble Anastasia, do you? As expected of a half-vampire. She ages slowly, or rather, she maintained her youthfulness for a long time. Based on the calendar, I'd say she's about 430 years old, but she looks to be in her early 20s. Somehow, my heart is beating fast. Her chest has grown a lot, but she still has the same appearance as that time. Either way, the person that's walking around like she's observing the inner surrounding of the office, that's Merlin. Anastasia. Have you ever seen Headmaster Merlin? I've never seen her before. Then let's change the question. Is it possible that Headmaster Merlin is walking in the office of our magic academy? In the sense of friendship between humans and demons, I think it's possible for them to overcome the racial barriers and be invited in preparation for the academy entrance ceremony. I see, so she was invited to the ceremony and is now touring the academy, I guess. That's when Merlin glanced at us. She looked at me twice, or maybe thrice, and from there, her eyes went wide and she started to gasp. Yeah. Well, this is bound to happen. After all, I do look a lot like I did in my previous life. I've been reincarnated as a descendant of my own lineage, so that's not strange. And that's why I think I'm pretty much exactly alike in terms of presence. People who knew me in the past would know what I used to look like when I was younger. So, in that sense, they would get the impression that the current me looks exactly the same as I was in the past. So it's only natural that Merlin, who adored me so much in my previous life, would be surprised to see me now. And that's when I began to think, now what should I do? If I tell her that I'm the reincarnation of the 4 emperors here, it would be a disaster. It's true that I must tell Merlin about the situation at some point. But this is definitely not the right time and place to say that, now is it? Merlin came toward us with great haste, and the first thing she says is, "Let's get straight to the point. Are you related to the Emperor of the Thunder God?" In response, I smiled at her and said, What are you talking about?" "Ah, Anastasia, I'm starving, that's right. Let's go get lunch." Somewhat, or rather forcefully, I took Anastasia by the hand and hurriedly ran away from my former apprentice. Chapter 2, a story about the decisive battle for humanity's strongest that broke out at the entrance ceremony. And so, it is time for the entrance ceremony. This is the building used for the ceremony. A red carpet was laid out in a space the size of a gymnasium, and chairs were lined up everywhere. It is said that this place is sometimes used to invite important figures from various countries. With chandeliers and such that can take one's breath away, the interior looks quite luxurious. I was born as a member of the Duke's family, but I'm not a child of the first wife, so in a sense, I'm actually more of a commoner. Well, like the son of a reasonably wealthy merchant type of commoner. Incidentally, in my previous life, I was the 8th son of a fallen and poor noble. I was almost sold to a debtor, too. Anyway, this is the kind of place where the commoner's hard-earned money would disappear to. And then there are the honor students class, the children of nobility class, and the rest of the classes. Looks like each class has their own seats. The honor students class is at the front, the children of nobility class is behind them, and the commoners class is behind the latter. The red carpet laid on the floor is only up to the children of nobility class. We can catch a glimpse of a blatantly class-based society here as well, huh? I felt melancholy as I turned my gaze towards the VIP seats in the frontmost row, left of the ceremony hall. Anastasia. Ah, yes. What is it? To me, it looks like Headmaster Merlin is taking quick glances at me. What does it look like to you? I think so too. I knew it. Well, I forced myself to run away for no real reason. In hindsight, I could have just made the excuse that I just happened to look similar back in the office. Let's take the initiative and go talk to her to clear up the misunderstanding after the entrance ceremony has ended. No, it's not a misunderstanding. Merlin thinks I'm a blood relative of the Emperor of the Thunder God. Well, I suppose I really can use the "I look like him" route. It's just that I actually have the same presence, and I was like this when I was younger. Then why did I run away? I mean, in this day and age, demons are superior to humans in the field of magic, and it seems that if you're the leading figure of the demon race in magic society, you'll be a target of tremendous amounts of respect and awe. That's right. How about this as a cover-up plan? First, I was surprised when I was suddenly spoken to by such an important person. So not knowing what to do, I ran away. Then, later on, I realized how rude I was and decided to talk to her to apologize. After that, I will just say the first thing that comes to mind. Whoa, it's such an honor to resemble Merlin-sama's master, the Emperor of the Thunder God, in a monotone voice, and that's how I'll push through using this "I look like him" route. Yeah, it's the perfect plan, if I do say so myself. Ignoring my thoughts there, the entrance ceremony proceeded. It wasn't too long before the ceremony moved on to where the representative of the new students was supposed to give a speech, and I was called up by the headmaster. Now, representative of the new students, student Ethel Alcott. Yes. And that's where I started feeling uncomfortable. I mean, I knew it, this is bad. Absolutely bad, right? It would be bad if I stood up and replied, yes, when someone called Ethel Alcott, wouldn't it? It would be bad if I, who has the same name as the Emperor of the Thunder God, stood up and replied, yes, in this situation where Merlin is paying attention to me, wouldn't it? And so, while heading towards the podium, I cautiously looked at Merlin in the VIP seat with a sideway glance. She's not just taking quick glances anymore, but she's now gazing at me. Well, that's the current situation, isn't it? I mean, she's looking at me as if she's leaning forward with all her might. She's really into it right now and is gazing at my face like she's devouring me. Ah, this is not good. So I finished my new student representative's speech and returned to my seat. While I was returning to my seat, I could still feel Merlin's fervent gaze. And just like that, Merlin continued to stare at me until the ceremony was over. Well, guess I've caught Merlin's interest, haven't I? Section. After the entrance ceremony ended, I got into trouble. I was having lunch with Anastasia in the cafeteria, and all I can say is right now, I'm definitely in big trouble. All the academic staff and students in the cafeteria are looking straight at us. Well, it's not surprising that this happened, considering that Merlin, who is the headmaster of the Demon Academy, started eating her lunch right next to us. Merlin glanced at me, and each time she did, she clearly sighed, and a light shade of red can also be seen on her cheeks. And then, with determination, she began striking up a conversation with me. Or rather, I should say she's busy trying to work up the courage to do so. She has been trying to talk to me for about 10 times now, but she just stops herself whenever she opens her mouth. Such actions have been repeated over and over again. Well, she's always shy to talk to strangers, hasn't she? Yeah, this is troublesome. Very troublesome indeed. So, what do I do now? While I was pondering over a solution, an upperclassman who sat diagonal to me took one look at Merlin, grinned, and then said, really now, this is deplorable for a middle-aged woman to be a shotakin. Merlin froze for a moment at those words. She then cocked her head slightly to one side. A middle-aged shotakin, did you mean me? Yeah, if I were to talk about an older shotakin here, it would be you, Oba-san. Note, Oba-san equals old lady. Those words froze Merlin again for a moment. I felt your disgusting, passionate gaze on the new student representative, you know. A woman over 20 years old ogling a 15-year-old boy. What can that mean, I wonder? Also, it feels like you're looking for the right time to talk to him, almost as if you're trying to seduce him or something, you know. Seducing. You don't have to hide it, okay? That disgusting, passionate gaze of yours, it's nothing more than a filthy sexual desire. By the way, who are you? If he's the main representative of honor students, then he is an elite with a promising future. In short, I, the Count's daughter Victoria, am a suitable partner for him. Hearing that, Merlin chuckled. So you're telling me that you're trying to get this boy as a woman? I mean, the power of the main representative is wonderful, isn't it? It's quite the development going on here. Yes, as expected, the other vixens will be quick to take the lead. Well, it seems like I can't underestimate the allure of a woman, even if she is an Obasan old lady. If someone calls out to him, he might just easily be deceived. Therefore, I, as his future partner, will be the watchdog and keep people like you in check. Just as Victoria finished talking, Merlin thought for a moment, then began to speak in a low, calm voice with a big smile on her face. Shut your mouth, you cur. Now it was Victoria's turn to freeze. Cece cur. If a naive, stupid brat calls herself a dog, we have no other opinion of her than that she's a cur. Why you to call someone a cur? Who do you think you are? Identify yourself. I'm not just somebody, but I'm Merlin, the headmaster of another magic academy. At that moment, the Count's daughter immediately knelt down and said in a loud voice, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were the hero of the demon race, Merlin-sama. Whoa, she changed her attitude so quickly. This girl, what a simple personality she has. I guess, being the headmaster of the demon race, Merlin is really a target of respect and awe, isn't she? Also, Merlin seems to have a harsher personality than she used to. Well, I think it's because of all the things that have happened since then, but I don't recall raising a child who would call someone a cur. Merlin then cleared her throat and said to me, You. What is it? Ethel-kun, right. Yes, I guess. Hey, Kun. With a smile, Merlin asked, do you know the word reincarnation? She's always quick on the uptake, but she suddenly got straight to the point. Reincarnation, I wonder what you're talking about. You resemble him, my special someone. Resemble, you say? I don't quite understand, but, well, it's not uncommon for someone else to bear resemblance to another person. You're right, I guess you just look like him. Merlin nodded slowly, as if she was convinced. Do you really think that could convince me? Why did you run away from me in the first place? When she pointed that out, well, she's absolutely right. I sighed as I took the tea on the table in my hand. Kun, I had a look at your exam results. Dang, you really blew it. The scores looked as if the legendary 4 emperors had taken the entrance exam for fun. This is bad. I can't believe I'm going to pay for not restraining myself in the exam right here and now. And you know what, Kun? Looking at your answers to the academic entrance exam, I think you should learn how to adapt to the times better. What do you mean? Most of the academic staff couldn't understand a good portion of your answer sheet, which isn't that surprising since the answers are based on magic theories from 400 years ago, so there's no way today's mages can understand it. Ew. I didn't know that was going to happen. I hadn't even paid attention to it because they were all easy questions. But if I answer them with the magic theories that I know, it's inevitable that there will be a 400-year time gap. So, what is Headmaster Merlin trying to say? Even if reincarnation is just a shot in the dark, you have a special connection to the legendary 4 emperors, Sama. I'm adamant about that. And the fact that you ran away from me, there was something in relation to what I said earlier that you didn't want to face, wasn't there? She is right about the reincarnation. That's what I want to say, but if I can do that, then I won't be having a hard time right now. Now, Kun, who are you? I'm still a direct apprentice of the Emperor of the Thunder God, you know. If it's something to do with my master, I'll be as persistent as a snake, okay? I'm not leaving until you give me a satisfactory answer. Well, what should I do now? I wonder if there's a good excuse that I can use to possibly talk my way out of this situation. Ah, yes. Let's just go with this. The legendary 4 emperors, if you're personally involved with him, then you know that he died in a mansion deep in the mountains, right? Yes, of course. I laid flowers upon my master's coffin with my own hands after all. And he was a hero, and was awarded the title of Duke after the subjugation of the Demon King. Furthermore, his lineage still continues to this day. You know this too, right? Of course. Actually, the 4 emperors had a mistress, you see. Are you aware of this? Mistress, you say. That's news to me. Well, that's because there was no such thing, so of course she never heard of it. He had no magic aptitude and died of a broken heart from the despair he got. You know this. Merlin quickly covered my mouth with a changed look on her face. That's a matter that is not generally known, no. I should say it's a matter that is kept under wraps. It is top secret information as it concerns the authority of the 4 emperors themselves. Although my master's ability was certain, it was still too bad in the eyes of society. I have my personal thoughts on the matter, but that's how it goes. I see. But to know such a thing, Kun really does have a strong connection with my master, don't you? You're the only one with the strongest connection here. He had a child with his mistress. And that child had an outstanding aptitude for magic, so he had been teaching the child all he knew about magic, unbeknownst to others. The words filled Merlin's face with astonishment. What did you say? His dream was to reach the summit of magic. He entrusted his own child and their children with his name and dream. The child settled deep in the mountains in the middle of nowhere, and his family polished their magic like a hermit, cut off from the rest of the world. No, they continued to refine it. Kun, by any chance you're the 13th generation, Alcott. That's me. People don't seem to know of our existence in general, but that's the situation. And our existence is a bit of a shock to our ancestors' direct apprentice, isn't it? I see, so that's what it was. Well, certainly, if you're talking about my master having an illegitimate child and not informing us about it, then we have no reason to think well of it. Oh, for the record, I don't mean to offend your family, nor do I mean to offend my master. I'm just sad that I didn't know about it. At least that's how I feel right now. Oh, it was quite an absurd explanation, but it seems to have convinced her. Well, she's always been honest and gullible. I laughed when she seriously believed my false and foolish stories that anyone could understand for what they truly are. As I recall, she believed that a stork would bring a child to her when she was already over 10 years old. Also, I'm pretty sure she believed that kissing could make a child. It's like the really stupid and gullible kids were the cuter ones. By the way, Ethel Kun. Yes, I'm also taught magic by Ethel Sama. So, in a way, you could call me your sister in apprenticeship. Well, I suppose you're right. And I, too, am one who aspires for the summit of magic in Ethel Sama's lineage of magic. It's not just your family that will follow the path Ethel Sama has shown us and become the strongest. And they're not the only ones that have continued to refine their magic too, you know. And that's where Merlin gave me a defiant look. The entrance ceremony has ended. In the afternoon, there's supposed to be a magic battle demonstration between the new student representative and the academic staff representative, right? Yes, that's what I've been told. It's a mock battle to let people know that even the strongest new student is still no match for their academic staff. Incidentally, in my case, I've been ordered to, if your exam results are true, you will probably win against the academic staff, so I want you to lose on purpose. Hey, Ethel Kun. Would you like to compare our magic in the magic battle demonstration? Now, this is troubling. The reason is, I definitely stand out. If Merlin and I clash with each other, it's unlikely that the school building where the demonstration is supposed to be held would be safe. Well, there's a very simple solution to the problem, and that's to just say no. But it's because I can't say no that I'm in a real bind now. Anyway, I do want to see how much did my apprentice improve. Section. Let's start with a quick test. Merlin's on level 6. Flame Array's Zenith Flare Burst. Merlin smiled bitterly. Well, that would happen if a child right after entering a magic academy could handle level 6 magic as a quick test. Even I'd be surprised by this. I see, so that's your so-called quick test, huh? Phew, haha, you're good. Level 7, Absolute Durability Perfect Wall. Absolute Durability, Perfect Wall defended from the blaze of Flame Array's Zenith Flare Burst. After blocking my magic, Merlin grinned. Level 6 magic, this level of proficiency at your age, huh? I can't help but shudder and be amazed, too. Fufu, that person, Ethel Sama, has been doing all sorts of mean things to surprise me since his death, hasn't he? Mean? What kind of mean things did the ancestor do to you? Right then and there, Merlin's face turned red and shook her head from side to side. A lot of things. That person really gave me a mean education. I've been embarrassed more than once or twice later because of that education. I mean, I've spouted a lot of ridiculous and stupid things, other than the kissing could make a child spiel. Well, as for Merlin, I may have teased her a little too much. I had a lot of fun spouting those lies because she firmly believed them, and when she had a ponytail hairstyle, I would often playfully pull her hair. Yeah, to put it mildly, I love you, Merlin. Dear me, I'm really starting to miss a lot of things. Merlin shook her head again from side to side to calm her body down from trembling. But I can't lose to you, at least not at your current age. No, I absolutely can't lose to you. I also have some pride in myself, Ethel Kun. You may be the 13th generation of the family, but I am the first favorite apprentice of Ethel Sama. I'm proud to say that I'm the original, who has received Ethel Sama's magic in person. Merlin was tiny and cute at the time. Now she's a sexy, dynamite sister, since I'm kind of like a foster father of hers, so I'm really emotional about a lot of things. And as I was thinking that, Merlin's expression changed to a rakshasa. You're dealing with me now, why are you grinning at me? It's exactly as she said. I can't deny that I was a bit too carefree, remembering the past. On another note, I've never seen Merlin with this expression before. I need to brace myself a bit, or she might pull the rug out from under me. Then allow me to return the favor. I've judged that it's unnecessary to go easy on you. Don't let me down by getting hurt. Level 6, Flame Array's Zenith Flare Burst. I see, she has returned my Flame Array's Zenith Flare Burst with another Flame Array's Zenith Flare Burst of her own. It seems that she has always had an unquenchable desire to compete, or rather, hate to lose, just as in the past. In that case, I'll also return with an Absolute Durability Perfect Wall. Once again, Absolute Durability Perfect Wall, defended from the blaze of Flame Array's Zenith Flare Burst. Normally, it would take time to transmute mana into high-ranking magic again. Therefore, with that in mind, battles are built on the assumption that there will be a pause until the next magic. But I know, no, we both know, that we could barrage each other with magic without a moment's pause. For we are kin who have inherited the same craft. That's right, if one mastered the craft of the Ethel school, which I developed, you can perform high-level magic without chanting and consecutive magic attacks. Originally, I was even worse at handling super high-level magic compared to the other 3 emperors. No, to be precise, when I was using level 10 magic, the cast time was too long compared to the 3 of them due to my magic aptitude. To make up for the disadvantage, I established a strategy of consecutive attacks using level 7 to 8 magic. And of course, Merlin inherited the trump card that I established. With this, it seems like you won't be injured even if I go up a level, right? Level 7, Absolute Freeze Cocytus. I knew you could do it in no time, but you're constructing your magic formula just way too fast, you know. You'll get hurt if you talk too much. Huh. Me getting hurt? Just who do you think you're talking to, you greenhorn? Level 7, Absolute Durability Perfect Wall. The magic formula is insufficient. Even though they are the same level, that won't stop my Absolute Freeze Cocytus. Goo such proficiency in the magic formula, EI. Level 7, Absolute Durability, Perfect Wall, Parallel Activation. My Absolute Freeze, Cocytus completely fended off by the 2 large magic walls. And there, due to the adverse effects of magic intoxication from having 2 high-ranking magic activated at the same time with parallel activation, Merlin seems to have suffered a mild concussion. Yeah, it's exactly as I thought. She's losing consciousness. I can tell by her complexion that she is pale. Merlin staggers and her eyes, which are watching my movements, become hazy for a moment. When using parallel activation, you could lose your consciousness to the magic formula construction. Didn't the ancestor teach you never take your eyes off your opponent? Level 6. Degraded Thunder God, Lesser Ethel. Evasion is impossible. EI, Level 8, Spatial Transfer Teleport. Merlin appears behind me, and I also activate Level 8. Spatial Transfer Teleport. I did that because I was sure that I would be attacked from behind with a series of consecutive attacks. Level 6, Flame Array's Zenith, Flare Burst. As expected, the space where I was located just a few moments ago had been burnt by level 6 fire magic. Speaking of me, I appeared 5 meters beside her, and Merlin immediately turned towards me. What's the matter, Merlin-san? Why are you smiling? I'm smiling. Merlin placed her hand over her mouth and made a surprised expression. You're right, I'm smiling. Merlin shrugged as if she had given up on something, and then gave a little nod. Ethel-kun, I apologize for my rudeness. Rudeness? I look down on you since you're just a child. But without a doubt, you're quicker to construct magic formulas and also have more proficiency in magic than me. I was only able to counter you with parallel activation during the level 7 magic clash. Merlin again nodded at my silence. Would you care to join me for a little old tale? An old tale, huh? My master was trying to be the strongest. Yes, I know. After all, I'm still aiming for it. And I, too, was chasing what my master aimed for, these 2 words, the strongest. Every single day for the last 400 years, every single day of my life, foolishly. No, to be precise, that's what I thought earlier till just now. Thought as in the past. Earlier, I smiled in the middle of a battle in which I was at a disadvantage. Why do you think I smiled? I don't know. I felt a sense of vexation that the skills of my master that I had been honing for 400 years were being beaten by you who was handling the same skills. Well, I suppose it's natural that you would have such a feeling. And I had a feeling of nostalgia and delight in seeing you handle your skills, exactly like my master. With an indescribable expression on her face, Merlin shrugged again, as if she was in over her head. Then, as my emotions and feelings conflicted, I smiled. As I look at you, who is exactly like my master, rather than regret, I remembered the old days and I smiled. It reminded me of those evenings when I played the game of magic with my master. Long, long ago I was happy, and now it just feels nostalgic. Merlin looks like she's about to start crying any moment now. I wasn't trying to be the strongest. I just cherished and treasured the toy called magic that my master had left behind for me, the toy I used to play with him, the toy he gave me as a gift. I understood that as I saw you. It felt really strange to me, too. Why do I have these strange feelings about you? Even though you're no doubt the descendant of my master, but you're not my master, you're not Ethel-sama. Yeah, thank you. Merlin loved me that much. How should I put it? Yeah, I'm really glad to see her again. Aren't I getting a bit teary here? With that said, I still have my pride after all. Now, Ethel-kun, can you take it? The next secret technique I will unleash is my trump card. If you can overcome this, I'll admit defeat. Merlin was cladded in the Ethel School's forte, Lightning Chi. Level 8, Thunder God's Strike, Thor's Hammer, huh? Do you think that would work on me, with the exchanges we've had so far? Yeah, it probably won't, right? That's why I said it's a secret technique. Now, what should I do? After all, Merlin is my favorite apprentice. 400 years have passed since then, and she developed a so-called secret technique. With the utmost caution, I build up my magic power so that I can construct the magic formula as fast as possible. I see. So you haven't given up on the game. It looks like you're ready to return the favor on your side. Then let's do this, Ethel-kun. Yes, no problem. Merlin shot out lightning from her raised right palm. Level 8. Thunder God's Strike, Thor's Hammer. After confirming that I was about to cast a level 7 defense magic, Merlin raised her left palm. Parallel Activation. Level 8, Thunder God's Strike, Thor's Hammer. Parallel activation, huh? I'll also have to construct my magic formula as soon as possible, otherwise. And that's where I felt a cold sweat run down my spine for the first time today. 3 parallel activations in a row. Merlin raises her right leg high above her head, as if a hammer was ready to be swung down. Parallel activation. Level 8, Thunder God's Strike, Thor's Hammer. This isn't good. I'll also have to use parallel activation on my defense magic, otherwise, and that's where I know I couldn't help but burst out laughing in spite of myself. Next is her left leg. Again, Merlin raised her left leg high above her head as if a hammer was ready to be swung down. 4 parallel activations. Parallel activation, level 8. Thunder God's Strike, Thor's Hammer. As expected, that seems to be the end of it. The recklessness of using 4 parallel activations, Merlin, who should have been suffering from severe nausea due to the effects of overworking her brain, fell to her knees on the spot with a pale complexion on her face. I mean, even back in my era, there was no such thing as 4 parallel activations of level 8 magic. I see. That's one amazing feat, as expected of my favorite apprentice, Merlin. It would be too much for a little Ethel boy to handle. In that case, I'll give it my all. This secret technique of hers is exclusively Merlin's own original magic. In that case, I'll return the favor by revealing my original magic as the Emperor of the Thunder God. Otherwise, it would be too rude to this child's 400 years of effort. Well, it's not bad to see my apprentice grow up, isn't it? Not bad at all. I raise my hand above my head, and Level 10. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. Thunder reverberated with a thunderous roar. Ha 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 ha, I see. So this is an illegitimate child with the power of the original bloodline. Merlin could only laugh weakly at the sight before her. It's like all she can do is laugh in dismay. Well, as it should be. After all, the 4 lightning chi that Merlin cast were instantly swallowed by the extreme lightning chi from my level 10 magic. And so, in the next moment, I cancelled my magic formula construction before the level 10 magic could cause any damage to the surroundings. This isn't just an ordinary level 10 magic after all. It is a level 10 magic, where the precision of manipulating magic power was handled at its peak. In other words, after absorbing the level 8 lightning chis, I cancelled the magic formula construction at that very moment and safely dispersed the electricity into the air. Whether or not Merlin can manipulate magic in the same realm as me, the answer to that is yes. However, as long as the magic is of level 5 or so difficulty. And that's when I noticed Merlin's expression had changed. It's the same gentle smile that she once directed at me when she was a child, a little spoiled Merlin, as she was back in those innocent days. Well, you noticed, haven't you? In the first place, it was Merlin who mentioned reincarnation. Moreover, the current level 10 magic can only be used by those who have constructed the magic formula from the very first conception of the theory, such as at the level of a classroom lecture. That is, my own original magic, level 10, Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. If it wasn't someone who knew everything about it, my performance earlier would not be possible. In other words, there is no one else in this era who can handle Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel magic other than me. I didn't actually intend to reveal myself here, but I smile and walk towards Merlin. I'm sorry for being so mean and lied to you, Merlin. Those words that you asked me, if I knew about reincarnation. It can't be Ethel Kun, you're. Yeah, it's me. Looking at the Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel magic just now, you should know that it can only be handled by none other than the original. Me, right. AA, are you really? The reincarnation of Ethel Sama. You know best, Merlin, that there is no other explanation for it, don't you? Also, looks like you haven't been slacking off. That was splendid, all right. You surprised me. I'm just a superficial imitation of Ethel Sama, who even after 400 years, has yet to reach your back. That's not true, you're the real deal. Even I don't know if I could cast 4 parallel activations of level 8 magic at the same time. You've done well, Merlin. I'm very proud of you, my apprentice. I turned to Merlin, who was on her knees, grabbed her head in an eagle grip, and stroked her head intimately, as I used to do in the past. With those words, my 400 years have been rewarded. Don't cry, what are you, a child? Before I knew it, tears started to well up in Merlin's eyes, and she almost collapsed to the ground from her kneeling position on the spot. I'm sorry, but it seems that in front of Ethel Sama, I'll always be a child. And so I supported Merlin, who had broken down crying, and gently hugged her. Section. I was at a loss for words, my mind wandered for a while, but it was not long before my consciousness returned to me. I mean, just what am I supposed to do in this situation? Merlin is shedding tears. Anastasia has a twinkle in her eyes and an ecstatic look that just screams, as expected of master. And to make things worse, the whole place is full of onlookers. They stood there frozen with their mouths agape like their jaws were about to come off. Hundreds of people are gathered here, but the whole place is in complete silence. No, I was the one who cast a level 10 magic without giving it a second thought, and just like that, I exited the stage. Though this situation right now, seriously, what should I do? Well, it can't be helped, so I asked Merlin. Merlin. Yes, what is it, Ethel Sama? It's a bit of a long story. But it's just that I've got a lot of research to do at the Magic Academy. Well, I suppose it's something complicated, isn't it? And now, there's no way I'll ever be able to have a normal academy life. Well, that's to be expected, isn't it? Yeah, well, as I thought, Merlin thinks so too. That's why I feel so troubled. If Ethel Sama is troubled, that means I'm troubled too. Because a master's distress is also an apprentice's distress. Thus, both of us began to brainstorm for ideas. For now, I have a plan. A plan? Ethel Sama, you've been taking the exam without revealing your background, right? Well, I didn't want to bother my family. So other than my name, most of the information I revealed is fake. Hearing that, Merlin broke into a smile. In that case, let's get out of here now. To Merlin, who was still smiling, I exclaimed, what do you mean by that? With a perplexed look on my face. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 3. I thought I had transferred to another academy, but suddenly I had to fight against the 4 gods. Azure Dragon. So basically, by invoking the personal right of the headmaster's authority, in this case, Merlin being the headmaster, it was an immediate decision for both me and Anastasia to enroll in Merlin's academy. Incidentally, both Anastasia and I are disguised on paper as direct disciples of Merlin's adopted child. Furthermore, I'm going to live in Merlin's house. Ha. What a large mansion this is. There is no doubt that the mansion is as Anastasia said. Or rather, the house Merlin currently lives in was originally my house, though. I gave Merlin the house, leaving her in charge of the grimoires and treasures. This in turn lets her use the property and house as she sees fit. This explanation doesn't feel quite right. I also loved Merlin in some way after all, so it would be appropriate to say that I wanted to leave something for her. I would feel embarrassed to just hand it over like that, so I made it out to be like a business deal. With that said, it seems like it is going to take some time to go through the formalities before transferring to another academy, so in the meantime, I'm going to spend my time at Merlin's, or rather, my private residence. Ethel Sama, what would you like to wear next? Yes. This is my 10th change of clothing. I've had a number of clothes merchants come to me, And I've been made to play dress-up doll for a while now to help me choose my personal clothes and formal attire. Well, it's like where you get one luxurious and well-tailored clothes after another, just as royalty would wear. Merlin. What is it, Efthel-sama? It doesn't matter what I wear, or rather, as long as I don't look weird in the eyes of other people, then that should be just fine, right? No, I won't allow that, said Merlin as the look on her face immediately changed. I'll lose face if I make Efthel-sama look shabby. We must choose carefully here. Ah, these clothes are cute. Cute. And so I was made to wear unisex clothes, which could be worn by both boys and girls alike. As I thought, it's cute. You know, these clothes are cute too. There's something about Merlin's eyes that are sparkling. I mean, those are some lively eyes there. Come to think of it, she's always liked dress-up dolls and other cute things, didn't she? I remember being worried about her because of her unusual obsession with doll clothes when she was a child. Like right now, the clothes that Merlin has with her. That's something I'm definitely not supposed to wear, right? Hey, Merlin, those clothes are totally for girls. Efthel-sama is such a beautiful boy, so you should care more about what you wear. I'm not interested in cross-dressing, so I won't wear it, you hear me? I won't wear it, okay? Wait, and stop, And so, I had spent a nightmarish hour as Merlin's dress-up doll. Section. The next morning, you better return to where you came from before you get hurt. As we descended the long spiral staircase, we finally arrived at the underground treasure vault, but we were immediately given that warning. Right now, in front of us stands a high-ranking familiar called the Lamp Genie. It looks like the one you might see in the Arabian Nights stories or Aladdin. There are quite a few mythologies and legendary creatures from Earth in this world that are very real. I'm not sure why, but maybe it's because there are places in this world that are connected to Earth. Sightings and stories might have just naturally become part of Earth's mythology and folklore. Well, I'm not interested, but that's beside the point. Merlin has been away on official business since last night, and the plan is for her to be back by noon today. After eating breakfast, I invited Anastasia to come to the treasure vault, saying, now that I have learned how to use a sword, there's a sword that I'd like to have, so here we are. Perhaps this is Merlin's familiar, an outstanding treasure vault guardian. It probably can do everything from fighting off thieves to the maintenance of the treasures. So, are you two fucking thieving brats? That's not a nice way of putting it, so you want the Rakiri. Fucking brats. I was dumbfounded by its vulgar speech. It's the legendary sword brought back from the Demon King's castle by the legendary 4 emperors, Efthel-sama, you know. Its rarity value is SSS rank, and you will rarely find one of the same value in the treasure vault of any nation. Well, that's true. You both are students in Merlin-sama's voluntary magic class for the local children, aren't you? Besides being the headmaster of a magic academy, Merlin also personally does volunteer work like that, There are a fair amount of children who don't have the opportunity to learn magic after all, so she does some personal charity work for those children. Yesterday, she made me dress up as a dress-up doll, and here I thought I had raised her wrong, but it seems that she's grown up to be a proper good and honest child, so I'm very glad. The Lamp Genie then looked at Anastasia and tilted its head slightly. This is strange. Merlin-sama's magic class is supposed to be nothing but beautiful boys from 10 to 16 years old. I can understand the black-haired brat, but why a pink-headed little bitch? I take back my previous statement. Merlin. What the hell are you doing collecting shotas? The black-haired brat is strange too. You haven't been made to change your clothes. In fact, you still have ordinary clothes. It used to be dress-up dolls, and now it's dressing up beautiful boys, I don't want to meddle in other people's hobbies, but I'm a bit taken back. Anyway, I'd like you to open up the treasure vault. Like I said, that won't do. As a brat in Merlin-sama's magic class, I'll overlook the fact that you are stealing from her. I'll pretend that it was just youthful enthusiasm that you wanted to examine the treasure, and that it was a joke, so you can go away now. No, like I said, in the first place, this treasure vault belongs to Merlin-sama, but at the same time, it also doesn't belong to her. It's just that Merlin-sama was entrusted with curating the treasure vault by the legendary 4 emperors, Efthel-sama. That's why I have the right. Shut up, you little shit. Not even Merlin-sama can take out the many artifacts in this treasure vault at a moment's notice, you know. Og, this is getting nowhere. It didn't listen to me in the first place, and it'll never understand me when I talk to it. By the way, you little shit. Where's Merlin-sama now? Guess she will be back from official business by noon. Hearing that, the lamp genie smirked. I see, Merlin isn't here now. No matter how sharp her ears are, she can't hear us from outside the mansion, can she? All right, hey little shit, I've had enough. Shall I make things clear? Clear? The old hag seems to have a soft spot for her favorite beautiful boys, but it's not before long that she's going to slowly drive you to death. You know, you little shit. Hey, that old hag has been such a slave driver, ever since she used me as a familiar. And you know what? The story is that her master, Ethel, was incompetent with no aptitude for magic, and that's why Merlin is shady in the first place. I bet her master used some dirty tricks to get the position of the 4 emperors. Not by using his own ability, but by applying pressure from the political world of power struggles. That old hag Merlin still seems to be obsessed with the old geezer Ethel, and looks like a young Merlin back then was much more loved at night by the old geezer Ethel. He must have been a good-for-nothing lollican. Well, that old hag must have been corrupted by all the nighttime abuse she received as a child. So basically, what I'm saying is get the hell out of here now. Where is the Raikiri? The lamp genie pointed to the back of the treasure vault with a repulsive smile. Over there, you know. Hearing that, I walked towards the radiant azure silver sword lodged into the pedestal. This sword is the one I brought back from the Demon King's castle a long time ago. No, to be exact, it was the sword used by Demon King's Army No. 2, the commander-in-chief. I remember being anxious when he cut my level 10, Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel, in half. No matter what you say, I'll take it with me, okay? Phew, haha, I've been quiet about this until now, but all the treasures here are protected with magic. They are enchanted with enshrinement magic that no ordinary thieves and mages can even touch, you know. I slowly reached out to the sword on the pedestal. Useless, useless, useless. You'd have to be on old hag Merlin's level to do anything about it. Level 8, complete spell release, perfect dispel. I then effortlessly pulled the sword from its pedestal. That's impossible, said the lamp genie with his eyes wide in shock. And just like that, the genie dropped to the floor, repeatedly having its mouth opening and closing like washed-up fish gasping for air. Right then and there, the door of the treasure vault opened with a creak. Just as I thought, it was Merlin, who now has a number of bulging veins on her temples, and it looks like she had decided to stand with her arms crossed. Merlin-sama. I can hear you from the spiral staircase outside, you know. Hey, say it again, who's the old hag? Zari. Merlin. I think you'd better discipline your familiar properly, don't you? Merlin got down on one knee and bowed to me. My apologies, Ethel-sama. It appears that I have made you feel upset. Ethel. The lamp genie alternately stared at my face, and the Raikiri that I had drawn out more seriously now. Ethel, it can't be. Ah, exclaimed the lamp genie as it opens its mouth wide. I'm sorry, ye. It immediately got into a doja, but there was an insane amount of veins bulging on Merlin's temple, so. Namu amida butsu. I recited the Nyanfo with one hand. That night. Ethel-sama, there's something I want you to hear. Merlin has come to visit me in my bedroom. By the way, my room is the one I used in my previous life. The large collection of books laid out on the bookshelves on all sides of the room were left as they were. There's a lot of knowledge that I have forgotten, so I'm really thankful for it. I can see that each book has been meticulously and regularly preserved with preservation magic. The technique used here is also quite advanced. Perhaps it was Merlin who took the time to perform maintenance on the tremendous number of books, one by one, with her own hands. Yes, I have a good apprentice. She really took good care of them because they were my legacy. She honestly listened to the words I told her at the time. In exchange for giving you the mansion, I entrusted you with its management. Unbeknownst to me, I was moved to tears from reminiscing the past. Ethel-sama, what's wrong? It's nothing. So I invited Merlin and a maid in and sat on the reception sofa. The maid set down the tea utensils and left the room with a bow. So, what is it, Merlin? It's about Anastasia. What's wrong with Anastasia? I took a bath with her in the large public bath today. Ah, I see. Then, well, I suppose that would make her want to come to my room and have a talk with me. Before we dive into that, I want to know why you are taking a bath with Anastasia. About that, it's an inspection. Inspection. It's an inspection to determine if her body is fit for night service to Ethel-sama. I'm a little unsure of what you're talking about. A top-notch man must have a top-notch woman in his arms. Of course, it is necessary that I, Ethel-sama's #1 apprentice, to be checked. Naturally, I wouldn't mind, but Ethel-sama doesn't seem to be interested at the moment. Hey Merlin, do you mind coming over here? When I beckoned to her, Merlin obediently came up to me. Then she kneeled down on the floor on one knee and bowed. How may I help you? I'm about to get really angry, you know. With a yelp, Merlin got teary-eyed as I knocked her on the head with my fist. No, but as long as that girl is in Ethel-sama's arms every night, I need to check her for things like STDs, her 3 sizes, and so on. I knocked her on the head with my fist again. Merlin got teary-eyed again as she let out a yelp. Because Anastasia and I don't have that kind of relationship. Then why did you pick her up? Well, it just sorts of happened. Is this a usual habit of Ethel-sama's? I heard that I was picked up at the Demon King's castle, too. That's right. By the way, about Anastasia, after seeing that special slave crest, do you really intend to take her under your care? That's what I'm going to do, though. Hearing that, Merlin gave me a bone-chilling gaze. That's equivalent to holding a bomb in hand. The countdown for the time bomb has already begun. You understand that, don't you? I shrugged and told Merlin, stop whining, it's my decision. Merlin looked relieved after hearing those words. My deepest apologies. It wasn't Ethel-kun's decision, but Ethel-sama's, wasn't it? Yeah, once you pick something up, it can't be helped. You got to take care of it, right? Section. Now, we were enrolled at Altina Magic Academy, where Merlin is the headmaster at. The Altina Magic Academy used to be a magic academy for humans, but due to the influences of the Great War that broke out in an unstable world after subjugating the Demon King, it is now a magic academy for the demon race. Incidentally, it's within commuting distance from the mansion. And in the past, it was a venerable magic academy where the strongest man on Earth had enrolled despite being only a villager. Well, I heard that he was actually only registered and hardly went there. Apart from the history of the Magic Academy, Anastasia and I, who are the transfer students, tried to go through the gate of the Magic Academy, but... Hey you! I haven't seen you around before, have I? The uniform is ours, but... A guard stationed at the gate asked me. His ears are long, and he looks like someone from the demon race. Well, this is a country of demons after all, so that's a given. Oh, we are transfer students. Transfer students? Come to think of it, I did receive a report like that. Please wait here for a moment. The guard then went back to his security post and fetched some documents. Ethel Alcott. Looks like he's using photographic memory magic to make an image of my face to the document. The guard looked at the document then at me and gave a small nod. And Anastasia, family name is unknown. Unknown? Come to think of it, I've never heard of her full name, I wonder why. Well, I guess it's because of that. Just then, the guard asked Anastasia, can I have a look at your shoulder? Anastasia grimaced for a moment, but dexterously shifted her uniform to reveal the nape of her neck and shoulder. This crest. Is there a problem? Well, it's natural that the crest caught his attention. It's a bit special even among the standard slave crests after all. No, it's not for me to interfere as long as she's allowed to enroll at the academy. By the way, Ethel-kun. Yes, what is it? Being armed with a sword is allowed, but there's a licensing system. Therefore, I'd like to register your sword. It's not a sword, but a katana, though. As I held out my right hand, I handed the katana with the scabbard to the guard. The guard pulled the katana out of its scabbard, and his expression changed as he examined it. Ethel-kun. Yes, what is it? The sword, could it be? I grinned and replied. Yes, this is the Raikiri. It is said that it was once owned by the Demon King's commander-in-chief, a rarity of SSS rank. After saying that, the guard started frothing at the mouth and collapsed on the spot. It was as if he suffered anemia. Well, maybe it was a little too stimulating for ordinary people. And so, we headed to our classroom. Despite being transfer students, we didn't go to the staff room nor the office, but we headed straight to the classroom as if it was normal. Though, I'm only doing this because Merlin told me to. Wait, why did a human come here as a transfer student? A blonde girl sitting in front of me said in a low voice. By the way, Anastasia is sitting next to me. The other person seems to be a demon, but like I was saying, why is there a human here? I don't get it. Then, the one who responded to the question was a silver-haired guy from the demon race who sat diagonally to the right from where I was sitting. He has fairly long hair and a slender build. One could probably say that he's a good-looking guy, too. Hey, Maria, you're an elf too, aren't you? Wait, this blonde girl is an elf. Well, it's true that her skin color is absurdly white, and her ears are even longer compared to those of the demon race. But humans aren't good at magic, right? They are in heat all year round, and their numbers are high, so the balance of power is just barely maintained. At the very least, humans are mismatched for our magic academy. It is said that demons and humans learned magic side by side in the past, so I guess it's not unprecedented. But really, just why? Oh, come to think of it, there was a rumor that in the era of the Four Emperors, humans could use magic reasonably well. Well, that's not important anymore. Anyway, now that we're talking about humans, it's pretty much a given that they are not good at magic. So, why is there a human here? Perhaps he's a human authority figure or something. I guess he must have talked to the executives of the academy and forced his way into this elite academy. It's a bit embarrassing because it's not necessarily wrong. Well, I guess that it's probably something like that. So, do you think that humans, the trash that is lesser than demons, can keep up with this elite academy's education? Hey Abe, that's a bit much, and he can hear you, you know. Abe suddenly hits his desk with a bang. Huh, I don't care even if he can hear me. Or rather, I'm saying it out loud so that he can hear. Does he have any idea what sort of ridiculous acceptance rate we had to overcome in the exam just to get in here? Hey, stop it. Studying with a stinking human sitting near to me. There's no way I can accept it. This is an academy for the elite of the elite where only superior species like demons and elves are allowed to go, you know. I see, he seems to have a lovely personality. Abe smirked at me when I didn't say anything back. If you're a coward and don't say anything back even after all this, then you're going to be my gopher from now on. Well, even the bastards who talk back are called out to the back of the academy building and then get beaten up to make them my gopher. As I glared at him, Abe whistled a hue. Oh, are you going to retort with something? You, a mere human. And that's when the blonde pink ombre-haired girl named Maria struck her fist on Abe. That's enough. Well, you said it yourself, didn't you? I'm just speaking for everyone. Maria then started to subdue Abe with her palm. I know what you mean. Maria turned her gaze to me and said, It's Abe's fault that it turned out to be extreme or rather vulgar, but you know. Then, as if to spit the words out, Maria continued. It's true that humans aren't well thought of after all. I don't discriminate on the basis of race, but I do discriminate based on a merit system. My pride won't allow me to be in the same class as a failure. You aren't going to be able to cast magic very well anyway. So, with that in mind, I'd recommend you to stay out of our sight as much as possible. When I looked around, there were definitely cold gazes flying towards me. So I sighed oh so deeply. This is the beginning of another difficult road for life at a magic academy. And so, the morning homeroom began. Now, before introducing the transfer students, I would like to inform everyone here of a change of the homeroom teacher. A slender, tall figure with silver hair that reaches down to her waist. She looks to be in her early 20s and looking good in a tight suit, but come on, isn't this bad? Be honored. I, Merlin Alcott, your headmaster, will personally teach everyone here. I mean, Merlin hasn't changed her family name since I adopted her. And naturally, the classroom went deadly silent, and after a while my classmates started buzzing with conversations. Hey, what's going on? The hero of the demon race is. To begin with, she's kind of a hero, a living legend. She's just a headmaster in name only, isn't she? But aren't we lucky if we think about it? I can't believe Merlin-sama is teaching us. That's where Abe, the good-looking silver-haired guy from earlier, raised his hand. May I ask you a question, Headmaster Merlin? Oh, what is it, It's Abe Ports. Ah, right, I still can't remember the names of the students I'm not interested in. Those words caused Abe to mix anger into his expression for a moment, but he continued on as if he had regained his composure. In the eyes of a living legend, that's what I am now, huh? Why would the headmaster be our homeroom teacher? Merlin looked at me and winked, then said, It's because a special student has enrolled in the academy. Ooh, Merlin, I don't think that's a good idea, you know. Special, you say? It's probably going to be a lot of work getting an outside element that's far too different in level into the mix. So that's why I'm here to coordinate. Abe seems to have misunderstood something as he laughed at those words. I see. This guy seems to be the son of a very influential person. So much so that Merlin-sama has to go to the trouble of doing so. Being overprotective here, aren't you? Ahem. Does it look like that to you? Yes, I can't see it any other way. To me, he's just an ordinary human, an inferior one. Look, is it really so odd that a human enrolled in a demon's magic academy, student Abe, since we are the chosen elites of the chosen race? Well, it's true that humans are, on average, inferior to us in terms of their individual magic ability in this age. I don't deny that part. Magic is the pursuit for truth, and you can't see the truth if you twist the facts after all. Yes, exactly. But it's a third-rate mage to see matters only through entrenched stereotypes. Listen, magic is the art of manipulating unorthodox miracles. You must know that the foundation of a mage is the ability to see things as they truly are. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Merlin then winked at me again. You too should make a lot of observations about that boy, the transfer student. It's undoubtedly a great opportunity for you to dispel your own stereotypes about the humans. Then Merlin bowed deeply to me and said, Now then, please be gentle with the fools of our academy. After saying that, Merlin said, That's it for the homeroom, and left the classroom. I thought to myself, Hey Merlin, surely you're not going to let me live a peaceful student life, are you? And just as all eyes in the class were on me, the first period lecturer came into the classroom. Section. The first period was over, and we were in recess. With his face burning red, Abe came to my seat. Why, you, who are you? I honestly thought to myself, well, I saw this coming. Who am I? I can only say that I'm Ethel. As I said this, Abe, being fed up, grabbed me by the collar. When Merlin-sama words it that way, she must be implying something, doesn't she? Well, as I said, that's when Abe laughed and let me go with a HMPH, as if he just realized something. Ah, so that's how it is. What do you mean by that? Merlin-sama. No, I was told that Merlin volunteers to hold magic classes for beautiful boys. Come to think of it, there was such a story too. Well, I don't want to say anything bad about Merlin, because it's her hobby, but still, I was a little taken aback when I found out. Yeah, I guess. You're Merlin's beloved plaything, aren't you? Dear me, a 400 years old Shotekin, that old hag. Ah, so that's how he interpreted it. Well, in that case, then I don't really care what he thinks. I don't think old hag is a good term, you know. You're asking me for an opinion. No, not really. At any rate, he really looks like a real pain in the ass. If possible, I don't want to be involved with him from now on. Oh, I see. You're in love with that old hag after she laid her hands on you, huh? The first time around, a girl's got to be special, if you get what I mean. That old hag seems to have a strong sex drive and is rather obstinate. I'll say no thanks to that, but is that really what you wanted? If possible, or rather, I do not want to have anything to do with him by all means. I mean, why did I get involved with someone so weird so early after just transferring to this academy? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The bell rang and the second period began. We will now begin the class. Today's agenda is deciding the members for the class competition. The Altina Magic Academy is a thorough meritocracy. Although there is no particular classification at the beginning for the first years, we later are divided into different classes after every 4 months. By the way, it's only been a month since the entrance ceremony, so to be more specific, the classification will be held 3 months later. Naturally, the classification depends on your results, so everyone is frantic. In addition to the results of periodic exams, the monthly class competition results among 5 selected members of the class are also an important indicator for the classification. Well, being chosen as one of the 5 selected members in the first place is in itself a huge advantage. First of all, let us start with the magic swordsman slot. Last time it was student Abe, correct? Yes, Merlin-sama. My last result was winning 2 out of 3 fights. Even though you were calling her an old hag earlier, what a worldly person you seem to be. The homeroom teacher, Merlin, then smiled and looked at me. A magic swordsman, huh? She said. Oh, come on, Merlin, I beg you, please don't invoke your authority here. Seriously, don't. However, Merlin looked away from me. just as I started to feel relieved. Are there any other candidates other than Student Abe? I don't mind if you nominate yourself or someone else, okay. Good, looks like I'm no longer in the running for the Magic Swordsman slot. When it comes to competitions, the other me tends to get fired up, so you'll never know what might happen. If I unleash level 7 or level 10 magic in the academy, even I can't talk my way out of it. I only wanted a quiet life in the academy. If I can just use the library after the lessons have ended for the day, that would be fine. Just then, Anastasia, who was sitting next to me, raised her hand. Oh, come to think of it, Anastasia can use her rapier fairly well, too, doesn't she? She has the aptitude to be a magic swordsman, so I think her aiming for the magic swordsman slot is good. What's the matter, no, student Anastasia? I recommend master, no, I mean Ethel-sama. After those words were uttered, you can feel time froze in place in the classroom, and Abe snarl at Anastasia like a wild beast. Huh, what are you talking about when you don't know anything on your first day of transferring to this academy? I heard that the most brilliant individual is to be chosen for the class competition. That is why I should be in the magic swordsman slot. Which is why I'm saying that the most brilliant individual should be chosen. Huh, do you think that this human is better than me? Is that what you're saying? No, but us. She's acting a little strange. Was Anastasia ever this opinionated? That is when Merlin shrugged cheerfully. The academy is traditionally a meritocracy. It would be better to decide this in a mock battle. The two competing for the magic swordsman slot are Student Ethel and Student Abe, right? Are there any other candidates? Merlin's words silenced the classroom, and then Abe glared at me. I'll do it. I'm going to expose his true character after all this piece of trash. Well, now I remained frozen on the spot. How did it come to this? And so we are going to have a mock battle. It's to choose who is going to fill the magic swordsman slot for the class competition. Well, I don't plan to participate though. But I guess it can't be helped since it has come to this. I faced Abe in a circle with a radius of 10 meters drawn on the playing field. Well then, Student Ethel, please take it easy on him, okay? Merlin is acting as the referee, and my classmates keep staring at me from outside the circle as if they are thinking, let's see what Ethel can do. Honestly, I don't give a damn about winning or losing. As long as it doesn't actually cause me real harm, then that's fine by me. I don't really care what other people think of me. But if I win, I'll definitely stand out, so that's not good. However, an easy loss here would make Merlin lose face. Abe has been dissing Merlin's propensity to like beautiful boys, so if I were to lose so easily on top of this treatment of me, it's obvious that it'll be more troublesome than if I were to win. Now, what should I do? While holding a mock sword, I pondered for a while. Then I came up with a good idea. All right, we'll be fighting on an even playing field. Well, maybe I'll have to be on the losing side a little, and then say something like, well, Abe-kun, you're strong. I'm no match for you, and then concede right there. Hee hee. That's the perfect plan if I do say so myself. Abe seems to be a good fighter, so if I put up a good fight, losing a little bit at a 4:6 ratio would probably get my ability recognized fairly well too. Incidentally, I won't make Merlin lose face too, and that's when Abe called out to me. Hey, human. What is it? Do you know how good I'm with a sword? No, I don't know. The truth is, I'm not much of a mage myself. Even so, from a human point of view, it must be on a whole nother level. Oh, is that so? Abe smirked, but I'm one of the top 5 most skilled swordsmen in this academy. I see. I don't know how good he is, but he seems to be fairly confident with his sword skills. With that being said, I'm also confident in my swordsmanship. I had a good instructor, so I'm confident that I'll be able to hold my own against adult masters too. All right, since I'm telling myself that I'm this great, I'll get hurt if I'm too careless. If it's magic, I'll never lose, but if it's swordsmanship, well, for now, let's see how it goes with about 50% of my strength. And not a moment later. Well then, let the mock battle begin. Just as Merlin said that, I rushed at Abe. Then I held my sword over my head. A feint followed by a front kick. Gah! Abe flew backward and then dropped to one knee. I, with all my heart, just rushed in and didn't even put my guard up. Nonetheless, I have made minimal adjustments, so he'll probably be up and running in no time. I won't lose. Abe was wobbling as he tried to stand up. Urgh! And just like that, Abe crumpled to the ground and lying on his back. "Hey." That's when Merlin nodded proudly and loudly declared, "Student Abe is incapacitated. So the winner is Student Ethel." Hey. And as I was looking around, the blonde pink ombre-haired girl who had found fault with me before in the homeroom Maria opened her mouth and said, "It is said that humans are only skilled in close quarters combat," and looks like it was true. So is that what it is? The demon race is only good at magic, so their physique is weak, and 50% of my strength is. That's amazing, as expected of Merlin Samas. I've never seen a move that fast before. That is some outrageous technique there. Yup, I'm standing out. I almost started screaming in frustration right then and there, holding my head in my hands. Arg, how did it come to this? And I just hung my head, feeling dejected. But seriously, what is with that guy? Wasn't that just amazing? While looking at me with a dumbfounded expression, Maria made a face that said, "Ah, so that's how it is. Because an extraordinary swordsman has enrolled into the Magic Academy, so Merlin Sama is giving that guy special treatment." Then a man at this exhibition of a mock battle spoke to Maria. "What do you mean by that?" "Perhaps Merlin Sama is thinking about improving the entire Academy's magic swordsman's curriculum. That's why such an extraordinary swordsman from the human race was transferred to this academy." "I see. So that's how it is." "Yeah. It is said that although the human race is not good at magic at all, their superior swordsman's close quarters combat ability is awe-inspiring. Merlin Sama chose our class as a testing ground and wanted to experiment with improving the magic swordsman's curriculum by becoming the homeroom teacher herself." "That's right. I can't imagine it any other way. They seem to be amazingly presumptuous. At any rate, it's conspicuous, but let's go with Maria's suggestion. It'll give me an image of a muscle head." Section. And so the next evening, I was having dinner with Anastasia at the mansion. The room is large enough to hold a banquet for about 30 people, and there's a very long dining table in the middle. There are also maids waiting in the corner of the room. Master. As I cut into my beef tenderloin steak with my knife and fork, Anastasia, sitting opposite me, watched me from beneath lowered brows and tried to speak up. What's the matter?" Anastasia continued to look at her meal, but then looked up as if she had made up her mind. I've always wondered whether it's okay for me to have dinner with you." "What do you mean?" I'm still a slave. It is customary for slaves to eat their meals on the floor, and we even eat the same dishes. Don't worry about it. Slavery is just that, a status, and I don't pay much mind to it. Also, I still think it's strange that Master and I go to the same academy. It is as if Master has an unusual relationship with Merlin Sama. To begin with, you're still just a child. You need to get a proper education and be able to stand on your own 2 feet someday. I think that's weird. It's like an adult lecturing a child. Anyway, I also feel bad for the generous hospitality I'm getting now. I still haven't told Anastasia that I'm Ethel of the 4 Emperors. She wouldn't understand if I told her, and the situation is different with Merlin, who realized it from experience that, well, it can't be anyone else but me after exchanging magic in the duel. You don't have to feel bad. It is said that I'm a relative of Merlin's, so it's too late for me to turn back too." Hearing that, Anastasia became teary-eyed. "You're kind, Master." "Well, I've always had a habit of picking up odd things. In the decisive battle at the Demon King's castle, I even picked up the Demon King's daughter, Merlin, who was still a baby, after all." "Hey, the food is getting cold, so we'd better eat quickly, okay?" Master. What is it?" But still, as I thought, I don't think I should stay like this without returning the favor after being picked up by Master. As I said, you don't have to worry about it. I am really, really glad that I was picked up by Master. That's why I have to return the favor in any way I can. That's enough, let's not talk about that anymore. And so I took a sip of my glass of red wine. Anastasia then said with a determined look, I am a virgin. I think there's nothing I can't do as a sex slave. I can go to Master's room tonight, is that okay with you?" Hearing that, I spit out the red wine with a BFFFWWW sound. With a cough, I choked on the wine that had entered my trachea. Just because you have a slave crest on you doesn't mean you should treat yourself that lowly, you know. I'm sorry, but Master is really kind. That's the kind of master you are, so I thought that it's fine too. Day. Then Anastasia, who had turned a bright shade of red, lowered her gaze. Master. What is it? I've been thinking for a while now, but Master is very powerful, right? Well, you've seen it all so far, haven't you? Such a powerful Master. What would you do if you were faced with something beyond your ability? To ask such a question, she must have some thoughts about the special slave crest. Apparently, she doesn't think I'm aware of it. Then, I'll just try not to let it get out of hand. Anastasia looked dumbfounded for a moment and then gave a small, fleeting laugh. The answer of the powerful. Does that mean you think that there's nothing you can't handle? Well, that's not what I meant. I've had my moments of helplessness, too. Just like times where you can't help but fall into the depths of despair. When I found out that I had no aptitude for magic, it felt like I'd been plunged into an abyss. However, I stood back up and here I am now. I overcame the impossible. No, I'm here now trying to get over it. As a result, I think, it's a problem that could be worked out. Anastasia said, still fleeting. What do you want to say? Master, Then she shook her head. I'm sorry, it's nothing. I think I've had a little too much red wine and became more talkative. For a moment, I was about to say something about the special slave crest, but on second thought, I shook my head. Not yet. As long as she doesn't ask for my help, I don't think it's something I should intervene in until there's a definite problem, that is. Master. What is it? It's true that Master picked me up, I'm glad. Please believe me on that, said Anastasia with a sorrowful smile. The next day, in the ruined treasure vault, Merlin and I were holding our heads in our hands. Incidentally, the gatekeeper, Lamp Genie, is not functioning right now due to Merlin's scrupulous punishment. Was it Anastasia? After thinking for a moment, I shrugged my shoulders and said, she stole a few artifacts, including the Reikiri. She probably won't be coming back here. I see. Well, that's the fate of that type of special slave crest, I suppose. There are two common types of slave crests, namely, the slave labor crest and the sex slave crest. Just because they're slaves, it doesn't mean that their masters can give them any orders. There are rules for handling slaves. Naturally, they can't give orders that would be in violation of a crime, nor can they give orders that would take the lives of the said slaves. It's just a type of commercial contract for labor and prostitution. Binding them with a slave crest is to prevent them from escaping or labor strikes. However, Anastasia's slave crest is disguised. At first glance, it looks like a sex slave crest, but to the trained eye, you will know that it's a special slave crest of black magic. A dark slave crest. It is a nasty binding that even committing criminal acts must be obeyed if ordered by the master. Even back in my life, it was considered a crime to apply the crest, and it was also convenient for some crime syndicates and religious extremist organizations. There are also ranks among the special slave crests. Some of them could force you to commit murder, so it's not difficult to imagine that it was really convenient for such organizations. And what was engraved on Anastasia is the crest of stealing. Perhaps that's why she was with the guy from the Edwards family when she first met me. It's probably because they were targeting Duke Edward's household treasure vault. So, what do you plan to do now? I picked her up, knowing that this would happen at some point, and then we ended up getting involved with each other. I could cry myself to sleep, but that wouldn't solve anything. Solve? Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone is forcing her to steal. She's not the kind of girl who can just nonchalantly betray me. I can't leave her alone. The special slave crest technique is not available for commercial use. You can't transfer the ownership of a slave in any way, even with money, you know. Because it was originally used to show the absolute hierarchy of the mafia and the resolution of believers to obey God, after all. Well, I know that. Even if transferring ownership is possible. For example, if it were only to replace a mafia boss or a cult leader, then there should be a way to do that. Outsiders probably wouldn't be able to get in there and have access to that knowledge. Then, isn't a basic solution impossible? You know that all contracts are secured by the power of God, right? A contract beast. It is still fresh in my mind that a small country was trampled by a god decades ago due to the annulment of a contract. Well, if we can't annul the special slave contract the usual way, then we'll have to do it in a unique way. Hearing that, Merlin grinned. I see, you're as flamboyant as ever, aren't you? Well, I'm the one who came up with the idea, after all. However, Are you sure it's okay to have your Raikiri stolen, even if it's only temporarily? I placed tracking magic on Anastasia. Hearing that, Merlin gasped with an awe. Did you let her go free from the beginning? Wouldn't it be idiotic considering that the absence of the lamp genie was unexpected, after all? Yeah, that's true. Merlin chuckled, and I gave a small nod as well. I suppose it's probably about time she delivered the loot to her real master. I couldn't know where the mastermind was just by being with her. That's also why I purposely showed that child, who was supposedly targeting the Duke Edward's household treasure vault, a replacement, in other words, the Raikiri. Well, I could say that it all went according to plan, too. But she betrayed Ephthalsama, didn't she? Why did you go to such lengths for that girl? It's the same as when I picked you up, Merlin. I've always had a habit of picking up odd things, and once I've picked them up, I'll take care of them until the end. Merlin then laughed exasperatedly, but certainly gently. Right, I suppose so. That's the kind of person you are. I'm sorry for the trouble. Yeah, honestly. Merlin stood up and opened the treasure vault door. Where are you going? Armaments, I mean, I'm going to get ready. I'll be fine on my own, though. I have decided not to leave Ephthalsama's side, to the best of my ability. Also, I would hate to see you wander off to somewhere, like you always do. Haha, I laughed and shrugged my shoulders. Well, it'd probably be quite hard on my own. It's also true that I'd like to have a brilliant mage with me. I appreciate it, thank you. Did you just describe me as a brilliant mage? Yes. Merlin then, brimming with tears, bowed her head. Before, I didn't feel anything when anyone praised me for my brilliance, but when Ephthalsama praises me, as I thought, the words carry a different weight. Well then, I'll hurry up and get ready. I'm sure your unsuccessful master will continue to inconvenience you in the future, but please do take care of me. Section side. Anastasia. A place where the commoners' hard-earned money was squeezed out of them and used to decorate with luxurious and dazzling items the Ports family's mansion. I don't know how many times I've been here. I always feel guilty and nauseous when I come here after finishing my task or when I'm here for a progress report. As I thought, I still can't get used to it. In one of the many rooms of the mansion, I was talking to Abe-san, the representative of the Ports family. Still, I was surprised when you came in as a transfer student. Me too. I didn't expect that one of the head family's lineage is enrolled in Altina Magic Academy. What's more, a mock battle was carried out to deliberately make you two fight. It's unbelievable. Wasn't that a splendid performance? Did you know about that? Master, no. I think he's talking about Ephthalsama's power. Of course, I knew about it. I also indirectly imply it several times. It's better not to fight. However, he didn't listen to me and was the one who forced the mock battle to take place. I didn't expect that, humans to have that much power. That being said, I don't know what kind of resentment Abe-san would feel if I were to tell him I knew about it. That's why I think it's safer to say it this way. Well, it doesn't matter. Still, to give that person the Raikiri, that damn old hag Merlin, sure took a liking to him, huh? Is this really the last time? You make it sound like you are reluctant to obey us. I'm sorry, it's not pleasant to be in thievery. The curse of the special slave crest, the thief of our Ports family, huh? Haha, well, it's all your guys' fault for losing the war against our family 300 years ago. We will obey the Ports family in exchange for not beheading my family and retainers. That has been the special contract between my family and yours since way back then. So, as a family of magic swordsmen, have you got what we wanted? I then presented the Raikiri that I had stolen from Ephthalsama. I was sent to the Edwards household and was unable to carry out the task of stealing the former Demon King's equipment. I'm sorry. Oh, I don't care about that. So long as we get what we want, we have no complaints. So I asked Abe-san again. Is this really the last time? Yeah, that's the arrangement. 5 artifacts per generation for the time being, the contract is remitted. Finally, this is the end of it. However, the slave crest implanted in your lineage will not disappear. It'll be the same thing again in the next generation. Anyway, you have done well. I will report to Father and discuss with him how you will be treated in the future. Wait until tomorrow morning. Also, as a reward, I'll let you stay at this mansion today. Meh. Is it okay for me to stay in this mansion? I'm lower than an ordinary slave in this mansion. No, in the first place, I'm a sinner in the eyes of the world, right? Even the fact that I have a connection with a special slave crest should not be known to other families. Yeah, that's right. So if you want to stay, you'll stay in the stables. Ah, yes, I knew it. Haha, I'm just kidding. Now, don't get me wrong here. It's true that's how we've been treating you until now, but we can't treat the person who brought us the Rikiri the cold shoulder. Just for tonight, we'll treat you as a guest. Thank you very much. But can't you do something about the way you talk? Also, your timid attitude irritates me, you know. I'm sorry. How can I have confidence in myself? Even though it's coercion, I'm still a thief, but saying that will make him even more irritated. I'd like to hit you like I usually do, but I'll be nice to you today. I was then led into a luxurious guest room. I sat on the fluffy bed and saw some fresh fruits served on a nearby table. This is also the result of the 5 artifacts that have been presented to the Port's family, my quota, in accordance with their order. My older sister presented 3, and I presented the remaining 2. All of those items were stolen over the time after risking our lives. I have betrayed Ethel-sama. It's always been the case that the rich are good for nothings. That's why I hadn't been feeling so guilty before, but this time I have betrayed a decent person. I felt so bad that not even the black tea and the tea cake that the maid had left for me earlier are going down my throat. To think that today's stay in this luxurious room is the price for betrayal, it only makes me feel depressed. But still, this was the only choice I had. So I lay on the bed, turned off the lights, and slowly closed my eyes. I'm sure I'll have that dream again today, but this is the last time. After all, my atonement is over now, and so I fell into a deep sleep. I had an older sister. She was 10 years older than me. When I was little, she was always hard on me. And that's because my elderly parturient mother gave birth to me, and a few days later she passed away. You caused our mother's death. I wish you had never been born. For as long as I can remember, I was always hurt by those words. Naturally, as I learned to understand more and more, I began to hate my sister. When I was 7 years old, my sister left the village and went to work in the outside world. We used to be a noble family, but now it has fallen into ruin. We are not affluent, too. And so, about every 6 months, my sister would come back home, but she didn't seem to bring any money back home. However, her clothes were always pretty, and her hair was properly maintained. Even though our father works every day from morning to night on the farm, so I thought she was really a shameless and foolish sister. As a bonus, she would always find fault at me by saying, "You caused our mother's death. I wish you had never been born," to me. Then one day, when I was 12 years old, as my sister accosted me as usual, "I hate you. Please don't come back home ever again," I said to my sister. My sister was a strong-willed person, so I thought we would get into a huge fight. But she only said gently with a sad tone, yet still looking glad, "Don't become someone like me." I felt refreshed when I said that, but at the time, I didn't think that my sister would never come back alive. As it turned out, a few months later, my sister's corpse was sent back home. It was then that I learned the truth from my father. 1. That my sister died from being tortured in retaliation for the failed theft of an artifact. 2. Our family was once the royalty of a small country and was cursed with a special slave crest as war responsibility. 3. We must decide who among the direct descendants of the current generation will receive the curse of the special slave crest. It doesn't matter if they're the eldest daughter or the younger sister. In short, not only did my sister never tell me, but she took the brunt of the family's curse alone without letting me know anything about it. She was deliberately making me hate her, so that I wouldn't be saddened by her constant absence or shocked when she was caught as a thief. With pretty clothes and great hair care, for the task of stealing artifacts, it was inevitable to use women's beauty as a weapon. When I heard the truth, I had a thought. She really was a shameless and foolish sister. If her younger sister will eventually find out the truth, just how much regret and sorrow does she think there will be for those that were left behind? I cursed my sister one last time without realizing that I was surrounded by deep, profound love. I can no longer take back the last moment abusive words that I spat up. All I could do was just shed tears for my sister's corpse. The next day, after breakfast, I was called to Abe's room. As one would expect, it's a uselessly luxurious room, decorated in poor taste. I even felt slightly nauseous. I didn't know this either, so it's no wonder you didn't know. that if you present 5 artifacts in one generation, you would be let go in that generation, right? I'm pretty sure my sister has presented 3, and I have presented 2. We should have finished the quota now. Sure, some people have won their freedom by doing just that, but it's actually just a private promise between individuals in the past generations. I titled my head, whereupon Abe's lips twisted into an amused smirk. According to my father, don't let someone so outstanding that they can bring the Rakiri to you end right there. What do you mean? What I mean is that you'll be doing the same thing for a while. Then, what did my sister die for? Hi. I don't even know your sister. We have presented 5 artifacts in our generation. 3 of them were presented by my sister. So, what's your point? I think my sister stole from me with no regard to how it is done and died as a result. Hearing that, Abe just keeps on smirking. That's right, even though I told him my sentiment on the dead, this man just, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you again, okay? What did my sister die for? How do you think my sister would feel when she believed that meeting the quota will bring us closer to freedom? When I grabbed Abe's shoulder and tried to question him again. Hell if I know. Get off me, you dog. He kicked me in my stomach and I collapsed to the ground. No way. Regardless, you will present the remaining 5 artifacts, and when you bear the next child and engrave the slave crest on the next dog, I'll release you. I really do promise you this. Finally, with a mocking grin on his face, Abe said, and with that, you can get started with the next task. A bunch of paper with a list of artifacts that the Port's family wanted was thrown down in front of me as I crumbled down to my knees. What is your answer? What is your answer? My sister, I'm just going to say this one more time, okay? What is your answer? The slave crest is absolute. If I oppose it, death awaits me, but... At that moment, hot, burning emotions started to flare up inside me, deep in my heart. From the very depths of my heart, I felt it. The voiceless wailing, the cries of my soul, were about to flood up from my throat. Oh, what's with the defiant look? You, growl. But my anger didn't translate into any meaningful words, it was just a soft growl. Oh. What are you going to cry? Why are you blushing? You are crying. Just as he said, I noticed that tears were endlessly running down my cheeks. Haha, this is seriously funny, you know. All I could do was a scowl. All I could do was cry. I couldn't talk back, I couldn't hit him back. Wait, hey. I just had to get out of here. Whatever, you can't escape. As long as you still have the slave crest, you have to come back soon or you'll die. The time limit is 3 days. In the meantime, cool your head. As soon as I finished listening to the words that were hurled at my back, I opened the door and left. After leaving the mansion, I was wandering in a half-dazed state. I couldn't put my thoughts together. All I could see in my hazy state of mind was a sepia-colored landscape. Before I knew it, I noticed the time was well past dusk. At a water fountain in the middle of the main street in a park, I sat on a bench and looked up at the starry sky. Even though I thought I was going to be free, he easily reneged on his promise. Without single care of how my sister and I felt, they don't think of us as people. No, I doubt that they even treat us like dogs. I could feel my tears ready to burst out. It's not safe for a woman to be alone this late at night. Before I knew it, 3 men had surrounded me. With a flicker of a knife, the man grabbed my shoulder, too scared to speak. Hey, we're not going to kill you. Just have fun with us for a couple of hours, and then we will let you go. Hearing that, I laughed to myself. You will let me go. Where's the guarantee that after those couple of hours, I'll really be free? That's right. If I continue to listen to them, I still have no guarantee of freedom. The only thing I am sure of is that if the slave crest is passed on to the next generation, my children will feel the same way. In the end, as long as we have this ancestral special slave crest, there would be no future for us. Well, anyway, let's have you head to the back alley for a bit. He grabbed my arm and dragged me halfway into the back alley. I didn't even have the energy to resist. I felt like anything, and everything was too bothersome and ambiguous. It's like I'm not in control of my own body. I feel like I was standing on the sidelines somewhere far away like a stranger. It doesn't matter what's going to happen anymore. I might as well just go with the flow. Feeling desperate, I also know that I'm not in a good situation right now, but I just felt weak and exhausted. And so, after being dragged into the back alley, they started unbuckling their belts. We are so lucky to have such a beauty, walking around by herself. You're right, I guess this is what happens when you're always well-behaved. No, I'm pretty sure we're always ill-behaved. Well, anyway, we're lucky. The world is full of malice. The irrationality of this world is that time changes and places change, but malice is surely still there, unchanged. While still deep in my thoughts, the face of that person came to mind. He was the only person who could brush away the malice that had appeared before me. That's right, only that person had the power to blow away all the irrational things in front of me. If I had that overwhelming power of his, I could, no, or if I had told him everything and relied on him. However, it's all too late now. I have betrayed him, and I don't deserve it anymore. When one of the men started trying to forcefully tear off my clothes. Section sighed Ethel. I had a bad feeling about this, so I went into town looking for Anastasia. And I was right. I mean, why is it that only terrible premonitions like this can come true? Anyway, Anastasia is still dazed mentally and is being assaulted by a group of thugs. Of course, there's no way I'm going to overlook this. I headed towards the thugs and grabbed the wrist of the man who was trying to tear off Anastasia's clothes. Sorry, but that's my companion. Arg! I twisted his wrist and it snapped. How dare you? A thug attacked me from behind, so I turned around and gave him a straight right to the face. I felt an unpleasant, squishy feeling on my fist. A single blow was enough to pulverize his nasal bones. Now only 2 left. A kick to the right knee and a karate chop to the clavicle later. Garg. Hayug. Each of them was left in a state of pain and agony. The sound of the men collapsing with a heavy thud echoed through the back alley, and so I called out to Anastasia. Hey, Anastasia, you're really troublesome, aren't you? Troublesome. It's like her heart isn't there. The incident must have been quite a shock since there's no color, or rather, life in her eyes. Why did you steal the Raikiri from me? That's the special slave crest. I shouldn't have asked that question, I'm sorry, so let me ask again. Why didn't you tell me anything? The slave contract is absolute, it's the core of the social system. Even if I tell Ethel-sama, it's obvious that there's nothing you can do about it. It's obvious that there's nothing I can do about it, you say. Hey, Anastasia, I'm Ethel Alcott. I know. In other words, I'm one of the legendary 4 emperors. The legendary 4 emperors. Anastasia gave me a blank look that screamed, what is this guy talking about? Well, the legendary emperor of the thunder god has already passed away 400 years ago, so that reaction is natural. Hey, Anastasia, the act of contracting slave contracts is the core of the social system, you say. What does it matter? Hey, even though things may appear this way, I still work hundreds of times harder than other people. Hey, Anastasia, don't measure me with your standards of common sense. I gave the same unclouded smile that I had given Merlin after our last magic duel. Then I briskly placed my palm on Anastasia's head and caressed her. Don't underestimate Thundersama too much, okay? I picked you up. I picked you up knowing the whole story. Don't worry, I got your back. Gradually, the color returned to Anastasia's eyes. Anastasia's expression then changed to one of relief, just as Merlin had before. Hey, master. What's the matter? Anastasia. Anastasia said to me with tears in her eyes and a perplexed face. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Please help me. Yeah, I'll take it from here. I beat on my chest with a thump, sighed. Anastasia. After the incident. I see, it's more or less as I have imagined it, but that's the situation, huh? In the dining room of Ethel-sama's mansion. I explained to him, with tears flowing down my face, what had happened so far. Then a steamy teacup was placed in front of me. Have a drink. Merlin-sama. The nice aroma of herbs wafted from the tea served. Don't make me repeat myself. You must be cold, aren't you? For the first time, I feel like this person has shown me a compassionate smile. Well, I guess Merlin-sama is a compassionate person, after all. Then suddenly, Master clapped his 2 palms. All right, drink that, and then we'll get started. Get started with what? Master nodded and replied, we're going to break the curse. We descended the long spiral staircase of the mansion. After a couple of minutes of descending to the depths of the mansion, the 3 of us reached a large room. What is this place? In a white space, about 100 meters on each side. It was a room with an advanced defensive magic circle drawn on the wall. What is this? I've never seen such a defensive magic circle before. It's a level 10 defensive magic circle. Early level 10. Merlin-sama gave a small nod. The long-standing art performed by all 4 emperors. Well, the Emperor of the Fire God was quite reluctant though. Haha, well, he wasn't very cooperative after all. I had a hard time forcing him to admit that he lost the poker game, too. Ethel-sama has always been unbeatable at poker, after all. That's where I became speechless. Merlin-sama. What is it? Is it really true that Master is one of the legendary 4 emperors? Merlin-sama nodded proudly. Yeah, it's true. It appears to be reincarnation. On the contrary, it would be unlikely for one such as me to serve anyone but Ethel-sama himself, wouldn't it? No, but this is just insane. Hey, what do you know? As Master's apprentice, I concluded that there was no other explanation. That's what I thought the moment we got under each other's skin with magic. No, but don't you measure my Master with your common sense? Hearing that, I chuckled. Well, Master really is the reincarnation of the legendary 4 emperors, huh? After all, both the Master and apprentice said the same thing: don't measure Ethel-sama with your common sense. Besides, there's the fact that a heroic figure as great as Merlin-sama said that. There was no other explanation. That's what she thought when they were comparing each other's magic at the time. I cannot help but judge it as highly credible. Master, so what is this place? It's one of the best underground magic laboratories in the world. This is a durability spell cast by the 4 Emperors' ritual class magic. There's no other facility with higher durability than this one. It used to come in handy for mock battles between my apprentices, or with me even. Master then approached me and bluntly said, "Take off your top." Take it off. Just take it off. As instructed, now that I'm showing my underwear, Master touched the slave crest on my shoulder. What are you really planning on doing? Master grinned at me. We're going to do it by force. And that's what he said. Honestly, I have no idea what he was saying. Be that as it may, Master is going to perform the technique of breaking the curse of the slave crest on me. I can use that technique too. However, if I do that without achieving the conditions needed for the release of the slave contract, then the contract beast lying dormant within the slave crest would appear in this world and pass down judgment due to the forced termination of the slave contract. Master Merlin-sama, at this rate. Yeah, I know. A contract beast will appear in this world, and those who interfere with the execution of the contract will be erased. It seems that not long ago, a small country consented and tried to annul a contract that led to the country's ruin. Could it be that you're going to fight head-on against the contract beast that is akin to a god? That's right. No, but that's not something that mortals can do after all. Isn't that why magic contracts are woven into the core of our social system? Merlin-sama, checking her favorite staff, said, "What are you talking about?" No, but forcefully annulling the contract is none other than the miraculous work of God. Ethel-sama said he would do it. And I will assist him. All the preparations are in place, you know. In other words, Merlin-sama kept silent for a moment. Then she took a deep, deep breath and said, "What is about to happen is not a miracle, but it's just inevitable. They are seriously going to have a fight with a god, and they intend to win." I gulped as I saw them smiling at me, but it had me thinking. God. It is a general term for those who dwell in the spiritual realm, one stage higher above the mortals. That is to say, a being that is everywhere and nowhere. That is because they don't possess a body of flesh, but are with the atmosphere as a spiritual being. God is a very conceptual entity, and its origin is spontaneous existence due to people's collective unconscious interfering with the will of the macrocosm in the first place. Well, let's not go into the details. At any rate, God is a conceptual living entity that lives off the energy of people's spiritual activities. To put it simply, it can either be nice or frightening to have such a being exist. It's easier if we think of it as the embodiment of people's unconscious envy and fear. For example, the goddess of mercy rarely performs miracles in regions where plagues are rampant. And at other times, the god of destruction would stir up major earthquakes or turn great forests into wastelands with meteorites. They generally get energized by spiritual activities in the form of faith and awe, but of course, the world of gods is also tough. They have to get people to recognize, worship, and fear them. So, a god who is not well known in the first place is, well, it seems to be tough. The point is that if they disappear from people's awareness completely, their very existence disappears. Now back to the contract beast. There were once guardian beasts called the four divine beasts in the eastern island country. Genbu, black tortoise. Suzaku, vermilion bird. Bayako, white tiger. Seiryo, azure dragon. They were originally gods who were said to protect the country from supernatural disasters. However, about 1,000 years ago, the country itself had disappeared, and the populace who believed in them instantly diminished. It was then that a great mage made contact with them and proposed a new role for them as they were about to disappear. That is the enforcement of the contract system. It is still the same today, but there are many people with a shallow sense of morals in the past. Naturally, promises and contracts were meant to be broken in this world, and the social system was in a somewhat troublesome state. That's when a genius mage was commissioned by the Grand Chamber of Commerce to create a basic social system that would make people honor their contracts. The genius mage's new role for the four divine beasts is to be a strict god, punishing those who violate contracts. Although they're nowhere to be found, they're there, they are certainly everywhere. Furthermore, for them, who have absolute power, it is simple to punish the mortals with their power. The type of punishment depends on the type of contract, but it starts with removing a finger, and the most severe punishment is death, just like mine. Well, that's how they went from being revered for protecting a country from supernatural disasters to being feared. Thus, the contract became absolute in the world, and the four divine beasts escaped the fate of disappearing from being forgotten by people. No, that's not all. They became widely known as the contract beasts and successfully made people always aware of their existence. If anything, they became more powerful. Naturally, the power is not that of the former divine beasts, not of the low-ranking gods that were on the verge of disappearing. Needless to say, they're beyond what mortals can handle, so they're feared and revered as gods. But Merlin had said, "What is about to happen is not a miracle, but it's just inevitable." Still, I have my doubts. Are they really going to fight against God and plan to win? Section. Sighed, Ethel. The room was completely filled with magic elements. At the same time, there were crackles of Shiden, purple lightning flashing through the room. It seems that the guy is angry at this forced intervention. In total, there are 4 gods called contract beasts, and usually one of them protects each and every contract. Judging from the slave crest, the one administering this contract is probably, a puny human dares to attempt to intervene with the slave crest that we protect illegally. A slender body about 7 meters long suddenly appeared, floating midair. Its body's diameter is about 50 centimeters and looks like a snake, or rather a dragon. Well, it goes without saying that the one who came this time is the Seiryo Azure Dragon. I've always been one to use my power to get rid of unpleasant things, after all. Hearing that, the Seiryo Azure Dragon opened his big mouth and laughed in amusement. Ha ha! I'll respect your brazen attitude towards a god, even if it's due to ignorance. Ignorance, you say? The contract beast method has been widely known for a long time. In the last few hundred years, humans have been so fearful and reverent of us, to the point that there hasn't been anyone foolish enough to oppose us. Oh, then, it is still fresh in my mind when we obliterated an entire small country not too long ago. If the whole country is rebelling, it would still be understandable. However, it's rare to see someone have the gall to oppose us all on their own. Well, I guess you're just too ignorant to understand how terrifying we can be. Ignorance, huh? Hearing that, I chuckled. I see, it's just as you say. Ignorance is a terrible thing. Yeah, that's right. You do understand the difference in our power, don't you? It's too late to beg for your life now, isn't it? He certainly has an overwhelming amount of magic power. Beg for my life. Why should I? You're really an imperturbable man. No, it should be clear to anyone present here that they feel terrified due to my overwhelming magic power, I see. You're just putting on a brave front, aren't you? However, it would be a little more endearing if you were honestly afraid like the little girl over there. I looked back and saw that Anastasia seemed to have felt the magic power of the Seiryo Azure Dragon, and her knees gave way. Why don't you test it out and see if I'm just putting on a brave front or not? Haha, is that so? It's been a long time since I've descended to this world, so I'll show you a little performance. A performance? Yes. To mock the prideful country bumpkin, who is ignorant. After showing you the difference in our power, I'll bite off your limbs and eat your intestines little by little while you're still alive. The Seryu, Azure Dragon, did a small nod. Then, the naturally occurring magic power and kai dissolved into the atmosphere of the room and flowed into the Seryu, Azure Dragon. This technique is... Oh, so you know about it. This is a technique similar to the physical ability strengthening that you humans can do. However, its efficiency is on an order of magnitude higher. The amount of magic power flowing out of the Seryu, Azure Dragon, rose explosively. Anastasia's scream, "Eek!" could be heard from behind. This is divine realm strengthening. You can't even put on a brave front after being shown this amount of magic power now, can you? I see. Haha. Even at this point, you still haven't changed your expression. You really are an amusing human, but after having your right arm bitten off, would you still say the same thing? With that, the Seryu, Azure Dragon, opened his mouth wide and aimed at me, charging forward at great speed. Realize the power of a god. On the contrary, I deployed a physical ability strengthening technique. Magic power poured into my muscles and increased their performance by tens to hundreds of times. I also poured magic power into my cerebellum so that achieving inhuman reflexes are possible. Divine realm strengthening, you say? It's a high-sounding name, but in the end, it's just a physical ability strengthening, isn't it? Naturally, my physical ability strengthening has improved dramatically ever since I learned close quarters combat in this life. It's a combination of my original magic power manipulation and the advanced physical ability strengthening technique that I learned from Cecilia Nissan and Moriat, who are both considered to be swordmasters. Inevitably, it is also not unreasonable to say that its effects are at peak levels. That's right, what I'm doing now is the ultimate in physical ability strengthening. In other words, it is also synonymous with what's called divine realm strengthening. The large jaws of the approaching Seryu, Azure Dragon. He's certainly fast, but it's not impossible to deal with it. No, if it were me from my previous life, I probably wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Well, I would be able to settle it before I was brought into close quarters combat if it were the old me. Wah! How can a human use divine realm strengthening? His large mouth closed with a thump that cut through the air. The Seryu, Azure Dragon, opened his eyes wide as I avoided his fang attacks. Hey, God, a power that exceeds humans, you say? As a counter, I struck the Seryu's, Azure Dragon, face as hard as I could with my thunderous fist. Ugwaya! He was struck with all my power and blown a few dozen meters away, sending the Seryu, Azure Dragon, slamming into the wall of the room. Kerthump, as I heard the collision, I shrugged my shoulders and said, I'm sorry, but I also stopped being a human a long time ago. A human that can use divine realm strengthening. Physical ability strengthening can also be handled by humans. They just get better at it, don't they? There shouldn't be anything odd about it. The Seryu's, Azure Dragon, entire body trembled as he started speaking in a panicked voice. That's ridiculous. It's not possible, no, it can't be. I won't accept this. I won't accept this at all. I don't need your approval to handle divine realm strengthening now, do I? But well, half of it was that I used an unusual method. As it turns out, I can use divine realm strengthening. Magic power manipulation is my primary profession, but the muscle and kai relations are the domain of close quarters combat roles. I've trained quite a bit in this life, but still, the strengthening lies in a world called divine realm, after all. Naturally, a much higher level of precision than what an expert in the use of body and kai could do is required. Honestly speaking, my current skill level in close quarters combat is considerably higher than Cecilia Nissan, but still, it's going to take a lot of time for me to work on that aspect along with my magic power as I tune them. And therefore, I need several seconds of preparation to use divine realm strengthening. Moreover, the physical ability strengthening is instantaneous and explosive, so it's not always effective during battle. It must be timed and activated at intervals. Naturally, a technique that requires several seconds of preparation is not yet ready to be used in an actual battle. Then why was I able to activate it right away earlier? Well, that's because I've outsourced the control of magic power to Merlin, and now I only need to manage my body and adjust my kai. All the mental barriers have been opened to Merlin, and the magic circuits in my brain are being remotely controlled right now. If she wanted to, Merlin could also do some nasty mental attacks. Only Merlin, who I trust, can do this, and she is the only one that can control magic power to this degree in the first place. Normally, it would be impossible to let someone else control the magic power inside your body, but that's where my beloved apprentice comes in. Damn it, lowly human, don't get carried away. The Seiryu, Azure Dragon, charged at me. The speed was incomparable to what I had seen earlier, and even my reflexes, which are enhanced to be within the divine realm, could barely see it. I barely avoided the dragon's jaw with a side jump. No, I couldn't avoid it completely. My cheek was slightly cut, and I could feel the blood trickling down. Ha ha ha, the earlier attack just caught me off guard. If I took it seriously, you and the others don't stand a chance. I avoided another charge with another jump. I narrowly avoided it this time, though. It was beyond the speed of sound, with a thunderous shockwave followed suit. As expected of a god, amazing speed. The Seiryu, Azure Dragon, nodded with satisfaction. It's not very mature of me to take on a human seriously. You should be honored. I'm facing you with my full power as a god. Oh, thank you. And then another charge. Just as before, I avoided it with a side jump, but I didn't get to counterattack. If I had a sword that could reach, I could avoid it and do a counterattack at the same time, but Anastasia had taken the Reikiri, lightning cutter, so right now I'm unarmed. Or rather, I thought I could somehow handle it unarmed. Guess I'm at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, being defensive, huh? No, the fact that you can avoid my attacks is admirable. Be proud of your power in hell. He's indeed right, I'm on defense. I could easily defeat him with magic, but this time I have an objective called close quarters combat experimentation. Now, what should I do? As I thought about it, I sighed as if I had given up. I probably underestimated my opponent too much by aiming for no damage taken in close quarters combat. Then, I will just do that thing and finish him off with my bare hands. As I prepare myself, I'll show you that I'm not just defending. Oh, what are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to show you some human skills. The Seiryu, Azure Dragon, laughed boisterously at my words. Ha ha ha, that's what the strong would say. The sovereign fist saint who worked his way up to the divine realm. In respect to your training of reaching there, I promise to face you with all my power until your heart stops beating. With the sovereign fist saint. As I was still confused, the Seiryu, Azure Dragon charged at me again, but at the fastest speed I have seen today. Fast. It's beyond what my eyes can follow. But I'm not so naive as to think that a slight increase in speed after a number of monotonous attacks will work. It's a half hunch, however, I'm somewhat sure. I can anticipate his attacks so far and take evasive action. If I can't follow it with my eyes, then I have no choice but to move first. So, this time I didn't jump to the side, but moved my upper body to avoid the jaws of the dragon that was quickly coming for my head. But I couldn't avoid it completely. Ha ha ha. I couldn't take you down in one blow, but I got your shoulder. At this rate, you're going to bleed out and get incapacitated, you know. As he said, he got a bit of flesh from my right shoulder. The blood was also gushing out, and the battle can probably only last another 5 minutes, huh? But this was to be expected from the beginning. After all, I didn't expect to be able to avoid the attack completely. Ooh-ah. As soon as the flesh from my shoulder was taken away, I went horseback riding on the Seiryu's Azure Dragon back. Well, from the perspective of the others, it's probably like riding on a serpent floating in the air. And so, I just wrapped my hands around the Seiryu's Azure Dragon head a little below the cranium, in human terms, the neck. All right, it's just as planned. Rear naked choke. In this world, the concept of pinning techniques doesn't exist. In other words, there is also no concept of shimwaza, judo choking techniques, let alone kensetsuwaza, judo joint locking techniques. Although the opponent is a god, he has a physical body that has descended to this world, so naturally, he has internal organs and a brain. As long as there are blood flow and internal organs, the shimwaza, judo choking techniques should be effective. However, the diameter of the neck is quite large, so it's just barely possible. Anyway, from this guy's perspective, the judo techniques that I used to do before I was reincarnated in this world. The chokehold must be like a blade from another dimension. I use my divine realm power just barely to choke the Seryu's azure dragon neck. Gyuhak. Thud the Seryu azure dragon that was floating in the air fell to the ground. All right, it's working. Splendid man. Again, I choke him with all my power. Then the Seryu azure dragon mustered up the last of his strength and roared. Still, it's a pity, isn't it? I am the physical attack type, but I also can handle magic. Ha 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 ha. The fist saint who specialized in physical attacks. You can't possibly defend against the magic attacks that I'm about to launch. The Seryu's azure dragon body shined, and an enormous amount of magic power began to flow. It seems that he's planning to launch point-blank range magic attacks against me. But still, a fist saint who specializes in physical attacks. And so, I sighed. Ha, this guy has got it all wrong. However, the magic power that flooded the room, is it lightning energy? Or rather, is this idiot going to unleash lightning magic on me of all people? Hey, this magic power is. Ha 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 ha, fist saint, are you surprised? I am capable of dishing out both physical and magic attacks. Well, I'm extremely surprised. I didn't expect him not to know his place. What I am going to do now is suicide attack. I'm going to get shocked too, but since we're so close together, the lightning attack is going to hit you too. Hey, you can't be serious. You are a physical attack specialist, and I'm much more resistant to magic than you are, an order of magnitude higher even. No, well, that's probably an order of magnitude higher. I mean, he's generating quite a considerable force field. As expected of someone who calls himself a god, he seems to use a substantial level of magic. Naturally, I began to form my own magic to counter the lightning attack. Eat this, fist saint. Level 9, Thunder God's boisterous dance, Thor's lance. Countless lightning spears came towards me and the Seryu azure dragon. At the same time, I also activated my magic. Level 10. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. When I use lightning magic, I become the very Thunder God themselves. And naturally, there is no way that lightning magic will work on a Thunder God, too. Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel magic is also useful as lightning-related defensive magic. Or rather, it completely nullifies any lightning magic that is not equal to or higher than my level 10 magic. The logic here is exactly the same as it was in the decisive battle with Merlin. Any magic can also be assimilated and absorbed by my level 10, Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel. Incidentally, as for the Emperor of the Thunder God, Ethel magic, it was unleashed towards the room's corner. This was supposed to be training in close quarters combat, so there's no point in using magic to defeat him. And so, this is what happens as a result. The Seryu azure dragon was struck by the lightning that he unleashed and seemed to have taken some damage. Naturally, I did not receive any damage. The Seryu azure dragon shouted in dismay that my strength to choke him didn't weaken at all. Why isn't it working? What's more, the magic that was unleashed towards the corner of this room is. This magic is, it can't be, no way could it be. It seems that he finally understands the situation. And so I spoke with a sigh. A habitual contract breaker, do you understand if I say Ethel the debt dodger? Ethel, you say. But that person should have died 400 years ago. Merlin couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard that. Ha ha ha. No, well, even if it's 400 years ago, it should still be a legend among you guys. WHWH, what do you mean by that? If it had been Suzaku, Vermilion Bird, Genbu, Black Tortoise, and Bayako, White Tiger who had directly confronted him, they might have recognized him as Ethel-sama first. But well, it's already too late now. Still, I never thought Ethel-sama would do the same thing 400 years later. Yeah, wasn't that right, Merlin? That time when we borrowed money from an illegal loan shark and then blew up the entire contract by not paying the debt. It really was a masterpiece, wasn't it? But I wonder about donating all of that money to an orphanage or charity. Even though it's dirty money, if we line up our own pockets with it, we would be no better than a fiend now, won't we? Well, that's true. Anastasia spoke up with a spaced outlook on her face. As Merlin-sama, what do you mean? I responded with a chuckle. As she said, I had a go with these guys a long time ago to test my abilities. Well, at the time, as soon as these guys appeared, I cast my ultimate magic as an opener when I broke the contract. Efthel-sama, please don't forget the opening ritual magic that was cast by all the inner disciples, too. That aside, as they showed up, the look on their faces, it was a real masterpiece. Master, Merlin-sama. What are you guys talking about? I told you, didn't I? Don't measure me with your common sense. The four emperors aren't bound by absurd contracts. In other words. In the first place, contracts are made based on mutual trust between you and the other party. I don't approve of someone forcing my descendants using contracts to be responsible and bound by it for a war many generations ago. In the name of the first emperor of the Thunder God, I won't let such a fiend go. At that moment, the Seiryu Azure Dragon that I was choking went limp and fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. The four emperors, Thal, impose Blee. So, Seiryu-san, how does it feel to be defeated by a chattering mage with a rear-naked choke? Regret. Then the Seiryu, Azure Dragon, became completely limp and stopped moving. I only destroyed the body of a god that they used for descents, though. Well, once they find out that I'm here, they probably won't be messing with Anastasia anymore. I distance myself away from the Seiryu, Azure Dragon. Then, after scorching the Seiryu's Azure Dragon body black with fire magic, I dusted off the dirt on my hands. Well, in any case, the issue is settled now. Section side. Ethel Const. Monday, 3 days after breaking the contract. Anastasia and I went to the Magic Academy together, and on the way there, we met a familiar face. Abe of the Port's family walked towards us with a confused look on his face. Oi, Anastasia, what's the meaning of this? No, why are you with that human? Why don't you say something? Just exactly what's going on here. Oi, what's this all about? You haven't forgotten your orders, have you? The words freaked Anastasia out and made her shoulders tremble. Well, she has been forced to obey this family until now, so this reaction is understandable. Hey, bastard, you did something. Huh, what do you mean? Abe grabbed me by the collar. I don't know if she seduced you or what, but are you going to get along again with the girl who stole your artifact? You still call yourself a man. Don't you have that thing hanging in between your thighs? Oi. Nah, I shrugged my shoulders in boredom, wondering if this guy is an idiot. What is he doing? Spreading around how he's pulling strings behind the theft of artifacts. It's true that the Reikiri, lightning cutter, is gone, but does that mean your family led the theft? Hearing my words, Abe hastily released his grip on my collar. Huh? Theft? What are you talking about? It's too late for that. Besides, how could I not have heard anything from Anastasia? When I said that, Abe's mouth twisted into a grin. Where's your evidence? Do you want to cast an accusation on the Port's family of the noble demon solely based on the testimony of a bitch? I'm going to crush you for disrespecting us, you bastard. Defiant intimidation, He seems to be a scumbag to the bitter end. Abe then grabbed Anastasia's collar this time. It seems that you're expecting something from this piece of trash when you told him what was going on, but you do understand, right? Go against the contract, and you'll die like a ragged cloth, you know? There's nothing a human swordsman can do anything about it. Don't just stay silent. I don't want to obey you guys anymore. Have you finally lost your mind? Or rather, we'd also be troubled if you were to be punished by death for violating the order and contract. Hey, explain, what's this all about? You don't really want to die, do you? Master said, I don't have to put up with this anymore. Anastasia looked at me anxiously. Come to think of it, you seem to have had some special feelings for this human, oi. Is this some sort of love story or something where you choose to die? Seriously, give me a break. You can at least do addition and subtraction, right? Die or obey orders, you know which is better for you, don't you? What kind of an idiot are you? What's so good about him anyway? You sure you're not out of your mind? Are you stupid? Just how stupid can you be? This is seriously unbelievable. Anastasia took a deep breath. Slap. A dry, crackling sound reverberated. It was the sound of Anastasia slapping Abe's right cheek with all her might. Wah. With a look of disbelief, Abe rubbed his slapped right cheek. I won't obey you guys anymore. To follow up on that, Anastasia's straight right landed smack dab on Abe's nose while he was still dumbfounded. Gah. Nice, looks like she matured, like a child who learned to do it when they had to. This child, seeing that blood was flowing down from his cut lip and broken nose, Abe shouted, Oi, you, what's the meaning of this, oi? Abe is furious, making his vein pop out. Without taking a step back, Anastasia glared at Abe. I don't mind you insulting me, but I can't put up with any more of your abusive language against Master. Abe's shoulders began to quiver from anger. It seems to me that you really want to get killed. I can see the magic power gathering around Abe's right fist. Ah, this guy is going to hit a girl. And with all his power, too. Moreover, if it's at the Magic Academy's standards, it looks like his combat abilities are high, so this isn't good. And so, as Abe is going to punch Anastasia in the abdomen. Okay, let's stop here. I stepped in and with one hand caught Abe's fist right in front of him. Inferior species, this has nothing to do with you. Ah, he is really troublesome. To the point of being a really annoying brat. So let's give you a little pain, shall I? I put a little bit of pressure on Abe's right fist that I was holding. Arg, h. I let go of his hand, and Abe continued to grovel on the ground, screaming, Arg. He's a dramatic bastard. It's not like I crushed his hand. I could feel it creaking, so there must have been some cracks. My condolences. You may be in the magic swordsman department, but you won't be able to hold a sword for a while, you know. Well, I don't think you can hold a sword in this academy. Not anymore anyway. Can't hold a sword, you say? What do you mean? I spent the weekend investigating the ledger at your mansion. And also your treasury. Hi. There's plenty of stolen artifacts, off-balance sheets, also taking part in behind-the-scenes drug trafficking, right? It's obvious that they're not at the level of being a middleman, they're handling it as a dealer. You can't talk your way out of this, by the way. There's plenty of stolen goods like that there, after all. Why, you bastard? What's this all about? Good grief, I sighed. I've always been thorough with those who antagonize me. And I usually do not fight with anyone but scumbags. If you look closely at what they've done, you'll often find one or two pieces of evidence against them. Again, I was dead on this time, too. It was a blunder to leave documents that showed interacting with the Marx Mafia family lying around. 100% sure that you can't talk your way out of this one now, you know. Abe's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of the Marx family. Don't tell me you really snuck into the mansion. That's what I'm saying, isn't it? It's heavily guarded, you know. The security might as well be paper to me. Impossible, no way. You can open up the treasury when you get home. All the documentation should have disappeared. But if you did that, then you too will be charged with theft. I sneered at Abe and said, the words you said to me earlier, I'll just say it back to you. You have no evidence that I stole it, right? Or do you think you'll be able to produce evidence when it seems that you guys are not even aware that the documents were stolen 2 days ago and are still missing? No way. Yeah. The anonymous chivalrous thief left the proof in front of Headmaster Merlin's room. The headmaster, who detests unjust conduct, is probably in the middle of a conversation with the noble body in the royal capital right now. If you do that, our family will be. Yeah, that's right. I stuck out my right hand and made a thumbs-up gesture. I then flipped my hand over and pointed my thumb towards the ground. It's over, you bastard. I absolutely won't forgive anyone who made my people cry. That being said, I must ask you to leave, okay? No way. To Abe, who was standing there, stunned, I repeated what I said again in a firm voice. I must ask you to leave, okay? And so Abe fell to his knees right then and there, slamming his hands on the ground as he shouted. It's all over. Damn it. Section, I feel refreshed. Yeah, you're right. As I started to walk towards the Magic Academy, Anastasia grabbed the hems of my right sleeve. Master. What's the matter? Can we have a talk for a moment? So I led Anastasia by the hand. At the fountain park in the Round Plaza. The warm sunshine is pleasant in the cold morning air. And there, we were having breakfast on a bench in the plaza. Usually, we eat at the Academy's cafeteria, but today we had to make a detour. We were busy filling our mouths with our sandwiches as we watched people hurriedly go about their work and studies. Master, there's something on my mind. As usual, she kept her gaze down with her bangs still obscuring most of her face, so I couldn't see her expression. What's on your mind? Yes, my sister died in accordance to karma, and in the midst of all that, I'm the only one that's been set freed. So I wondered if I deserved to be happy. As Anastasia looked off into the distant sky, I shook my head. I think that's fine. But you've lived all your life on rubbish heaps, dirty streets. In that case, join me and live on a beautiful street from now on while we clean up the trash. But my sister is. She's probably living together with you, right? Together. I made a fist and tapped Anastasia lightly on the left side of her chest. Your sister is alive and well in here, in your heart. If so, together with your sister, you can live clean from now on. Live on for your sister proudly to the very end. That's just spiritualism. In reality, my sister has already passed away. I shook my head. It's not a theory. Not a theory. My life, as Ethel of the Four Emperors, has been a series of struggles. Ah, yes. I think so. In the Demon King's castle and elsewhere, many of my comrades in arms have already died. All in order to send the Four Emperors, humanity's decisive weapons, to the Demon King without fatigue and unharmed. Many have died at the time. However, they are still alive and well here in my heart. I tapped the left side of my chest with a solid thump. Hey, Anastasia, the people who died so that I could live. Can you say that? I lived because of them, and now I'm living a reluctant and unhappy life. You can't say that now, can you? That's why you have to be happy. Thinking for a moment, Anastasia nodded with a frail look on her face. Yes. Smile. From now on, for your sister's share, smile lots. With another nod, Anastasia stood up and stepped in front of me. Master. What is it? Master really never fails to surprise me. You really, keep surprising me, over and over again. It's bad for my heart. Are you doing this to harass me by any chance? Well, I'm not trying to be mean though. To tell the truth, I was a bit displeased with that side of Master. Anastasia then moved her face closer to mine. Her lips gently touched mine. Hee, I hope this managed to surprise Master a little bit. You, Anastasia looked up. Perhaps for the first time since we met, she looked straight at me face to face, but with her bright red face. I love you very much, Master. She got me, I thought to myself. When she's so straightforward with her affection, even I don't know what to do. As I was still at a loss for words, Anastasia, embarrassed, dropped her gaze to the ground again. I've just decided. I am going to live my life smiling a lot more from now on, together with Master. Good grief, she totally got me. The punchline this time is that the Emperor of the Thunder God is troubled because of what a little girl did to him. Damn it, if the other 3 emperors saw me like this, they'll laugh at me forever. Well, it can't be helped, so instead of hiding my embarrassment, I stroked Anastasia's head briskly. Hee, it's rough, but it's still somewhat gentle. Merlin-sama was also happy to have this done, and I can see why now. Don't be ridiculous. Even though I can't see Anastasia's expression because of her drooping bangs, I know she's probably shyly smiling with a bright red face. That's what I thought. Epilogue, and so. That night at dinner, I asked Merlin a question that I had been wondering about for some time in the dining room. By the way, Merlin. Yes, what is it? Why didn't you use level 9 or higher magic during the mock battle with me? What do you mean? I've been busy with changing residency, changing schools, and Anastasia's slave crest, so I couldn't ask her about it until now. I mean, it seems to have something to do with the decline of magic civilization, and I felt that it would complicate things further if I were to hear about it. But now that things have settled down, I decided to ask her. In the first place, why did you dabble in such an onerous technique like 4 parallel activation of level 8 magic? Parallel activation takes a long time to cast. Merlin's 4 parallel activation were comparable to the time it took to employ level 10 magic. The consecutive attack style of Ethel School that I have established is only meant to interfere with the opponent's spell construction with 2 or 3 strikes in a row. The tactic is to crush powerful magic with subtle magic and win without letting the opponent do anything. In the end, it is not an exaggeration to say that, in the case of a decisive battle between great mages at the level of Merlin and I, victory or defeat will be decided by the first shot of level 10 magic. Parallel activation is a technique that can be flexibly adapted according to the situation of the battle. Attack while defending or recover while attacking. Teleport to safety if defenses are breached, or a mix of frontline and air defenses. Well, if anything, it's a useful technique for support. Opening 4 gates at the same time is amazing, and all, or rather, even I can't do it. But if she's going to attack with all gates, it's faster and more efficient to train for level 10 magic in terms of power. At least, it's unsuitable to use it on me, in the sense of hitting me with all of her power at the time. Then Merlin made a sorrowful expression. Judging from the environment in which Ethel-sama grew up in this life, I was wondering if you knew about it. Though if you do know about it, I've been careful not to tell you because I thought it would only bring back horrible memories. What do you mean? About that, in conclusion, as far as I know, the only person in the world who is currently capable of handling level 10 magic is Ethel-sama. For a short while I froze. Hey! After being in shock for a short while, I exclaimed to Merlin loudly, It. So you didn't know, huh? After exclaiming for a while, I fell into a daze and just froze in shock for a while. After I've recovered, I spoke again. Just what do you mean, Merlin? To be exact, there is no one who can use level 10 magic, except for Ethel-sama and one other person. I'll explain that little by little. It was about 400 years ago, 10 years after Ethel-sama's death in your last life. One day, all of a sudden the existence of level 9 magic and above disappeared. Like I said, just what do you mean? Magia burst. Magia burst. Have you ever heard of the Magia monolith? If I remember correctly, it's a mysterious stone monument found in the ancient ruins of a super ancient magic civilization that died out more than tens of thousands of years ago. Yeah, I know. When the monolith exploded, it caused a transformation in the astral body of the humanoid species. An invisible wave of magical contaminants spread throughout the world. We call it the Magia burst. Magical contaminants? Yes. As a result, humans, demons, elves, and dwarves. The brain of the humanoid species as a whole has changed since that day. No, to be exact, the soul that is housed in the organ called the brain or the astral body in magic terms. The collection of brain cells becomes the cerebrum, and the cerebrum creates the individual personality or consciousness. The depths of what we call consciousness lurks the astral body, which is the spiritual capacity or the spiritual body. With that, mages create magic circuits in their brains through training. These magic circuits work on the astral body to produce supernatural phenomena magic through the spiritual body's power. It is the very basics, written at the very beginning of the Magic Fundamentals book. How could I not know that? So you're saying that the astral body was transformed and weakened by the outburst of Magia burst? Yes. Magic is the use of spiritual power. But the astral body of humanoid species is no longer able to withstand the use of level 9 magic and above. What happened to those who were already able to handle level 9 and above magic at the time of the incident? The astral body was damaged due to the inappropriate use of power, and they became cripples who can't use magic. Since then, humanoid species couldn't even learn any level 9 and above magic. I'm also one of them. Level 11 magic, called extra level. Even in the case of the ritual magic that brought together the power of the 4 emperors who defeated the Demon King, there was a risk that the astral body wouldn't be able to withstand the magic as a vessel, and would be damaged because it was originally magic that human beings could not handle. So I can understand what Merlin is saying. But the explosion of the monolith, you say, for such a phenomenon to happen, well, I guess that's just the result of what happened. So, why did the explosion happen so suddenly? In over 2,000 years of magic history, this has never happened before, has it? I'm pretty sure there's one person involved in all of this. One person. Someone that you know very well, Ethel-sama. Someone that I know. Merlin nodded. The day before the monolith explosion became the center of the Magia burst. 2 of the 4 emperors at the time and an elite investigation team from the Magic Society were dispatched to the ruins. But in the end, none of them came back from the investigation. Did they get caught in the monolith explosion? No, that's not the case. The corpses at the ruins showed no signs of having been caught in the explosion. Corpses, you say? Yes, the corpses of the Emperor of the Ice God and the investigation team. The Emperor of the Ice God was killed. That calm and vigilant man. And the magic that was used to destroy the monolith was level 10. Emperor of the Fire God, Cliff a small-scale nuclear explosion magic. I can't believe everything Merlin said. No, it's impossible, isn't it? That guy was kinder than anyone else, and he opposed the war against the Demon King more than anyone else until the very end. Even though I'm older than him, I have to admit that he's worthy of being the leader of the 4 emperors. Why just why? No way it's true, right? I see. So from here on out, it's just you, Ethel-sama. The investigation team was all killed, and the monolith was destroyed by level 10, Emperor of the Fire God Cliff, causing the Magia burst. And there was no sign of the Emperor of the Fire God among the corpses. That's all I know. The Emperor of the Fire God Cliff. Based on the circumstantial evidence, he is certainly the cause of the Magia burst. And even now, the Emperor of the Fire God is probably still alive. That's impossible, right? Cliff should be a normal human being and doesn't have any long-life demi-human blood in him, right? I don't know how, but sightings of what appears to be him have been reported to the Magic Society in different eras and places. No, but it's been 400 years, you know. There are signs of handlings of level 10 magic, so it shouldn't be a mistake. Sometimes he is a villain who has turned a frontier country into scorched land, and sometimes he is a hero who has slaughtered the Kaiser dragon. Whether it's curing a widespread plague or carrying out large-scale pillaging, there is just no consistency in his actions. I sighed. I really don't know what to make of this. Anyway, at the present time, only Ethel-sama and the Emperor of the Fire God can handle level 10 magic. So, in other words, you will be a nuisance in his eyes, as you're the only one who can face him alone. So you will definitely be perceived as dangerous. It looks like I can't afford to stand out anymore. I haven't even been able to surpass the me of my previous life. It would be absurd to expect me to fight against Cliff, who I was no match for back then. I can't let him know that I'm here yet. Also, Ethel-sama, I'd like to talk about the magic aptitude. What is it? You do know that the Emperor of the Fire God originally created the method of measuring magic aptitude, right? Yes, of course. After all, I died in the worst mood, because I found out something I didn't need to know. Are you aware of the academic field of the Emperor of the Fire God? Magic aptitude and something connected in my mind. Research on ancient civilizations. Yes, it's not a major field, and it's not profitable. However, the Emperor of the Fire God's aberrant commitment to his research field was the stuff of legend. He was ridiculed for doing research 27 hours a day. Seriously, when does he sleep? I heard he was half out of his mind, though. Yeah, I nodded. That's why it's so easy to understand. Magic aptitude, ancient ruins, and Magia burst. There's a connection between these 3. Yes, perhaps there is something there that the Emperor of the Fire God wanted, to the point of making enemies of the world and weakening all of the mages. Magia burst, weakening of a person's astral body, altering it. And magic aptitude is related to the nature of the astral body, too. That's right. It could possibly be the key to solving Ethel-sama's magic aptitude problem. Don't tell anyone. I signaled Merlin with my right hand. But it looks like a troublesome man is holding the key to all of this. For now, I'm probably still no match for him, but that's because my magic aptitude fetters me. If it weren't for that, I'd be able to compete on the same playing field as Cliff. I don't think all of my dedication to magic is inferior to him. No, I don't want to admit that. I won't. The summit of magic is mine to set foot on in this life, no one else but me. Well, in that case, I'll have to greet Cliff someday. And so, with a premonition of trouble, my academy life began. End of Volume 1.